Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter reborn in his teenage body? This is the darkest story, with gore and traumatic stuffs, so please be cautious while watching. At the bottom, you see, we are not Homo sapiens at all. Our core is madness. The prime directive is murder. What Darwin was too polite to say, my friends, is duh. We came to rule the earth not because we were the smartest, or even the meanest, but because we have always been the craziest, most murderous motherfuckers in the jungle. Stephen King. January 9, 2008. 13:59 hours. Harry hit the warehouse door running. His feet pounded the pavement, thighs burning with exertion. Blood ran down the side of his face from the gash on his head. His ribs were broken too, teeth sawblade sharp nipping at his lungs. Spellfire splashed off of the burnt-out ruins of what was once a department store, the triumphant howl of the Death Eaters rising in volume. Black robes fluttered in his peripherals. Harry cursed under his breath. And waist hidden beneath. Concrete bit at his shins through his armor. His foot plunged through a puddle, deeper than he first thought. Caught on a hidden length of jagged steel. Momentum carried him downward and Harry went sprawling across the pavement, his right knee striking the rubble with a gunshot loud crack. The Death Eaters jeered, mocking his flight from them. Raucous laughter rang in his ears. Breath short, pain cutting off his air, cutting off his ability to think. Darkness swept over him. The voices of his pursuers rattled in his skull. Far too close for comfort, and a reedy thread of panic shrilled within him. Harry clawed his way back to consciousness. Green light struck the ground behind him. Move, he snarled at himself, rage and fear warring for dominance. He bared blood-stained teeth, spitting out a runny streak of red. Harry aimed his wand at one of the crumbling buildings. Steel screamed on glass in protest. As the animation twisted itself into a hulking monster, shining claws of steel and thick glass spread and curled as Harry's. Warped creation crouched low to the ground, violet fire burning in its eyes. Its form animated by an unholy hunger for destruction. The sounds of pain and fear followed Harry down the alleyway as the creature pounced on the unsuspecting Death Eaters. "Surprise, surprise," said Harry. Voice sandpaper rough from the dust in the air. He laughed, limping away from the growing carnage. There are 1,000 different ways in which things could have gone wrong. And each one of him hinge upon the summer after his 5th year. Oddly enough, it's the smallest fucking details that change things. Harry's not stupid, lazy, maybe, and unmotivated to succeed in his classes, a special. When he couldn't see the fucking usefulness of transfiguring a beetle into a button, but definitely not stupid. He understands the idea of alternative timelines and the what-ifs of alternate universes. Because really, when he thinks about it, the possibilities are endless. 1,000 different choices for 1,000 different situations in 1,000 different realities. His overactive imagination often leads him to escapism. But it doesn't necessarily mean they're any better than reality. In one version, Dumbledore dies at the end of Harry's 6th year. Snape kills him. Grand conspiracies all around. Voldemort and his posse of Death Eaters invade the castle, the Order barely holding them off. Harry spends his 7th year tromping around the countryside with his friends looking for artifacts that can kill Voldemort. They do. Good triumphs over evil with a healthy dose of luck. Happy endings for everyone. Harry marries his best mate's little sister, becomes head of the Order department, has 2.5 kids. And spends the rest of his life as a glorified housewife. But this isn't what happens. In another, Voldemort is quicker on the draw. He seizes Harry in the beginning of his 6th year along with a handful of his friends. Harry watches them get tortured to death. Sanity is a tentative thing at this point. A chancy combination of luck and opportunity later, Harry wields a wand and takes Voldemort out along with himself. Neither live after the other dies. Lucius Malfoy rises to power as the new Dark Lord. But this isn't what happens. Another timeline has Harry performing numerous rituals of dubious quality. He gains power, becoming a Light Lord in opposition to Voldemort. The Ministry encourages this. He becomes their poster boy. Scrimgeour is pleased. Hundreds flock to Harry's call. Dumbledore doesn't agree with this course of action and Harry wrests control of the Order from him. Dumbledore is killed a week later, taking most of Voldemort's inner circle with him. Harry fights Voldemort and wins. The first order of action he takes as presiding Light Lord of England is demanding that the Ministry execute all Death Eaters, Death Eater families, and Death Eater sympathizers. They do. The mob wants blood. Slytherin House is emptied. A reign of McCarthyism like none other sweeps the country. No one is safe. England is a miserable place to be. But this isn't what happens. Or, Voldemort makes him an offer. Tom Riddle was a never stupid man, and he recognizes early on the futility of continuing the war. Harry's life, his friends' lives and everyone else's in exchange for Harry's loyalty. He takes it. Voldemort reigns unopposed. Oddly enough, the wizarding world flourishes. Well, the pureblood population does. Harry becomes Voldemort's most devoted, most vicious Death Eater. 16 years, 548 wizards, 206 muggles, and 89 magical creatures later, his best friend fires a killing curse at his back. Funny, he hadn't thought Hermione was that angry over being banished to the muggle world. For her, it's a bit like putting down a rabid dog. Her tears dried up a long time beforehand. But this isn't what happens. In one particularly morbid version, the war never ensues. In this daydream, Harry is cut off from everyone else for most of the summer. No friends to talk to as it's again, too much of a security risk. No Dursleys to talk to because Harry may be desperate, but he's not masochistic. The isolation on top of serious death and the pressure from the prophecy takes its toll. And a few weeks into the school year, Harry gives up. He's a kid. Voldemort is not. There is no feasible way for Harry to defeat the most powerful Dark Lord of the century, not with luck and wishful thinking. Which aren't much better options than the power of love shtick Dumbledore keeps shoving down his throat. The way Harry figures it, he's been living on borrowed time all along. Let the wizarding world clean up their own messes for once. The next morning, Ron Weasley finds his best friend sprawled in the bottom of the shower stalls. A tiny crystal vial clenched in hand, bead of poison still clinging to the wry curl of Harry's mouth. That mocking Mona Lisa smile will be plastered all over every wizarding publication in the UK. Voldemort's takeover 4 months later is swift and silent, and for the next 300 years. He rules with an iron fist over the wizarding world. But this isn't what happens. Reality is far different than anything he could have imagined. There is no warning, no frogs falling from the sky, no sheets of fire raining down, no water turning to blood. The sky doesn't darken. People don't chant the name of the beast. Hell doesn't give any sign that it's come to Earth. This is what happens. Slowly and surely, Harry gets in way over his head. And then things snowball. The summer after his 5th year, he embraces the cry for blood. Retaliation is too kind of a description. Vengeance, bloody and excessive, is a little closer to the truth. It starts out small, him listening in on order conversations and or tips. He picks off the stragglers, Death Eaters from the lower fringes of Voldemort's enclave. Harry is addicted almost immediately. The power is too much. He spends most of his 6th year in a haze of red, wandering dazedly to his classes like a junkie in need of a fix. That is, when he remembers to attend them. The siren call of dark magic stirs something deep in his blood. It's difficult to resist. He finds himself compelled to kill in order to satisfy the bloodlust. The craving goes bone deep and his hands shake if he tries to go more than 24 hours without a kill. Voldemort notices. Dumbledore notices. The Ministry notices. Harry sends Voldemort's emissary back with his intestines wrapped around his neck. He snubs Dumbledore's attempts at reconciliation. He can't, however, ignore the Ministry. They make him an offer to join us or join the ranks of Azkaban. It's a long-awaited wake-up call. At the age of 17, Harry is recruited by a heavily militarized division of the Department of Mysteries after a year-long bender on the dark side. Schorner, the man in charge of the program, strips away the mindset of a serial killer and replaces it with that of a soldier. Harry becomes a glorified one-man assassination team, the Gold Boy of the Dom's Special Forces, with the Ministry holding the other end of his leash. Schorner says this is an improvement, gives him some bullshit about having direction in his life now. Harry Neve bothers to tell Schorner that the conditioning didn't take as well as he hoped. Harry the murderer is never far from the surface of Harry the soldier. They overlap enough that his killer instinct is content to subordinate itself to orders. Harry never finishes his 7th year at Hogwarts. The war picks up momentum too fast. Truth be told though, he was involved long before the age of 17. It doesn't prepare him any better for what's to come. He isn't bothered by his incomplete education. Instead his time is taken up raking up a steadily rising headcount. Sure, it's murder, it's what he's good at. Harry gains a reputation as one of the most powerful sorcerers of dark magic England has produced in the last 100 years. The Ministry doesn't have a problem with this so long as Harry is in their pocket. And Harry doesn't have a problem with the Ministry holding the reins right up until Scrimgeour goes mad. The ex-head of the Auror Department and recently elected Minister Deacle airs a state of emergency and pushes a bill through the Wizengamot that makes his word absolute. See, Scrimgeour has a little problem with power too. He gets paranoid when it gets threatened. And apparently, publicly protesting the restriction and registration of those buying wands is enough to make being Muggleborn a criminal offense. 3 years after Scrimgeour gains his position, Harry loses Hermione to the Muggleborn concentration camps at the age of 19. Understandably, he goes a little crazy. It takes Scrimgeour hours to die. Harry covers his tracks carefully and when announced, the official cause of death is drowning. Harry finds this funny. Scrimgeour did drown. Scrimgeour drowned in his own blood. It's got to be the first time the Ministry has ever told something even vaguely related to the truth. Nobody can connect him to the murder, but everyone knows he's behind it. The Ministry isn't very happy with him being off his leash, but it's too late now. 4 months after Harry kills Scrimgeour, the Ministry falls to Voldemort. The Muggle government collapses hours afterwards. In a roundabout sort of way, Harry could be single-handedly blamed for the demise of both. Ironically, this facilitates Harry's reunion with Dumbledore as a mentor. For a brief period of time, Harry is at peace despite the utter chaos of the world around him. Hogwarts becomes the last bastion of Britain against Voldemort. Those that can, flee from the UK. They join the exodus from Europe, as war is plaguing the mainland as well. The world feels a lot emptier to Harry. When Harry is 20 years old, a Death Eater slips into Hogwarts under the guise of a student and murders Dumbledore in front of 700 other witnesses in the Great Hall. Before Harry can take him down, the Death Eater blows his own head off. That manic smile erupting in a shower of teeth. On the night of Dumbledore's death, Voldemort and his entire army storms Hogwarts. The old castle falls. Less than 40 people make it out alive, Harry himself included. After that, the slope downhill gets steeper. One of Voldemort's old allies, a high necromancer from the wizarding slums of Brazil, gives Harry almost more trouble than Voldemort ever will. Inferi counts rise by the hundreds. It's a little difficult to destroy the Inferi considering that most of them are friends and family. It's the most demoralizing tactic Voldemort can think of and it works spectacularly. A few months after Harry turns 21, Voldemort and a French wizard creatively titling himself Lacroix take over most of France, Belgium and the Netherlands. Seeing this, Ron, one of Harry's last surviving friends, does the stupidest thing he can think of. He gathers a ragtag army of ex-Aurors, hit wizards, bright-eyed idealists, and other pathetic individuals to fight Voldemort back. Ron and his band of merry men line up on foreign soil to fight for the light and the oppressed. Ron is not as much of a chessmaster as he would like to believe. Ron misjudges Voldemort's tactics. It's a massacre on both sides. From what Harry hears of it, the fields ran red with blood. Sadly, this is Ron's last hurrah. The youngest Weasley himself takes out Lucius Malfoy and a number of his French relatives before being struck in the back of his head by a stray curse. On the upside, this solidifies Draco's position on the side opposing Voldemort. During Normandy's folly, Harry is in Japan finishing off the Council of Dark Wizards terrorizing the chains of Asian islands dotting the Pacific. He has no knowledge of the happenings of Northern Europe. Upon his return to England, Harry receives the news of Ron's death and an oath of loyalty from the many times reformed Draco Malfoy. Harry kills the necromancer's apprentice at 22. It doesn't make him feel any better. Harry kills off most of Voldemort's inner circle and nearly Lacroix himself. It's a temporary improvement on the situation. The Muggle and Magical Ministry of Great Britain are only the first to collapse. One morning when Harry is 25, he wakes up and there is no wizarding world. Globally, It's a sobering reminder of just how fucked everything has become. The Order of the Phoenix is hamstrung after the death of Dumbledore. With all that Harry has been involved in, the Order is little inclined to make him a member, let alone listen to his suggestions. As such, the Resistance is without a competent leader until Amelia Bones takes over and brings with her the last of the Aurors and Ministry intelligence. A semblance of order is restored and Harry is drafted into being part of a collective leadership. For someone who was almost convicted of over 47 cases of premeditated murder, it's a big step up. With Madame Bones in charge, the gathered Resistance and its refugees move underground. The funny thing is that for all of his efforts, he never gets a chance to kill Bellatrix Lestrange, the one who inadvertently drove him down this path in the first place. She dies in an Auror-led ambush 4 weeks after the anniversary of Dumbledore's death when Harry is 26. London is a ghost town. The rest of England isn't much better. At almost 28 years old, this is not where he had imagined himself ending up. January 9, 2008. 0800 hours. There were no sunrises this far below ground. The bunker was a relic from World War II. Modern amenities had been added to it along with medical facilities, housing, a refectory, and a school. Harry had thought about nicknaming the place Fort Kaboom in fit of morbid parody, but decided it was a little too glib in the face of so many other people's pain and loss. Others had tried to make the place into a tiny model of the wizarding world, shops in the narrow corridors bartering food, drugs and scavenged goods from topside. Little communities springing up alongside the shops. But as the death toll grew higher, there became no disguising what the bunker really was, a box made of conch, reed and steel, and if it ever got out that this was the last stronghold of the wizarding world, it would serve just as well as a tomb. The bunker was just the bunker, and it was home to the remnants of England's wizarding inhabitants. Harry prowled down the corridor off of his bunk, letting the heavy steel door slam behind him. The corridor was so narrow that at the widest part Harry could place his palms on both walls of the tiny hallway and exert enough pressure to lift his weight from the ground. Lights mounted high over his head buzzed erratically, concrete marred with lurid graffiti flickering in and out of view. The lights looked like shit and washed everything out with a pale, greenish glow, but they were there and Harry couldn't complain too much about them without feeling guilty. Electricity was a luxury these days, most of it having been routed to London from a heavily warded plant in Leeds before it was destroyed last year in a Death Eater raid. Now, the only source of energy left came from the generator room adjacent to Wing B, the steady lub-lub of their motors thrumming underfoot. Harry never minded the noise from the generator room. The walls were solid and thick and the hum of the machines was 1,000 times preferable to the sound of gunfire or mortar rounds or the explosions from enemy spells. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Harry emerged from the narrow corridor into the refectory. It was unusually crowded this morning. Despite better efforts to promote cleanliness, the place still stank of burnt food and ammonia. Cleaning charms were no substitute for good, old-fashioned soap and water, especially not when most of the muggles hiding here still flinched whenever a wand was pointed their direction. Ear was not the most appetizing scent in the morning. Long tables stretched from one end of the refectory to the other, looking like a rather paltry imitation of Hogwarts' Great Hall. There was a bunk of haggard muggle survivors clustered together in the far corner of the refectory away from their wizarding counterparts. Seemingly as one, they looked up and followed Harry with their gazes. It was like watching pack behavior in a group of wild animals. Harry knew that he made them uncomfortable. To them, Harry was the right hand of the devil himself. Voldemort may have been the one to start the war in the first place. But he was just another villain darting through the shadows, a story told to naughty children to make them behave. They'd witnessed firsthand Harry dragging bloody and half-dead Death Eaters into the vacant rooms lining Wing B, heard the screams, the curses, the pleadings for mercy, and watched Harry drag bloody and fully dead corpses back out. People looked at him differently after that, muttered harsh things in the corridors, whispering to each other, why hadn't Harry gone after Voldemort yet? Did he think this war was just a game? Harry hated to disappoint, but Riddle wasn't even in Great Britain and hadn't been for almost 2 years. By the time he'd found out, it was too late to go after Voldemort and a nigh impenetrable Magical blockade had been erected around the UK. Apparently the European wizards hoped that all of Great Britain's problems would simply starve and die off. Nothing got in and nothing got out, as if that could actually contain the war that seemed to spread like a disease amongst the wizarding world. The war had become a blood agent, corroding the veins the heart pumped it through, making as many return trips as necessary before. Withering everything into a devastated husk. He elbowed his way into the crush of dirty people at the counter and snagged a bowl of the same hot mush they'd been serving for the past 3 weeks. Why stirred the unappetizing slop with his spoon and watched as it dripped off the utensil in sticky gray lumps. He ate it anyway. Food went to mouth, then chew, swallow, and repeat until bowl was empty. Just another fucking day in paradise. January 9, 2008. T. 0943 hours. Roofing tar burned like dry firewood in the middle of the Sahara. Somewhere up ahead, there was a series of gutted office buildings their upper floors burning like mammoth-sized matches. Smoke hung in the air, hazy and stinking of petroleum, burnt plastic, industrial chemicals, and other dead decomposing shit. In early 2004, tension building between muggles and wizards snapped spectacularly. Some lunatic nutjob had found the remnants of the wizarding ministry and had decided to blow the place to kingdom come. Well, what they thought were the remains of the wizarding ministry. Not like anybody could find the damn thing anymore, not after the ministry fell, but Harry had to give credit where credit was due. One small step for man. One wholesale slaughter for mankind. London burned like a tinderbox. Bodies piled up in the streets. And between the muggles and the wizards, most of southern England was destroyed. Rye never would have chosen London to make a stand. Too many buildings, too many people, and far too much that could go wrong. But wizards had stupidly herded the conflict further and further south until nobody had room to move. Misty rainfall cut the ash from the cold morning air, the chill bite of sleet in the air hinting at a further drop in temperature. Soggy trash squished beneath Harry's boots as he waved his team forward. They fanned outward, dark, wet figures leapfrogging the shadows of the ruins, a wary, nervous tension agitating the air around them. Increased Death Eater activity had been reported in this area, which was odd, because this sector was run by a rather fanatical group of Muggle extremists. A self-formed militia, these were probably the very same people responsible for the fires that burned out of control. Not every Muggle was amenable to magical help during an apocalypse, especially when it was magic that created it in the first place. Global warming never stood a chance when all the wizarding world had to do was fart and then the world as everyone knew it was over. The conspiracy theorists never saw it coming. We've picked up a tail, Neil muttered beside Harry, rainwater dripping from his chin. Face smeared in the same heavy black and gray grease paint as Harry's. I know. Been behind us for the last 15 minutes. Harry glanced at the XOR out of the corner of his eye. Do you want to take point or shall I? Neil grimaced as he stepped over someone's pitiful attempt at a barrier made of cement blocks, a pile of old shopping trolleys and a burnt-out police vehicle. I'll take point. This next sector is a dead zone and they like jumping us from behind. Better for you to take them on than me. Your concern for my welfare is touching, but misplaced, Harry drawled, not bothering to hide his amusement. Faint movement in the darkened innards of the building behind them told Harry that there was more than one person following them. An uncomfortable smile flickered across Neil's face before the XOR moved up ahead. Too many times of Harry being the only survivor made people leery of him. Or at least, leery of being around him. It was a constant. Fire was hot. Weasleys had red hair, and being around Harry killed faster than a suicide wish or a killing curse. Harry's team slipped to the left of an extensive pile-up, passing each there in short jumps as they moved point to point behind abandoned cars and sooty building rubble. Cooled metal formed a puddle around the wheels of the wreckage, a red-orange glow from under the engine, telling Harry that its insides were still hot. Up ahead, the tarmac crumbled into pieces, large slabs of road buckled and broken, slip-sliding on each other like puzzle pieces. Almost every inch of available surface was covered in garbage and graffiti. Slogans in bright orange declared hatred to the world while obscene pictures in lime green, putrid purple, piss yellow and dirty white showed images of oversized phalluses, distorted women, and rude Gestures. Names and gang symbols were splattered beside quoted scripture about sin and hell and the nature of man and war. There was a new addition since Harry had last patrolled here. Sprayed in giant red letters across the side of a building were the words, "The whore and gambler, by the state licensed, build that nation's fate. The harlot's cry from street to street, shall weave old England's winding sheet. The winner's shout, the loser's curse, dance before dead England's hearse." You know, I always liked Shakespearean soliloquies better than Blake's condescending bullshit. Harper, Harry's second in command, mused idly as he closed in behind him. At least Shakespeare was upfront about being a pretentious prick. Caleb Harper was the exception to the rule. Short and whipcord lean with dark wispy hair and pale silver eyes, Harper was as crazy as they came. Luna's 4 times removed cousin had taken to following Harry around like a little deranged puppy after the fall of Hogwarts and the collapse of the Ministry. Something about being half carried, half dragged out of a burning building turned Harper from a standoffish Slythe Aaron into a close friend of Harry's and a batshit insane disciple of the Tao of kill 'em all and let God sort out the rest. His unwavering faith was a morbid comfort to Harry. "What would you have said instead?" Harry murmured, noting that there were now 3 people following them. Muggles might not have magical signatures, but they sure as hell showed up bright and clear. On Harry's personal radar, felt like bugs crawling over his skin, irritating and hard to ignore. Harper chuckled under his breath. "How about, cowards die many times before their deaths, the valiant never taste death but once. Of all the wonders that I have yet heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it come." Quote, "Fascinating," Harry replied, loosening his swords in their sheaths, making sure that the chilly rain hadn't seeped in and frozen within their lacquered scabbards belted to his waist. Sturdy and made of high-grade steel, the longsword and wa Kazashi were trophies he'd taken off a dead dark wizard in the Asian islands. They weren't his first choice of weapons, but they were well made to endure most any type of hell Harry put them through. They were also one of the few artifacts in the world that could kill undead flesh as easily as they cleaved living meat from bone. Harry always appreciated an exceptionally useful tool. There was a tkle of energy in the area that stank of rotting meat to Harry's senses. Besides the 3 muggles stalking them, someone had let loose an inferi nearby. "You would embrace death with open arms then," Harry continued. "Seems to me like you've spent most of this time running from it." Harper's eyes flicked over the crumbling buildings. "And you haven't," Harry smiled. "It wasn't a nice one. Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the Almighty had not fixed his cannon 'gainst self-slaughter." Hamlet. Harper made a soft, rude sound of disgust. "That's unusually passive-aggressive for you." The static bite of a dead zone loomed up ahead. "That's called being realistic." Harry whistled sharply and caught Neil's eye. The man nodded and the saint of Harry's team melted into the ruins of the neighboring buildings. Harry followed Harper up a teetering pile of block and steel until they were about level with the building's 2nd floor and hid themselves in the rubble. Everyone on his team had smeared thick stripes of gray and black grease paint across any exposed skin, combined with their dark robes, black BDUs, and thick dragonhide armor. It was hard to pick them out of their surroundings, even up close. Harper stretched out against a flat slab of stone, a rapidly assembled black arrow perched in front of him. "Okay, Potter, what am I shooting at?" Harry pulled out a pair of binoculars from his pack and peered past the badly hidden muggles. "Inferi at 10 o'clock coming around that brick building to your left." "Which brick building to my left? There's 3 of them," Harper muttered irritably. "And 3 muggles for that matter. Where the fuck did they come from?" The side of Harry's mouth quirked into a crooked smile. "Go for the flat with the troll-sized dick painted on it," Harper snorted. "Again I ask which bloody building?" The younger man adjusted the settings on his scope. "Found your zombie. Wait, oh shit," he breathed. Harper jerked back, blinking in disbelief. "You might want to take a look at this." "Well, would you look at that?" Harper said, as he squinted through the optic sights on the sniper rifle. Fudged himself. Harry, who had a better view of the ex-minister's flabby, shit-smeared buttocks than he ever wanted, nodded sagely. "That fudger." Harper's sound of amusement was lost against the chuff of the Black Arrow's silencer. The ex-minister's head exploded like an overripe melon, bits of brain matter and brackish blood spraying the street, headless body jerking erratically on the ground. 1 down, 3 to go, Harry muttered, shifting his position. The younger man sighed and began disassembling the sniper rifle. Let's not kill the muggles until we know whether or not they're just making up bogeymen for us. And if there really are Death Eaters in the area, Harry replied calmly as he tucked away his binoculars. You want to take the chance that they're stalking the muggles for more inferi fodder? No, Harper said slowly, giving Harry a wary look. We need facts and I hate to admit it, but the muggles hold all of the cards here. Corpses can't answer questions, Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow at Harper's sudden about-face on killing. Be easier to just gank them now, than to worry about the possibilities later, he replied as he signaled to the rest to F the team and slipped from his hiding place. If that happens, then I guess I'll get a chance to shoot a lot more than just muggles, Harper said, following him through the rubble as they reconvened with the rest of the team. Besides, you'll sense the Death Eaters long before they'll get here. That's enough of a warning for me. Harry smiled. It's creepy how well you know me. The 3 muggles had joined up with 4 more and this started to feel more like a badly planned trap than a routine patrol. Harry's team hid in the shadows of what was formerly a tall office building. If I remember correctly, there is an open exit on the other side of this building, Harry murmured to Neil. I want you to take half and go round the other side. I have a hunch that they're going to pin us in against the dead zone. If you get there first, we can drive them into the dead zone. Most of them are helpless in there. But be careful, there are downed wires on the other street. Neil nodded, never questioning Harry's judgment. Will do, and if you see Death Eaters, scatter and hide. Do not engage them, Harry finished. Fenrir's come back to London. I wouldn't put it past him to start preying on our patrols again. Neil saluted and Harry had to smile at the ingrained habit. The ex-Auror grinned and hustled his half of the team through the building's debris and out of sight, boot steps SPL. Ashing in the rainwater flooding through the wrecked carport. Harry hoped like hell that it wouldn't be the last he saw of them. Harry's second-in-command snorted in disgust. You know what I don't get. Inferi don't like dead zones. There's no magic, no food, no draw for them to be here. Dead zones are like the anti-magic equivalent of zombie roach motels, Harper said as he followed Harry and the 3 remaining teammates back out into the rain. Your point being, Harry replied, magic liked to fritz out in dead zones, which was probably why muggles liked them so much. It tended to even the odds a bit. This close to a dead zone meant that magic had a 50-50 chance of fucking up. But if anybody could find a way around that, it'd be Jonesy. Harry nodded to Jake Jones, Lee Jordan's old half-brother who clocked in at 6 feet 7 inches and well over 15 stone. Jones was their heavy hitter, their ace in the hole. The man had learned magic at the knee of his Jamaican grandmother and his bag o' tricks held several very nasty surprises. Not to mention that at his size, he could just as easily overwhelm his opponents physically as he could magically. Jones grinned, a flash of white teeth against his deep skin, and jokingly saluted Harry. He scattered a handful of red dust into the air, ruby flakes settling to the ground in a semicircle. It glittered amongst the trash for a moment then vanished like a snake slithering through tall grass. It didn't work. Shit. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but magic was unreliable. Someone deliberately released fudge here. Harper knelt back, eyed a high pile of rubble and swept the mossberg from his shoulder, the wood on its pump-action grip dull and worn from constant use. It was probably some poor, long-dead bastard's duck-hunting gun liberated for more desperate uses. He braced the stock over his knee and began to load the mossberg, then turned to look at Harry. There was a light dawning in Harper's eyes that Harry didn't like the look of. But you already knew that, didn't you? Harper shook his head and continued packing rounds into the barrel. Might help if you shared these things with us from time to time. Cut down on how many people end up dead. You know what I'm saying. Jones turned his head around slowly to stare at Harper, his features emptying of mirth. The hell are you talking about? He said, glancing back at Harry. What the hell are you talking about? He repeated. Harry cut in before Jones could continue that particular train of thought. Last time I checked, Harp, you didn't mind the body count. In fact, I seem to remember you egging me on more often than not, Harry replied, irritation bleeding through his words despite the tight hold he had on his temper. Or did you decide to conveniently forget that little detail? The last two members of Harry's team were of average power and skill. He hadn't even bothered to learn their names, they'd end up dead soon enough. Harry directed the smaller of the two towards the building behind them. The stairs were still intact, and if he could get his backup to pick off stragglers from overhead, it would greatly even the odds. I'm not complaining about the body count on their side, said Harper flatly. However, I am more than a little concerned about the one on our side. How long was that inferi following us? I mean, were you ever going to share at with the rest of the team if it hadn't been convenient for you? Dead zones had this wonderful effect of balancing the scales. Magic didn't work inside them, and neither did technology. In fact, opponents were pretty limited in their artillery. Fighting with sticks and stones tended to have a humbling effect on people. And if they weren't posted so close to incoming danger on both sides, Harry would have punched Caleb Harper on sheer principle alone. Harry laughed, teeth gritting together too hard for there to be any humor in it. Now, Harper, you have to have this discussion right now. Single quote. 'Cause it's really not a good time for this. Harper finished loading the Mossberg and chambered around, his movements quick, almost jittery. Really, Harry, okay, he said brightly, mocking and sharp, lips pinched tight and bloodless. So when is a good time? Later, after everyone here is dead. Well, it would sure cut down on all those pesky questions people keep asking. There was a grunt of annoyance behind them, and a pair of large hands lifted the black arrow off of Harper's back with soundless ease. While you two girls are bitching at each other, said Jones, I'll be joining our friend up on the stairs. Yes. Jump in whenever you're ready. Jones turned and pointed at their remaining team member. You. The boy jumped. He couldn't have been any older than 19, some hulking farm kid who'd survived the countryside massacres purely on luck alone. Stand over there, said Jones. The boy eyed the spot in front of the rotted-out hotel with a wary expression. Yes, there. Just keep walking until you feel dizzy. Stop. That's the edge of the dead zone. Congratulations, you've graduated from cannon fodder to bait. Now, Francis, Harry barked, finally remembering the boy's name. We've got you covered. His mouth curled into a thin, hard smile. Feel free to conjure up a tutu and dance the dying swan. Sir. The boy bobbed his head and skittered away over the soggy muck piled in the streets. So, standard bait and capture, said Harper, seemingly unruffled, anger gone as if it were never there. Harry knew their conversation was far from over. Amazing how many times they'll fall for the same damn thing. Quote. Harper wedged himself further into the little blockade, sharp eyes picking out the shine of the muggles, weapons in the light rain falling around them. You'd think they would have learned by now. He followed Harper's lead, crouching down behind the rubble. They're muggles, Harp, they don't understand wizards. They expect to be attacked with grand light housin' people pulling rabbits out of hats, not a bunch of soldiers armed with guns. Beaver wowie quiet, we're huntin' wizards, Harper quipped in his best Elmer Fudd voice. Where did you learn that? Harry muttered to Luna's cousin. Harper actually looked offended. Hey, half-blood here, remember? Making allusions to Death Eaters, very nice. Harry had to give the boy props for his creative initiative. Everyone knew about Death Eaters these days. Too many destroyed buildings with the dark mark hanging over them, and suddenly word got out. Beware of strange figures in dark cloaks and white masks, for they killed without care or warning. There was movement in the building across from the old hotel, and Harry knew the muggles had taken the bait, hook, line and sinker. January 9, 2008. 10:27 hours. Tell me again, where did you see the Death Eaters? The fat muggle screwed up his piggy face and spat at Harry. Harper uncoiled from his relaxed pose, arm outstretched to strike the muggle, but subsided when Harry shook his head. Harry calmly wiped the spittle from his face, sighing at the man's continued stubbornness. He tilted his head, paused, and then nodded to himself. And promptly jabbed his thumb into the gunshot wound on the fat muggle's shoulder. The man howled, thrashing against the bindings holding him to the concrete supports of an underground parking garage. Fuck you. We thought you were the Death Eaters. No, we're the good guys, remember? Harry drawled. If you don't shoot at us, we won't shoot back. Fatty eyed Harry up and down, disgust twisting his froggish face into something downright hideous. Definitely got beaten with the ugly stick as a child, Harry thought to himself. You know, you don't have to tell me anything, said Harry tiredly, standing up from his crouch. Joints clicking in protest. I do have alternative means of getting information. It's all up to you. Yeah, Harry, Fatty crowed. Stop fucking around already, oh mister. I do have alternative means of getting information. Spook, 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 cunt munch. Harry broke one of the man's fingers. Or what? Fatty replied, gasping for breath. You'll rip it out of my skull. Be pretty hard to get your info after that. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. The man's eyes widened before narrowing with suspicion. You can't do that. There's no such thing as magic. Fatty laughed and shook his head, greasy rat tail flying every which way. Just a bunch of freaks with a clever gimmick. Pull the other one. Okay. Harry agreed reasonably, feeling mellow and generous. So he did. The man talked. They always did. Good news is, Harry began as he wiped Fatty's blood from his fingers. We now know where their new clubhouse is located. He glanced over at Harper's distinctly annoyed countenance. Is it just me or are these crazy fucks kind of like roaches? No matter how many times we wipe them out, they pop right back up again. Harper crossed his arms and leaned back on his heels. The bad news being that he didn't know one damn thing about Death Eaters. Got it in one, Harry replied distractedly as he cut Fatty's remains loose from the concrete piling. But he knew someone who does. What are you going to do? An eager thrill of anticipation flared to life low in Harry's belly. What most people do when they want to enter someone's home. He bared his teeth in a harsh, diamond-edged grin. I'm going to knock on their door. Little pig, let me in. Or I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your shitty bolt hole up into itty-bitty pieces. Harper rolled his eyes and turned to walk away. I'll let the others know you've decided to engage Operation Candygram for Mungo. Harry glanced up, nonplussed. I know you too well, Harry. Harper said over his shoulder. And you are one crazy motherfucker. There was a note of reluctant admiration in his voice as he disappeared up the stairs leading to above ground. The fat man's corpse lay crumpled at the base of the piling. Harry seized the ankles and dragged the body away from the concrete pillar to lie flat, spread-eagled on the grimy floor beneath his boots. Time to get down and dirty. He found that beneath the man's ratty overcoat, that Fatty wasn't very fat at all, his belly distended with starvation and disease. What do you want to bet? He asked the corpse. That if I cut you open, we'll find all sorts of wiggly little parasites swimming around in your gut. The corpse didn't reply. Nobody appreciates my jokes anymore, Harry muttered morosely. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. The frigid touch of winter was a lot more noticeable without the extra insulation. But it sure as hell beat making a mess of everything. Harry opened the switchblade with a decisive snick and began the process of skinning Fatty's face from his flesh. January 9, 2008. T. 11:03 hours. Francis had gawked at Harry's new appearance. What? Never seen a dead man walk around before. He'd asked the boy. You're a sick fuck, Potter, Harper had grumbled. He'd laughed in reply. Now they were about 1,500 meters out from one of the Muggles' hidden entryways. Sometime in late 2005, wizards flooded the Thames, putting large parts of London under 3 to damn near 6 meters of water depending on the tide. Parts around the docks were still underwater. Boats and other remains sometimes floating right up next to skyscrapers and towers in downtown London. It was an almost comical sight to see a fishing boat bumping into the burnt-out remnants of high-rise flats and office buildings. The stagnant edges of the floodwaters had iced over in the cold January winter and it was frozen solid enough that in some places, you could even walk on it. Not that many tried. Stumbling over a corpse frozen into the floodwaters, their features bloated, black, frostbitten flesh beginning to sag and decompose, was unnerving even to Harry's crew. Who'd long since grown used to all manner of sins. Most of London was too treacherous to walk through, despite the rubble piled up and packed with sandbags to block off certain streets. From the wet muck, Floodwaters dragged old fuel, coal, trash, oil, building remains, bodies and feces all up and down what were once the streets of a vibrant city. Now, they were nothing more than death traps. The stench was horrible. Debris piled in the flooded river allowed Harry and his team to jump the floodwaters without having to take some of the other routes, one of which would take them far too close to another dead zone. Francis stumbled over a particularly treacherous bit of footing. An old car bumper, chrome rusting and peeling back in shiny flakes, slid out from under his boots and landed with a muted splash in the murky river. Harry caught the boy by the scruff of his robes before he could follow its path. Francis gasped out his thanks, shuddering at Harry's latest get-up. "Watch your step," Harry growled. "You fall in, I'm not coming after you." Harry let go of him and climbed over a mound of concrete boulders piled over one another, rusty steel rebar bent back on itself like spindly red-brown fingers. He dragged Fatty's filthy overcoat closer to him and shivered. The chill of winter hung closer here, fog clinging to the river and his team. 1.5 meters in FR. Onto him invisibility petered out into pearly gray mist. Ice crunched underfoot, dingy snow clinging to his boots. Metal sides, the ship was virtually undetectable, which made it the perfect spot for a group of fanatical muggles to hide out. Harry waved his team back and assumed Fatty's limping half-step. He dragged himself over the last few meters alone to the ship's ladder and climbed up her side, rust flaking off in his hands. The information he'd ripped from the man's mind told him to knock twice, wait 4 counts then knock again. Harry swung his frame over the railing and limped over to the door. It was obviously a new addition to the boat, a hastily welded project. Its steel edges were raw and ragged and the thing was barely hanging onto its hinges. He pounded his fist on the metal door, sound rolling out muted like deep bells covered in wool. "Where the fuck have you been?" The voice was hoarse, masculine, and royally pissed off. "I swear to God, Benny, if you stay out this late again, I won't let you back in." Remembering Fatty's slovenly mannerisms, Harry stuffed his hands into the overcoat's deep pockets and burped in reply. Some of Fatty's blood seeped into his and Harry turned his head and spat against the trash piled by the door. The lip articulation was as poor as one might have expected, bloody flesh slip-sliding against his mouth as he moved. The eyes framed in the security window narrowed with disgust. "Fucking slob." The plate slid shut and there was the rusty growl of steel shifting against steel. And the door slid open. The man was holding a crowbar in one hand and munching on some kind of snack packet with the other. Behind him was a short, red-lit hallway, emergency backup lights gleaming merrily in the dark. Looked like somebody else had generators too. If they were functional, Harry would take a team back later to retrieve them. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Crowbar growled around his mouthful of granola. An engraved invitation. Harry looked up and smiled. The man blinked, sucking in a sharp breath and choking on it. Crumbs spilled out of the man's mouth as he clutched at his throat, face turning purple with asphyxiation. His eyes staring directly into Harry's new face with horror. Up close, the dried blood crusted around the eye holes and nostrils of Fatty's face got really noticeable. "You," he gasped. Harry didn't give him time to finish that thought. Quick as snake, he slipped beneath the man's guard and ripped the weapon from his grasp. Wrapping a hand around Crowbar's neck to pin him in place, Harry locked his gaze onto bloodshot blue eyes and shoved his mind forward. Legilimens. Color and lights flashed by his mind's eye at breakneck speed, riffling through Crowbar's dazed, frightened headspace. RRY ripped what he wanted from the man's memories. Davis. He was looking for a man named Davis. Snicker snack. A red smile slashed through the man's throat and Harry let him crumple into a limp heap by the open door. Lit as he was with the dull red of the emergency lights, Crowbar looked like he was only sleeping, the dark spray of arterial blood masked by the shadows of his chin nodding to touch his chest. Harry glanced back outside and raised his hand, forefinger and thumb pinched together in the classic OK gesture. Harper, Francis and Jonesy hustled out of the shadows towards him. The other member of their team hadn't made it. Harry hadn't even bothered to learn his name. Harry rolled off the wall, gun braced in his hands and ready to fire. Silence. Nothing there save for more of the same red-lit corridors. White paint peeling and streaked brown at the corroding metal seams of the interior. He waved Jonesy and Francis down the corridor to the left, keeping a dubious eye on the hallway to his right. It ended abruptly in a pile of metal scraps, packed in with sandbags and soggy newspaper. "Where to?" Harper murmured. Harry pointed up in reply. "Pick off anything that moves." Her nodded and crawled up the ladder next to the door, boots thudding dully against the metal rungs. The hallway stretched out in front of him, a red light at the end flickering erratically. Harry too. One last glance at the hallway to his right, and then continued forward. There were a couple of doors down here too, but they were all rusted shut and no light shone from inside their portholes. The information from Crowbar's mind told him to ignore these doors and take the ladder on the far wall down 2 levels to the sleeping quarters. The lights flickered around him, walls vanishing into dark. Before the generators caught the lapse and the emergency lights gleamed once more. Harry followed the ladder downwards. January 9, 2008. 11:36 hours. Gunfire echoed overhead. Harry rose from his crew. By the door and slipped from the room, leaving behind 5 dead men still rolled in their sleeping bags, throats slashed open, blood pooling on the floor under their cots. This close to the generate, oars and all other noises were swallowed up by the thrum of the machines. But there was no hiding the sharp retort of the automatic rifle above him. Harry poked his head around the corner, jerking back. Wards on reflex at the sight of more than a dozen angry men holding weapons on the other side. Bullets pinged off the metal walls above him. The sound was echoed by more gunfire 1 level above them. "Holy shit," one of the men breathed. "I think that was Benny." "Oh fuck, we shot Benny." "They weren't." "Bloody hell," said the taller of the two. "I think he's still alive." A hand landed on his shoulder. Hey buddy, you hanging in there? You don't look so. Good God." Harry lifted his head. The man looked startled, like he'd finally realized that the eyes in the sagging visage of their comrade weren't shit-brown and dull, but rather a bright, hyper-green, alien and jarring in the skin's muddy features. "Hi," Harry rasped, smiling real big like everything was all hunky-dory and he was asking if his friend could come out and play. "I'm looking for Davis." Their eyes widened and Harry took the opportunity to fire off 2 warning shots. Cursing filled the air from around the corner. "I'm just looking for Davis," Harry called out. "I only need to talk to him about Death Eater sightings. This could end without any more bloodshed." "Fuck you," came the succinct reply. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. "Yeah, Benny said that too." Quote, he couldn't perform any major spells as close as he was to a dead zone, but Harry could pull off a simple summoning charm without a hitch. His wand fizzled and spat sparks angrily. But the spell worked. There were startled cries of dismay and then a swarm of weapons swooped down the hallway from around the corner and clattered to the ground somewhere behind him. Harry stepped out from around the corner. Fear could make a man lose all reason and rationality. It had a way of winding you up so tight inside that the only thing left was fight or flight. The group of muggles crammed into the narrow hallway looked scared now, furious and frightened, more adrenaline than actual blood running in their veins. So when one of them drew his hidden weapon and growled, "You're one of those wizard freaks," Harry knew what was coming next. He smiled. Benny didn't believe it. And then there was a wall of crazy muggles coming at him, weapons drawn, their faces twisted with hate. 3 went down with a bullet in the chest before the mob got too close for Harry's Beretta to be effective, shots painfully loud and echoing in the tight space of the ship. He drew PPED the gun and whirled under someone's wild swing, blade passing close overhead, catching the man's wrist and twisting it just so that when Harry stood from his crouch, the blade was driven up the man's chin and into his skull by his own hand. Hell of a way to get somebody's attention. They were backpedaling, but it was too late and in too close quarters to run. Harry grabbed the muggle, shooting at him and smacked the gun from his hand, weapon clattering to the ground, and cleanly sliced through the man's throat. The body slumped to the ground. The bright shine of a blade glittered in the corner of Harry's eye and then he was moving again, grabbing the man's arm and using his momentum against him, rolling the body over his shoulder and headfirst into the floor with a sharp crack. Head lolling on his neck at a sickening angle. Fatty's small eyelids cut down on Harry's peripherals so he peeled the skin from his face with a wet, sloppy squelching sound and flung it into the yes of someone coming at him with a wickedly curved blade. The man let out a scream, wet flesh smacking into flesh and blundered blindly past Harry, Flicker quick, Harry jabbed his elbow into the man's temple. He went down too. Stars flashed in Harry's vision, his ears ringing from the blow to the head. You must be Davis, said Harry as he stumbled back from the man, blood dripping from the cut on his head. Fucker had a ring on. The skin was torn and tender where Davis had struck him. Nice to meet you. There was a note of recognition in Davis's eyes. The infamous Harry Potter himself. It's an honor. Who the fuck did I piss off this morning to warrant attention from the likes of you? Harry grinned. Nothing personal, he replied. I was just out hunting Death Eaters. And like usual, you and yours got in my way. Davis blocked Harry's jab and slashed out with a knife hidden against his forearm. I thought you were here to talk about finding said Death Eaters. I lied. It was subtle, but Harry saw Davis's aborted flinch at his bald declaration of deceit. You're mad. Harry laughed and the sound bounced off the walls of the ship, metal ringing in resonance. Oh, we're all mad round here. Davis's lip curled and he brought his knife back in a downward swing. Instead of dodging away from the blade, Harry moved forward. He slid inside Davis's guard and gripping his wrist, spun out within. Elbow to the throat and Davis crumpled to the ground. Harry palmed the blade before it hit the floor and slashed it backhanded through Davis's gut, tearing him open hip to hip. Metal clicked on metal as someone cocked a gun. And blood spurted from their throat, the knife embedding itself up to the hilt. Harry's hand was still outstretched from where he'd thrown the blade, crouched over Davis's dying form. When Harper melted out of the shadows and fired 4 rounds into the spineless fucks trying to flee. There was blood streaked wet and dark up the side of his robes and some of it looked suspiciously like handprints. Still gasping out his last moments on the floor of the ship, Davis fumbled at the ropey loops of pink-gray intestines spilling out of the hole in his gut, valiantly trying to stuff them back in. Harry couldn't tell for sure, but he thought Harper might have heard that last part. Because the look he gave Harry seemed a hell of a lot like betrayal. January 9, 2008. T. 12:15 hours. Unlike the lesser dead such as Shadowhands or Inferi as they were more commonly known, the greater dead did not need substance or sustenance. Swift running water was the only thing that kept them away, and the stagnant muck flooding the city did nothing to deter them. If they were attracted to great sights of slaughter, then London was the largest, juiciest graveyard around, her numbers thinning by the day. The veils here between death and life were at their flimsiest. The necromancer had followed them from the ship. There was a red shine in Lemuerty's eyes, something old and mean that spoke of blood and bloodlust. He stank of funeral flowers and embalming fluid, of musty places and cold earth, and when the wind blew past, Harry could catch the faint scent of burning flesh. Harry wasn't fooled for 1 second. He'd seen the kind of mercy the necromancer liked to dispense. Mr. Potter, how pleasant to see you again. The man's voice was urbane and genteel, a faint lilting inflect. Ion to his words betraying his South American origins. He was a lean man of average height, dark-haired and dark-eyed, his olive skin bore few wrinkles and he could have been anywhere from 30 to 50 years old based on appearance alone. Wish I could say the same to you, Harry replied, hand creeping towards his wand. Ah, still holding a grudge, I see. How is that hand of yours doing these days? The wind blew back the edges of his coat far enough that Harry could see the dull gleam of a worn leather bandolier against the rich, burgundy silk of his waistcoat, 7 heavy, pillbox-shaped cases swinging from their ties. Inside those cases were the bronze bells of a necromancer, the strongest tools he wielded against the dead, save for his will. I'm sure they were, the necromancer purred. But between you and me, Harry said, laying a finger to the side of his nose as if he were sharing a secret with an old friend. I kinda like the new one better. More mobility, you know. The old one had so many annoying little aches and pains. You're much more polite to me today, the necromancer said with a smile. This is an improvement, especially when your respect comes so grudging. Why at the cost of something important to you? Harry sneered. Calling it respect would be a stretch. The necromancer's smile flickered. I would treat you like an equal, Mr. Potter, if you would afford me the same courtesies I extend to you. But of course, I would never expect that from somebody whose idea of polite necessity involves a wand in my face and a bullet hole in my gut, he said, biting out the last syllable. What can I say? Any man who calls himself Death Incarnate, deserves to at least be on speaking terms with the Reaper, Harry said, shrugging as he kept a cautious hand on his wand. We all have our masters to answer to. Mine is death, yours is guilt, said the necromancer, a thread of amusement entering his voice, which is a delightful contradiction considering your propensity for murder and mayhem. Harry wasn't eager to clash with Lemuel again, but damned if the necromancer didn't know how to push all of the right buttons. Fuck off, he growled. You're no saint yourself. What gives you the right to cast judgment on me? And what gives you the right to cast judgment on me? The necromancer smiled, and this time it held a hint of smugness. The truth is never bliss. Easier to live in self-centered solipsism than to acknowledge the hard facts of our failures, isn't it? You say such sweet things to me. I might get all flustered here, Harry replied mockingly in a breathy falsetto. You're surprisingly talkative today, he said, dropping the sugary tones. I didn't know Tom paid you to be friendly. There's no shame in being sociable. The necromancer spread his hands apart, gesturing to the wreckage around them. We are titans cut from the same cloth, trapped here together in a desolate hell. The least we can do is be civil to one another lest we destroy this place any further. Quote, lest we destroy this place any further. This place. You might as well consider this your finest masterpiece. This is your hell, my hell. The amused note was back. I like this new London. It's beautiful. It's like Christmas and Easter and birthday parties wrapped up into one grand package of pain and rage and hurt. Must suck, then, said Harry, almost vibrating with tension. Having me come through and fuck with your sandbox. Oh, Mr. Potter, why would I ever want to kill you when you do a better job of torturing yourself than I ever will? You are a wonderful addition to my sandbox, as you've called it. But let's not quibble over semantics here. I actually enjoy your company. If I had to be trapped with anyone here, I would always want it to be you. There is no greater entertainment than watching someone as noble as you poison himself with hatred and destruction. Harry bared his teeth. You know, I have to wonder who you're trying to get back at. Me, or Tom, who left you here and hasn't done one damn thing to get you back out. He trapped you in here to do his dirty work because he doesn't have the stones to take me down. Himself. He has more to lose than you or I. The necromancer pulled a heavy bronze pocket watch from his coat and glanced over it idly. I, on the other hand, have no reason to fear death, and on the very day that I begin to, I have sworn an oath to take my own life. Until then, you will simply have to put up with me. There was a strange amicability in the necromancer's attitude that set Harry's teeth on edge. A sense that he had all the time in the world and nothing better to spend it on. He's stalling. Awareness washed over him and Harry's muscles tensed, adrenaline surging through him. What did you do? Nothing you haven't done yourself. What did you do? Harry snarled. The necromancer smiled and disappeared. Harry was off and running even before his brain registered movement. He could hear the crash of Jones kicking down the door and the hellish roar of Lemuerdy's latest jack in the box. Harry rounded the street corner in time to see the doorway of the ransacked department store belch thick, cloying smoke and white-hot flame into the street. A mordicant had waited in ambush, one of the greater dead that could pass at will through life or death. Crafted from putrid bog clay and human blood. Its cadaverous body was gaunt, vaguely humanoid, shaped with overlong, emaciated limbs and spiny bone spurs on its joints. Its knees bent backwards like a goat's, and like its hands, the mordicant's feet held 10 digits like a man's, with dark, curling talons. Pale, dirty fire boiled off of its form, old blood beating like sweat on its rotting skin, infused with free magic and independent of Lemuerdy's will. The mordicant had all the personality of a rabid Doberman and a damn near human intelligence driving it along. Harry hurtled over Jones' slumped form in the doorway and slammed into the mordicant, going ass over teakettle as he tangled with its smoky figure. Fire kissed his skin, causing the grease paint smeared on his face to melt and drip from his chin as he rolled free of the creature. Fatty's overcoat singed and smoking. A stench like burned hair and molten copper wafted off the mordicant. The coal-like eyes of the dead burned with fury in its misshapen skull, and the thing screamed, a hoarse, shrill howl that reminded Harry of the squeal of metal on metal, like the brakes on a train, and the lower, harder sound of a lion's roar. And then it lunged at him. Flicker quick, it struck. two long arms batting Harry aside, its form nothing more than a searing blur of heat and pain. Harry found himself being hurled across the empty department store. He bounced off the far wall like a rag doll, the taste of blood exploding inside his mouth, pain twisting his throat shut. Sound of satisfaction rising out of its desiccated throat. The thing looked at him and smiled, rising up on its back hinged joints. Its lower jaw unhinging unnaturally wide. Blue flame flickered deep in the mordicant's throat from behind, gleaming, needle-like teeth the color of steel. Harry stumbled to his feet, dazed and almost coltish from vertigo. Blood dribbled from 4 long gashes over his right shoulder and collarbone, dragonhide armor neatly sliced through as if it were butter. He jabbed his wand at the wound and muttered a hasty healing spell. They'd scar without proper aftercare, but Harry could honestly say he didn't give a flying fuck at the moment. The mordicant let out a strange chittering sound and swiped at Harry again, smoke curling through the air around it. Harry narrowly ducked out of the creature's reach. He didn't know how to express the sheer terror he felt when he realized the creature was playing with him, much like a cat would a mouse. "Harper, move your ass." A silver hex struck the mordicant, freezing the air with its passage. Harper yanked Jones' arm over his shoulder, hauling the injured man away with Francis's help, another frostbite hex sailing towards the creature. It turned and yelled at Harper, spitting like a wet cat. Harry drew his sword and ignored the pain in his ribs as he sliced a line of blue fire up the mordicant's skeletal back, shining sparks flying up where the sword touched its flesh, blood vessels pumping dark and ugly under the gauze-thin membrane of its skin. The thing whirled, screaming with rage, both sets of talons clawing at Harry. And Harper slammed a broken piece of rebar into its ribs. The mordicant's skin was so hot that it began to melt the steel upon contact. Smoke and a great stink of burnt hair billowed out in a thick black cloud from the wound. Ugly, brackish blood seeped from the thing's bony ribs. And where it dripped on the floor, it left a series of etching like acid on metal. Harper dropped the red-hot steel with a cry. "Shit, you all right?" Harry called out over the thing's startled yell. "Yeah. Let's tag team this bitch," Harper replied, shaking out his burnt hand, drawing his wand with the other. Heavy steel beams shot up out of the floor, impaling the mordicant before melting. The hot metal stench thickened, glowing slag gouging large holes in the concrete floor. The mordicant howled, its cry rising to a fever pitch, black-brown fluid seeping from its wounds. It lunged toward Harry, the creature's talons striking golden embers from his sword as Harry batted its hand aside. Something that looked like razor wire wrapped around the mordicant's throat, the glittering spell drawing more brackish blood before dissipating. Its lower jaw unhinged, maw yawning wide as an unearthly shriek rent the air, blue fire billowing out of its throat. "Toss me your sword," said Harper. "I'll get it from behind." The mordicant flinched away, its arm swinging limp at its side as it crooned a mournful note at the wounded limb, the sound like broken glass rubbing against gravel. The keening cry raised the hairs on the back of Harry's neck, his teeth buzzing in his skull, nausea rising in his belly, and he bellowed at Harper, "Just summon the damn thing already." Magic tugged at the sword in his hands and he relinquished his hold obligingly. It sailed across the room, hilt swinging around and smacking into Harper's palm. The mordicant's attention caught by the flying object, Harry darted forward and jabbed the wakizashi into the creature's gut, whirling away when the creature reached for him with its good arm. His stomach churned at the pain in his skull and the loss of equilibrium. Harry found himself listing to the side as he watched Harper behead the mordicant. The head rolled away from the mordicant's skeletal frame, jaw still working in a silent, ululating scream. Its flame-like eyes darkened as the spirit inhabiting the spell form fled for death, the mordicant's body turning into a shriveled husk and flaking away into ash. "Harry," Harper called out, worry straining his voice. Harry turned his head and puked to the side in reply. Harper mumbled something that sounded like, "fucking death wish," as he dragged Harry away from the puddle of vomit. "Toss me the fucking sword," Harry mocked, his words slurred. "Dumbass." I know, heat of the moment," Harper murmured as he hauled Harry around to sit upright against the side of the building. He chanted a series of musical-sounding words, pointing his wand at Harry's head. Some of the dizziness went away and Harry found that he could hear out of that ear again. "Better?" Harper asked, holding out a hand. "Yeah," Harry replied as he took Harper's free hand and pulled himself to his feet. Ribs are still broken, but I don't have the potion to fix that on me. Harper handed his sword back. Good thing you got here when you did. Damn thing almost dissembled Jonesy. He's fine, Harper amended at Harry's look. Bait boy has a surprisingly deft hand at metawizardry. Francis, Harry asked as he summoned the wakizashi back to him. Shit, now I've heard everything. Harper followed him out of the ruined department and Harry vainly tried to ignore how he hovered like a mother hen. Jones' heavy form was perched on a pile of rubble as he kept a wary watch on the empty street around them. Harry glanced at Francis's blood-stained hands. The boy saw him looking and pinked with embarrassment. He fared the boy a smile of approval after catching Jonesy's eye to make sure he was still lucid and kicking. Let's move it. No way somebody else didn't hear that ruckus. January 9, 2008. T. 13:02 hours. The sun should have been high overhead. But between the sleet outside and the dirty windows of the safe house, gloom was the only thing that peeked through the gray mess outside. Harry pulled a small pack of beef jerky out of his pocket and tore into it, hunger gnawing at his insides. The warehouse they'd holed up in had once been used to store non-perishable food products. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Neil and his group were supposed to have been here by now. They hadn't showed up at the boat and they hadn't met up afterward. Uneasy tension churned low in his belly. Harper caught his eye and nodded to an empty corner, eyes flicking over Jones and Francis before lighting on his own again. Harry crumpled the empty packet in his hand and stuffed it into Fatty's pockets. Not like the man was going to complain about littering anytime soon. He dipped his head to Harper and moved away from the low murmur of conversation between Francis and Jones' silent form. Wry mirth rid in the heavy droop of the man's eyelids. Dust swirled in the air, muted boot steps stirring up the grit beneath them. Harry wrapped his arms around the ache in his ribs as he glanced out of the window. Noting the change in weather. Snow. Fan-fucking-tastic. The dark paint smeared across Harper's face lent his silver gaze a resemblance to the flat stare of a shark. So, Harper drawled, I guess this is where we have that poignant heart-to-heart you were so eager to avoid earlier. I'm not sure what you're aiming for here, Harry remarked, staring out the dirty window. I don't care, Harper replied. I'm tired of dancing around the subject. A not-quite smile twisted the corner of Harper's mouth. Harry, if I don't call you out on the crazy shit you pull, who will? The others. They're too scared of you to say anything. I know you have a problem with my methods, Harry began. Oh, it's not your methods I have a problem with, Harper corrected. Y was starting to lose the stranglehold on his temper. Then what is it? He bit out, turning his head to the side, just able to catch Harper's expression out of the corner of his eye. You've been owning me every step of this patrol and I have to say, I don't need you challenging my authority when we're in a life or death situation. There are easier ways to get yourself killed. There was a snort of derision from Harper. Funny you should say that. Harry spun to face him. Don't play coy with me. If you have a problem, fucking well spit it out already. Harper laughed, shoving his hands into his pockets as he scuffed the bottom of one worn boot in the grit of the floor. Come on, Potter, how long are you going to continue this farce? I mean, since we both know you're just going through the motions. Harper grinned and made a crude jerking off motion with one hand. You don't care about me, you don't even care about yourself. I knew you were tail spinning, but back there with the muggles. That was a whole new level of fucked up even for you. Harry shivered, Fatty's blood-stained coat not offering much in the way of insulation now that the adrenaline was wearing off. He didn't want to risk a warming charm for fear of detection. What are you getting at, Harper? Make it quick cuz it's fucking freezing in here. Are there even Death Eaters here? Asked Harper, not bothering to hide the accusatory note in his voice. We've already attracted the notice of your buddy, the necromancer. You that eager to lose the other hand too? Shut the fuck up, Harry growled. As the even a good reason why we're here besides playing Ring Around the Rosie with the Reaper. Harry met his gaze and held it, unflinching. Yes, Neville's patrol found solid evidence of Death Eater activity in this sector. The Muggles were just an opportunity to rid us of a problem. That was one hell of a way to go about it. What can I say? Harry replied with a humorless smile. Anything worth doing is worth doing well. Which brings me back to my original point. You have a problem with my methods. Fine. But don't bring it up in front of the same people who expect me to keep them alive each time we venture out here. I don't need your insubordination on top of that. You asked to be a part of this operation. And against my better judgment, I let you because I needed someone I could trust to watch my back. I know, Harper said, nodding his head. It was a fervent, schoolboyish gesture, and Harry was abruptly reminded of how much younger Harper was than him. 5 years might as well been a lifetime. For 3 years, I haven't questioned you at all. But Harry, you're getting reckless, and worse than that, you're getting careless. About being reckless, everyone else is starting to see it, too. At Harry's questioning look, he continued. Why do you think that nobody wants to be on your team for patrols? I must be unbelievably lucky, because I'm one of the few who keep coming back alive. How many others can say that? Quote, Harry sighed. This is a dangerous world we live in, Harper. Shit happens. I can't save everybody. I don't expect you to. But I don't know if I can trust your judgment these days. You treat these patrols way too casually. We're not tin soldiers, Harry. Harry rolled his eyes and went to rub the bridge of his nose, before remembering the blood and paint smeared across his face. I would never mistake you for a tin soldier, Harper. If you were, you might actually do what I tell you to on occasion, he replied drolly. See, this right now, this is what I'm talking about, said Harper. His expression gone mulish, muscle ticking in his jaw as he pointed a finger at Harry. You're treating this war like a joke. I'm not treating it like a joke, Harry assured him. A smile creeping onto his face at his own black humor. If I was, it would probably have a better punch line. It didn't even warrant a sliver of a grin. Well, you're certainly not taking it seriously. This place, this absolute hell we are living in, it should have you shaking with terror, or at least cautious and wary. Instead, you act like you're taking a walk in the park on a sunny day. Harper shook his head in disbelief, scrubbing a hand through his hair. What is wrong with you? Don't drag me into your passive suicide. Too late, Harry thought idly. Some of what he was thinking must have shown on his face, because Harper's mouth tightened in anger, and for a faint second, Harry could see a flash of fear and hurt in his eyes. Harry chuckled without feeling any true mirth. He spread his arms wide and gestured to the grimy walls of the warehouse around him. Look around you, Harper. This was never going to end in a happily ever after. His face slackened with disbelief. You're giving up, said Harper, voice thin and strained. Do you know where Voldemort is? Asked felt calm, almost drugged, blood sitting slow and sluggish in his veins. 'Cause I don't. He's not even in the UK, hasn't been for over 2 years. And I can't get out of the country. I can't go looking for him. I can't chase the bastard down and destroy him. The Dark Lord cut his losses a long time ago and left. As far as I'm concerned, he won. End of story. So you're just going to let everybody's death be meaningless? This whole war is meaningless. It was started a long time before either of us was born. Now it's devolved into hatred for the sake of hatred. Harry glanced at Harper's pole-axed expression. Poor boy looked like somebody had ripped the rug out from under him. Oh, don't give me that look, Harp. You didn't really think we were going to get out of this mess alive. No, it was faint and sad, but underneath laid a live current of anger burning holes in Harper's next words. But I thought I would at least have the opportunity to choose how I died. But instead, my best friend is treating me like cannon fodder because he's decided that he doesn't want to play with all of the other kiddies anymore. Harry lashed out. Harper spun 360 degrees before hitting the ground. Their conversation had apparently gotten loud enough to attract the notice of Jones and Francis. Whoa, 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 Jones said as he inserted himself between Harry and Harper's sprawled form on the floor. I leave you two alone for a couple of minutes and now you're trading punches. What the fuck is going on here? A purpling bruise was already darkening on Harper's face as Francis pulled him to his feet. Nothing, Harry replied, meeting Harper's incredulous look with a careful, shuttered gaze. It's all been sorted out now. Green light flashed past Harry's ear. Harry whirled around to face the darkened corner of the warehouse, dropping to one knee and drawing his wand. A spell already illuminating the end. Yellow light arced over his head from Jones' return fire. Another jet of light answered from the corner, green spell splashing off the floor, and Harry released his curse. A masked and cloaked Death Eater dropped to the ground from the shadows, blood pooling out of the gash in his throat. The whole thing couldn't have taken more than 4 seconds. Where did he come from? Harry muttered, casting out around him for others. The sleet and snow cut so far down on his senses he might as well be blind. He'd never even sensed the Death Eater, let alone his hexes. Harry, there was a strange note in Jones's voice. Harry turned around and found Harper's limp form crumpled on the dusty floor again, eyes wide and glazed, mouth halfway open like he was just about to say something. Jones blinked back at him, startled, the beginnings of fear flitting across his face. It took Harry a moment to realize that Harper wasn't breathing, that the wounded key ning and the soft spatter of someone's insides dripping from their gut was coming from Francis, and that the popping noise in his ears wasn't firecrackers or the sound his knuckles made when he clenched his fists, but the sounds of multiple Death Eaters apparating into the warehouse around him. And then there was a flare of light behind them, and Jonesy's head came off at his shoulders. January 9, 2008. T. 13:48 hours. At almost 28 years old, this wasn't where he'd expected to end up. Harry couldn't say that he'd had some elaborate life planned out for himself. Normal family, normal job, normal life. For a kid who grew up in the cupboard under the stairs, those were high aspirations. Normal was a concept, a philosophy, an ideal that was a bit like the Holy Grail in that you could discuss it all you wanted. But at the end of the day, it was just another theory from somebody else's imagination. It was never really his. And somewhere along the way, he'd stopped wanting these things, stopped believing in these things, stopped dreaming of having them for himself. Maybe it started when he was 16 and he'd just experienced the first rush of fear and adrenaline that came with the hot gush of somebody else's lifeblood over his hands. Maybe it started when he was 17, flush full of anger and raw with it when the Department of Mysteries set its ultimatum: join us or be decal. A murderer with a warrant for his arrest and a bounty on his head. Or maybe it was when he was 20 and he'd just watched Dumbledore's limp form topple to the ground, the sinking feeling of dread swooping through his stomach along with the surety that things were going to get much, much worse. Harry didn't know when it was that he'd stopped living and started just going through the motions. But he was fairly sure it had started long before everything fell apart. He kept firing his Beretta in the melee until the magazine clicked empty. Someone flung a killing curse at his chest. Harry slid sideways, lethal spell flying past him and into the Death Eater coming up behind him. His shout of alarm abruptly cut off. Whirling, Harry ducked an entrails expelling curse and jabbed his wand at the Death Eater. The wizard's howl of pain ended in a bloody gurgle as his ribs splintered, bone shards perforating his lungs. Turning, mangled corpse falling from his grasp, Harry sent a jet of acid into the sea of black robes. They screamed, skin smoking where it hit. His spine prickled in warning and Harry hit the ground, yellow curse light flying a finger's width past his head to splash against the side of the warehouse. Air whistled above him. Harry leapt aside, a steel beam from the warehouse's ceiling blossoming in the ground where he had lain. He snarled, lunging at a Death Eater stupid enough to get within arm's reach, and neatly slit his throat, blade passing deep enough to grind against bone. A killing curse brushed past him and he damn near felt dizzy at the siren call of death. Harry spat a flat, guttural word in German and the Death Eater's head spun around twice before popping off his neck with a sound like a cork leaving the bottle. The head rolled to a stop in between him and the remaining Death Eaters. Mask long gone, the head showed plain, mousy features and a long, pointed nose. Back off, a woman's barked into the silence. He's going to kill us all if we don't wait for reinforcements. The Death Eaters stilled, wands extended, latent power still humming in the air. Harry watched them as he waited for the next wave of attack, his adrenaline flowing high and bright, magic singing in his veins. They stood in a semicircle 30 paces away, bone-white masks gleaming in the shadows like ghosts. Nobody bothered to pick up the dead and the wounded. Then a groan of metal bending in on itself from above and everyone looked up. The metal supports buttressing the ceiling began to vibrate, metal shivering on metal. A bend appeared in the ceiling, roof, bowing to kiss the ground and then the walls began to shudder as well. The warehouse was coming down. Shit fuck. It was one of those stopgap moments in life, where everything went still and you felt as if you were moving in normal time. But everyone else was on pause, like someone had stopped the film halfway through. When it came down to it, Harry never expected to die out here. Oh sure, he'd pursued death wholeheartedly. But he'd never really believed it. Survive enough fantastical shit, and suddenly, you start to accept the stories as truth. So sure of your own immortality, that reckless, indestructible feeling rubbing against your insides, you start to believe you're untouchable, invincible, unconquerable. Pride always did come before a fall. Harry hit the warehouse door running. January 9, 2008. 1740 hours. Fucking snow. The cold seeped into his aching wounds, making his joints feel creaky and inflamed with pain. Warming charms were great and all, but they didn't sink way deep down inside where the bite of winter burrowed its way to the bone. He'd been making circles for hours, leading the Death Eaters on a merry chase as he tried to muddle his tracks. But whatever they were, ing to trail him was scarily accurate because he hadn't been able to loose them once. Fuck, it had to be blood. God knew he'd spilt enough of it all over this damned city. I am not going to be run into the ground like a fucking animal. All right, he yelled into the white silence. I give up. You win already. Nothing. The world around him was still and cold, snow muting everything save for the soft crunch of ice under his feet. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Harry laughed, voice bouncing off the empty buildings around him. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He taunted. There was a flutter of black robes and a white mask in the corner of his vision. The sad, sooty scraps of somebody's curtains flapped from the broken window above him. Glass shattered nearby and Harry turned. Just in time to take a killing curse to the face. Dizziness washed over him, the world turning into a miasma of green light. There was a ghostly gurgle of water in his ears, shallow and swift. A current tugging at his knees. It would be easy to lie down and let the chill water of the stream wash him where it willed. And then there was the taste of ash in the air again. Snow beneath his hands and soaking past his heavy armor into the knees of his BDUs. Air rushed into his throat, mouth hanging open stupidly as he gasped life back into his lungs. Green light hit him again. It wasn't a gurgling brook that called him now, but the roar of a river, fast and deep, black water plunging over the side of a cliff to crash against sharp rocks below. He came back crumpled on the snow this time. Gray slush melting into Fatty's overcoat, body convulsing with the need to breathe. Under the snow lay the same muck and building rubble strewn across London. The hard crust of the snowfall didn't do one damn thing to cushion his body. Harry coughed, blood trickling from the side of his mouth, and knew his broken rib had finally pierced his lung. White masks peered out of the ruins around him. Wands drawn, but they were still, frozen with shock. What? No takers, he wheezed, grinning through the haze of gray in his vision. You're not afraid, are you? Lee, Quid burbled in his airways and Harry doubled over coughing, ribs protesting unhappily. The copper taste was stronger now and snow beneath him was splattered with blood. He braced his hands on his knees and levied himself upright. The familiar hum of his own magic was rapidly closing in on his location. Taking a page out of the necromancer's book, Harry stalled for time. Been following us since Lemure let loose the Inferi. Haven't you? Harry said, voice still strong despite the rattle in his lungs. The white masks were silent. You burned Neil and the rest alive, he said, remembering the smell of burned flesh and the little burnt briquettes that used to be hands and feet. He'd come across their corpses on one of his circles around the city. Even he felt mildly horrified at what they'd been put through before the blissful mercy of death pulled them under. Trapped them, pinned them in like a herd of cattle against the wall. Did you hear how they screamed? How they begged? Harry glanced around. Didn't quite sound human, did it? A Death Eater, half hidden behind a hotel doorway, shuffled nervously. Harry laughed, shaking his head as he stuffed his hands in his pockets. Plastic crinkled under his fingers. Look at the atrocities you commit. And how many of you have the gall to call me a monster? The howl of the winter wolf echoed across the buildings and Harry watched the Death Eaters scramble for cover as his violet-eyed creation ambushed its unfortunate victim, claws outstretched, maw open in a lupine grin. Glass and steel gleamed through a layer of frost as the Ing shredded the Death Eater and pounced on another. Harry began to chant, silver light gleaming in the air around him as his mouth moved soundlessly through a series of incantations. The trail of blue, spattered over the icy road burst into white flame, thick, hazy smoke obscuring the air. Somebody yelped high and panicked as the tracking device containing Harry's blood lit up like a magnesium flare. Spellfire blasted past his ear. Harry spun, flinging the plastic snack wrapper into the Death Eater's mask. The man swatted the thing from the air just in time to catch Harry's killing curse in the face. Harry waved his wand in the pattern Professor McGonagall had long drilled into his head, murmuring the words to transfigure the wrapper into a lion. Or, at least he tried to. The piece of plastic twisted and expanded, growing strong muscular legs and a feline frame. But in the place of tawny hair, grew a thick, luxurious coat of dark gray fur striped with black like a tiger, malachite green eyes instead of gold. With white tufts on the ears like a lynx. A new thing with claws and teeth entered the fray, and if it weren't for the sharp taste of rhyme on the air, Harry would write it off as just another one of his transfiguration mishaps. It turned and looked at him, green eyes gleaming with intelligence and bloodlust, red streaked over its fur. Putrid orange light brushed past him close enough to ruffle his hair, drawing him back into the chaos. January 9, 2008. Unknown. Snow hid all manner of sins. The pack of angry wizards lay buried under a fresh coating of white. He'd finally tore the ligament in his injured knee beyond its capability to support him. Harry gave up on struggling to his feet and sat back, sprawled in the snow like a ragdoll. The grisly sound of tearing meat came from the gray and black creature beside him as it crunched heavy jaws through the meat and sinew of a fallen Death Eater. Black robes lay torn in the snow, the soft, muted colors of his insides EAD around the unfortunate fucker and smeared onto Harry himself. A limp hand poked him in the hip and Harry tiredly brushed it away from himself. The cat took that as an invitation to use it as a chew toy. Bone popped thick and wet as the thing bit down, a satisfied purr buzzing away in its throat. Harry reached out and scratched the side of its jaw, the happy whir intensifying as the cat butted its head against his hand in search of more attention. It nipped gently at Harry's skin and curled up at his side as friendly as a house cat, its meal abandoned. Cunning green eyes dipped closed with contentment, its gray and black striped tail flicking from side to side. "Hey there, puss puss," Harry mumbled to the animal as he rubbed behind its ears. "Not going to let me go alone, are you?" There was a piece of rebar lodged in Harry's gut, neatly shish kebabbing him through the abdomen, the corrosive fluids of his internal organs seeping into his belly. Each breath he drew felt like fire. Was setting in fast and shock wasn't far behind it. Harry didn't think his chances for survival were high. Meltwater soaked his clothes and his skin and Harry wondered if his body had forgotten how to shiver. God, he was so fucking tired. His eyelids were as heavy as lead and Harry abruptly dug the fingers of his left hand into an ugly gash on his thigh. Pain and consciousness shook him awake with the force of a hammer blow and Harry clenched his teeth against the scream rising from his throat. A rattling click, click, click of steel joints came stalking across the snow. Harry's view of the steel and glass animation pared down to a hulking, chrome-edged menace slinking through the shadows, violet eyes glowing eerie and bright in the evening gloom. The cat's hackles went up and it hissed at Harry's monstrous animation. Soft fur sticking up in a ruff along its spine like a mohawk. Copper burbled in his throat and Harry gasped for air. January 9, 2008. Unknown. The next time Harry awoke, it was to the feeling of movement. Knobbly shards of glass and ragged steel ends jabbing at his skin. Metal gleamed above him and Harry gradually recognized the underside of his animation's long muzzle. The monster held him curled close, feet dangling over one limb, his head resting on the shoulder of the other as it bounded across the snow in an easy lope. The slight bobbing of his body in the Eater's hold aggravated the hole in his gut, a dull acidic burn working its way through him. Shouting ricocheted inside his skull and Harry closed his eyes against dizzy swirl of the world around him. "Fuck. Down," he said, thumping his animation on the shoulder. The Death Eater reinforcements weren't far behind and the buildings around him were far too familiar for comfort. Maybe 400 meters ahead lay one of the bunker's hidden entrances. His animation gently set him down in the snow, steel and glass parts clicking and chirping worriedly. He fought to stay sitting up for a moment, feet gone curiously numb. Arms beginning to shake with strain. Harry's shaking hands loosened the laces of a leather pouch tied to his belt. Large silver marbles spilt across the snow, the meticulously etched runes on the surface of the spheres frosting up immediately in the cold. Multiple pops of apparition echoed in every direction. Blood crept up the back of his throat again and Harry spat it out. A streak of runny red spattered on the muddy slush on the streets. "Go," he said, nudging the violet-eyed animation. "Buy me some time." Pointing his wand at the pile of sliver spheres, he flicked his wrist in a figure-8 pattern and willed the damn things to come to life as he ignored the furious shouting from the pack of Death Eaters, the thunderclap of spells bouncing off the ruins around him. The silver marbles bounced on the snow and rolled into a line like small soldiers standing at attention. The runes glittered with rainbow-hued light, frost melting from them as they began to heat. A shrill cry of pain echoed in the background and faded into a gurgle, Harry's steel and glass animation screaming with rage. The snow beneath the spheres turned to water as they spun in place, a high-pitched whine beginning to emanate from their whirling forms. There was the sound of ruptured metal. And then nothing. Scrap metal lay strewn across the snow, the violet glow gone from his animation's eyes. Harry started to laugh, blood dripping from his mouth and smearing over his throat and chin. "Die," he said, dark water gurgling in his ears. "Die screaming." Red-orange streaks of light L.F. spots in his vision as the spheres shot off in different directions. A murmur of unrest rippled through those left of the Death Eaters. One bright soul hastily conjured a shield, white mask hanging loose around his neck. Dark eyes fixed warily upon Harry. It didn't fucking matter. The world exploded in light. Psychology 101. Disclaimer. Chances are if you missed the disclaimer in the first chapter, you're skimming this FIC and probably missing more of the story than you think. Chapter 1 Psychology 101 Date. Unknown Unknown. The hypnotic swirl of dark water untangled its coils from around his mind and Harry came to with a quick, startled inhalation. Bright light hit his eyes. For a moment, he was too shocked at being alive to do anything. Then, half-blinded, furious with adrenaline and panic, Harry found himself on his feet, wand outstretched and humming in his palm. He blinked the spots from his vision, feeling remarkably well despite the crick in his neck that came from lying on the floor for too long. In fact, there was a distinct lack of pain. No fire seeping into his belly from being gutted alive, no shards of bones that were once his ribs jabbing into his lungs, no tang of blood on his breath. Now, his pulse beat as steady and strong in his veins as a metronome, breath sweet in his lungs whole and hale. Harry wobbled in place, vertigo almost taking his feet out from under him. Light streamed in through the window. Harry turned, raising a hand in front of his eyes to ward off the glare, Fatty's overcoat tangling around his ankles. How odd, he thought, for some reason he remembered it hitting a bit below his knees. It was sunny outside, sunny like summer, hot and bright with the promise of rain on the wind. Stumbling toward the light, Harry grabbed hold of the sill before he might fall through the open window. The sky was so blue, so clean, no smoke, no acrid stench of dead things and hot metal, no trace of ozone, dark magic, stinging his nostrils. Everything smelled moist and green and fresh. There was a breeze outside and it tasted of sun-warmed tarmac and cut grass, and the heat upon his face felt so different from the cold midwinter night of moments before. He blinked, wondering if this was like one of those desert mirages, thirst and heat haze drawing an oasis from the sands. Something metallic roared nearby, the growl rumbling up the side of the room. A clunk sounded from the shifting of mechanical components. Was that a car? Harry peeked around the edge of the sill, eyes wide and stunned as he watched a man in the small cobalt vehicle fumble with something near the gear shift, before backing out of the driveway. The Mini Cooper took a left at the end of the street and disappeared around the corner of a well-manicured garden. Harry gawked. As far as desert mirages went, this one was really fucking convincing. He swallowed, sweat dripping down his face as he slowly lowered his wand. There was something very, very wrong here. Torture, he wondered. Is this supposed to be torture? Some clever illusion designed to look like Muggle suburbia, so I'll let my guard down. Whoever had created this technique must not have been very bright. Because Harry still had both swords, his wand and his Beretta 9 with 2 spare magazines stuffed into his pouch along with his heavy winter robes. Was it some kind of head game, like legilimency? A hallucinatory potion? Maybe. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Institutional white, sunlight glancing bright and piercing off the walls. It was Spartan in nature. Adorned only with a plywood wardrobe, a desk and chair set, and a small bed that had definitely seen better days. There was a ratty blanket on the bed and a thin pillow, both that dingy gray that only came with age and wear. Beside it was a small pile of textbooks, parchment scraps poking out their tops. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot read the title of 1001. Magical Herbs and Fungi and Where to Find Them. Read another, a fluffy quill and half-finished essay sticking out the side. These were a schoolboy's books, Harry thought with a perplexed huff of laughter, and a wizard's to boot. Harry glanced around the room. A Gryffindor banner was pinned up behind the door and a polished broom stood in the corner next to the wardrobe. There was a calendar on the wall. Red slashes marked through most of the days. A brass-bound trunk lay open at the foot of the bed, black robes spilling over the edge, and on top of the wardrobe sat a plain, wrought iron bird cage with a bag of owl treats sitting beside it. This was his room. This was his room from number 4, Privet Drive in Little Whinging, Surrey, right down to the very last, half-remembered detail. Only, it wasn't really his, was it? His, referred to that rash, teenage version of himself. The stupid kid of bygone years who was more concerned with silly things like girls and Quidditch and completing his homework. The boy who hardly understood what he was getting into when he accepted his place in Hogwarts. He may as well have signed his name in the Devil's Book of the Damned. Harry glanced at his hands, stained dark and sticky from where they peeked out of Fatty's 2 long sleeves. Oh, nicely done. Whoever's idea this was, trapping Harry in number 4, was subtler than he originally thought. Hell of a distraction. Make his mind wander, and while he strolled along memory lane, they'd suck him under further. Nothing. They'd gotten smarter since the last time he'd been captured. No cracks in the mind construct. No little mouse holes to slip out of. No smooth walls for his mind to bump up against. No telltale sign that there was even a cage meant to contain him. No way for him to find his way out. Voices underfoot shattered the pin-drop silence. Harry jumped, heart pounding in his ears like thunder, shivering even as Fatty's overcoat heated in the false summer sunshine coming through the open window. Then there was the muted stomp of heels hitting carpeted stairs, and a strident, feminine tone cut through the air. Harry Potter. The voice shrilled, a hand knocking sharp and loud on the door. Don't you dare think you'll be sleeping in all day. He twitched, eyes darting over the room for cover, pulse pounding in his throat. His mind scrabbled at the walls around him, struggling for some way to turn the room into a dense forest of trees, branches twisting to hide his thought form from searching eyes. Cold panic stung the back of his throat, so close like the snow he imagined underfoot. But the room remained stubbornly fixed in place. The doorknob rattled. Get up. Harry froze, stunned disbelief gluing his feet to the floor. Petty, he mouthed. Petunia, as in Aunt Petunia. Oh fuck me, he breathed. I beg your pardon, said a woman from the open doorway. Harry whirled and dropped to a crouch, palm finding the Beretta 9 holstered under his left arm, wand tucked out of sight. The thing imitating Petunia glared at him, blue eyes sparking with anger, wheat blonde hair pulled back from its face with a gold barrette. I will not have that kind of language in my house. Thin nostrils flared as it inhaled, pink spots of hectic indignation forming high on its cheeks. Is that perfectly clear? Harry flicked off the strap holding the weapon in place, waiting for the thing's face to distort and turn into the white mask of a Death Eater. Or worse, for its mouth to fall open in a smile, growing wider and wider until its skin split at the seams, jaw yawning into an Inferi's vacant-eyed leer of hunger. He went still, hand poised upon his weapon and ready to draw. Its lip curled, picture-perfect imitation of Petunia Dursley. What? Not Petunia spun on one tall, expensive heel and stomped her way out of the room, peach-colored dress swishing about her calves. And go take a shower, it barked at him over her shoulder. You smell like death warmed over. The door slammed behind her, bouncing back open from the force of her swing. Oh, what to do, what to do? Harry silently slipped out the door. He prowled down the hallway from the recreated model of his room at number 4. The house was almost a perfect reincarnation of his memories, but warped just subtle enough to throw his perceptions off and make him feel seasick. It was like being stuck in a carnival funhouse with the crazy mirrors and furniture nailed to the ceiling. The doorknobs and windows were set higher than they should be, the floor too close like one of those goofy 3DF ILMs where shit popped out of the screen at you. Harry shuddered, nausea rolling about in his belly. This was weird. They left him his weapons, but paid a hell of a lot of attention to the insignificant details of the scene. Someone's priorities were a little fucked up. The stairs creaked beneath his weight in the exact same pattern as before Privet Drive became ashen embers. An imitation Dudley sat enthralled by the chattering telly. Brilliant colors flickering seizure quick across the screen. Not Dudley didn't even notice him, which was a fairly accurate approximation of his real cousin's self-absorbed personality. Full points for that Death Eater's portrayal. Harry stepped into the kitchen, the ugly oriental carpet changing to white linoleum. Petunia stood in the kitchen, rubber glow vase covering her hands to her elbows as she washed dishes, Brillo pad scratching at a particularly stubborn spot of grease. She was oblivious to Harry as he stood behind her, the Beretta 9 in hand and braced to fire. There were so many silencing spells scrawled along the barrel of the weapon. He could put 2 rounds in her head, walk over to the fat ass on the couch, put 2 rounds in his head, and no one would be the wiser. Or maybe he'd slide up behind her and cut her throat. Snicker snack and then it'd all be over. Not that easy, though. Never that easy. Forks and knives clattered together in the sink. Harry took another step forward, a beam of light from the kitchen window passing over his face. He was less than 3 feet behind. Not Petunia, and she had no fucking idea, couldn't even hear the sound of his breathing, let alone Fatty's coat brushing against his ankles over the water running in the sink. The gun gleamed as black as sin in the sunlight, its presence just as alien an anomaly as Harry in Not Petunia's well-ordered kitchen. He stilled, weapon aimed at the back of her head. Mum. Harry whirled to face the doorway at the sound of Not Dudley's cry from the other room. The Beretta 9 hidden near his shoulder holster, but his hands were shaking and the holster was sliding all over the place, the worn leather gaping funny in the shoulders. He couldn't get a hold of the damn thing. Mum. The telly's gone all fuzzy. Then there was a shrill, airy yelp from behind him and Harry twisted to find Not Petunia staring at him from way too close, like she'd turned from the sink while simultaneously taking a step forward at Dudley's whine. She leaned back from him, one sopping rubber glove braced over her heart. If her eyes got any wider, they might roll out of her head and onto the floor. Mum. Not Dudley had gotten up from the couch and was clomping his way towards the kitchen, clueless as usual to the world around him. Who are you? Asked Not Dudley in a petulant voice. Tilting his head, Harry stared. Dudley fucking Dursley peered at him from just outside the doorway. Or, at least it looked like his cousin. Harry turned to face the Death Eater. He'd heard a story about cooking frogs once during a patrol a few years back. How when placed in boiling water, they'd jump back out, but when placed in cool water, the frogs would sit croaking and bumping about the bottom of the pot while the water temperature rose ever higher around them. He wondered how long it'd take for Not Dudley to realize how warm the water was. Harry moved slow and smooth, sidled right up beside the Death Eater like the serpent in the garden. Not Dudley took a hesitant step backward and Harry began to circle him, sliding loose-limbed and soundless over the carpet around the Death Eater's bulk. It was a good imitation of a young Dudley Dursley, right down to the pudge of belly creeping over his belt and his heavy, open-mouth breathing, the buttery stink of fat sweat clinging to his muggle clothes. The thing flinched. What are you doing? I'm not fat, the impersonator bellowed, face turning splotchy with rage. Don't talk to it, Dudley, said Not Petunia with growing alarm. She'd backed up against the kitchen counter, eyes darting towards the door and away, skittering over Harry's form like she couldn't quite accept his presence as real. That's not your cousin anymore. Of course not. Harry purred. Nice costume, by the way. Very realistic. He held up his hand in the A-OK gesture and gave Not Dudley an exaggerated wink. Got my fat-ass cousin down to a T. The thing's fists clenched, doughy face purpling like a pig's, a short, roly-poly Vernon with Vernon's shitty sense of humor. Secrets. Not Dudley's eyes widened from their piggish squint. Harry, he breathed. The impersonator stared wide-eyed from the sludge caked on Harry's boots and streaked on Fatty's coat all the way to the blood drying stiff and spiky in his hair. What did you do to yourself? Don't talk to it, Dudley. Petunia shrieked, almost crawling up onto the counter to get away from Harry. Her scream hit a crescendo when Harry abruptly pointed the Beretta 9 at her. Shut your flapping maw, Harry snarled. Goddamned blithering bint. Sweat dripped down Not Dudley's face. That's not real, he stuttered, eyes fixed on the sleek weapon in Harry's hands. That's just a toy. Sure it is, Harry agreed, teeth still bared in that terrible caricature of a grin. Check this out, Dudders. Look right up here, he drawled in a voice as slow as molasses, bringing his hands up like in prayer. Tapping the space between his eyes with the cold barrel of the gun. Look at my scar. Hideous fucking thing, isn't it? The Death Eater stupidly followed the glint of sunlight traveling up the line of the weapon until he met Harry's eyes. Fast as a snake, Harry's legilimency reached out and sank its fingers into the Death Eater's mind, pushing at the walls of N.O.T. Dudley's brain for the key to his cage. His cousin howled with pain, blood dripping from his nose as he screamed, hands pressed to the sides of his skull. Lights, color, sound. Oh God, oh God. He hadn't even registered that his back had hit the wall, or that his legs had crumpled underneath him, or that his ass had met the floor in a tangled heap of limbs and blood-stained overcoat. Dudley do. R.S. Lay took off towards the stairs at a speed Harry wouldn't have believed of him if he hadn't just been faced with undeniable proof that Not Dudley was in fact his cousin. Fat, sloppy, slobby Dudley Dursley in the fucking flesh. Live and kicking. Emboldened, Petunia lunged at the sink and seized a metal spatula. She let out a high, strangled cry and flung it at Harry, taking a chip out of the drywall above his head. Get out, she screamed, thrashing against the counter where her dress was caught on the lip of the sink. The flat murmur of tearing cloth echoed through the kitchen and Petunia. Aunt Petunia jackknifed off the counter, hard enough she almost landed on her hands and knees. Get out of my house, you freak. Harry stood, someone else at the helm of his body, and jerkily began to make his way to the stairs. Feet shuffling across the carpet. Something grabbed hold of Fatty's overcoat and Harry tilted his head to the side to see what it was, boneless with disbelief. Petunia tightened her grip on his collar and shook him vigorously. You bad boy, she admonished him like Marge would her bulldog. When it piddled on the carpet, a finger wagging under Harry's nose. Bad boy, we take you in and this is how you repay us. Get out. Quote, in a surprising feat of strength, she started hauling him back towards the front door, the intent to throw him out written clear as day in the furious pink flush on her face. Harry left the ratty collar of Fatty's overcoat in her hand as he took the stairs two at a time, angry protests following behind him. Fatty's overcoat tangled arrow, wound his ankles and Harry tripped over its trailing hem, momentum carrying him into the wall. Picture frames clattered to the ground around him as he struggled to his feet, shoulder beginning to throb unhappily. Look at what you've done, howled Petunia, blonde wisps springing free from her immaculate hairstyle. She looked haggard and crazed, the thin hollows of her cheeks stark with fury. Harry elped cool metal under his hand and twisted the doorknob. His room again, too small, too bright, too white. He crossed the room in 3 long strides he had no memory of taking and ripped the calendar from the wall. Hands shaking bad enough that he almost dropped the damn thing. 1993, it read in large bold letters across the top. July 17, 1993. Bullshit, Harry bit out with a snarl. There was an angry squawk from his doorway. But Harry ignored it. Something unnameable welled up inside, something that was 1 part fury, 1 part panic, and 1 part a soundless, mindless roar screaming in his hind brain to fight. Dudley's door opened with a tentative creak, the heavy sound of his footsteps muffled against the carpet. Harry let go of the calendar, loose pages spilling over his boots in a whisper fall of paper. What are you waiting for? Petunia demanded. Pack your things and go. His hands fell on the railing of the old bed frame and shifting his weight, Harry swung it around against the far wall. Mattress, pillow, blankets, books and all, hitting the floor. He swallowed past a lump in his throat, a curious sense of apprehension welling up inside his chest. Maybe the prophecy was right. Maybe neither could live while the other survived, Voldemort half dead and Harry half mad. The chair followed the bed across the room. Stop it, stop it. What are you doing? Petunia shrieked from the doorway, her son peeking fearfully out from behind her. Harry wrapped his hands around the smooth leg of the desk and whipped it around at the doorway, parchment and ink flying off in different directions. Petunia screamed. The desk splintered against the doorway, gouging a long scrape in the dry wall. One of the legs flew off and hit the wall of pictures across from Harry's doorway. Frames fell off the wall, the corner of one bouncing off Dudley's skull with a meaty walk. Harry snatched the cracked inkwell from the floor, ink dripping from his hand and her. Led it at Petunia just as the woman looked up. Glass shattered against the wall. Black ink spattered both Dudley and Petunia, glass shards littering the carpet by their feet. Calm and damn near serene with it, Harry picked up one of the broken-off legs from the desk. Nodding to himself, he turned and with a perfect swing, began beating the shit out of the wardrobe. The leg splintered on the 8th swing. I'd like to be alone now. Please, he said, calmly staring Petunia in the eye. If you think, Petunia started, white-faced and shaking. Go away, Harry said in a low growl, his words lace. D with the same dark power sparking through his veins as was screaming in his brain, murder humming under his skin. The ceiling above Petunia's head cracked, powdery bits of plaster sprinkling down on her hair like dust. The window behind him shattered, glass spraying everywhere. A strong wind came through the broken window and slammed the door shut hard enough to rattle the walls. Harry floated on the edge of this manic high, desperately wanting to believe this was the prelude to some elaborate torture trap, that this was only the figment of a mind broken by stress and failed suicide. He'd declared his prospects dull and nil, stamped his passport out of the land of the living, thumbed his nose at his enemies, and flat-lined before the explosives finished going off. There shouldn't have even been enough of Harry Potter left over to piece together and perform psychic lobotomies on. He remembered that last, shuddering breath as his eyelids slid shut, the oncoming roar rushing in his ears. Before his parting gift shattered the surrounding mile. But this was undeniably, unequivocally real. Not a hallucination or dream or head game. This was real and he had died. As in dead and fucking gone. Death was. He couldn't remember. Oh sure, he remembered dying in all of its technicolor horror, but death itself. Drifting along, caught in the current of a deep, dark river, black water flowing around him as he bumped into other souls trapped in the same waterways. How did he get here? How the fuck did he get here? He scrubbed at his face with both hands. Caught in a numb loop of disbelief, Harry began to pick out all of the small details his subconscious had blocked out of recognition. A pair of wire-rimmed spectacles lay near the window where the desk had stood, the lenses shattered, tape holding the nosepieces together. The end of a holly and phoenix feather wand stuck out from the wardrobe where it had rolled and one of the essays spread out across the glass and ink spattered. Floor had his fucking name written across the top in the wide, sloppy handwriting from his youth. Harry Potter, Year 3, The Theory of Inanimate Transfiguration. Harry couldn't seem to catch his breath. Air whistled uselessly in and out of his lungs as an unfamiliar emotion wormed its way up through his chest. He laughed, wheezing and gasping for breath, the wall of stubborn, willful denial growing thin and shattering like the glass on the floor. He wasn't crying, not really. It was stupid, because he'd attended hundreds of funerals and buried half as many friends, and for all of that he hadn't been able to make his body cry. Now though, now when the sorrow had grown old and scabbed over and with the looming probability of having to do it all over again, now the waterworks came. It was selfish and childish and Harry couldn't make himself stop. He stuffed a fist in his mouth to keep the mad howl of hysterical laughter from bubbling over, biting down on his knuckles until he tasted blood. It made him wonder what would happen if he stuck the Beretta 9 in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Go up and see how close he could stand to that ugly, empty edge of oblivion. Would he hear the bang? Or would it be over with before he could feel his consciousness splatter against the walls? Steel skin warm and growing warmer. He flipped the safety off, pressing his finger against the tension in the trigger. If 2 killing curses and handful of sorcery-fueled pocket bombs didn't work, why would a bullet be that much more effective? Maybe if he emptied the whole magazine into his brain pan, maybe he wouldn't have time to come back again after each one. Maybe he'd stay dead this time. Harry pulled the trigger. The gun clicked empty, the sound rattling through his teeth and into his skull. Confused, Harry ejected the magazine and stared dumbstruck. There were 5 rounds left in the magazine, and he was sure that if he looked, he'd find another jammed in the Beretta 9. The realization of what he'd done, what he'd almost done, hit him and a giggle slipped out sideways. Harry barely had time to lunge for the trash can next to the desk before his meager meal of beef jerky crawled up the back of his throat. Knee-jerk reflex kept him gagging long past the point where his stomach was empty and bile was the only thing coming up, peppery acid burning the soft flesh of his mouth. Harry wiped his face on Fatty's sleeve with a muttered, "Fuck. Please no. Please, please, don't make me do this again. I may have been born a child of violence, but please, don't do this to me. Don't make me live this again. I can't do this anymore." He cut that train of thought off before it could devolve into the mad gibbering whirling around in the back of his mind. The taste of bile still sat thick and nauseating in his throat. Grabbing the corner of an oversized shirt crumpled on the floor, Harry wiped his face with it, smearing a mixture of blood, grease paint, ink and mucus on the wrinkled cotton. Some people could cry and look strong and cool while doing it, single tears of manly pain trickling from their eyes. Harry wasn't one of them. He just got blotchy with snot dripping everywhere. Where do you go from here? Harry stared at the damage he'd wrought on his old room at number 4, Privet Drive in Little Whinging, Surrey. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Muttering blue-tinged curses under his breath, Harry dragged the mattress free of the wreckage and peeled off the glass-studded sheets. Using the sheets as a crude broom, he cleared the floor of most of the glass, kicking aside the rest of the mess. Hedwig's cage, his trunk, and broomstick joined the mattress. The back of the chair had broken off, leaving a battered, but functional stool behind. His old wand lay abandoned under the wardrobe. Harry crouched down to get a better look at it. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple, the wand was. A warm memory of yesteryear when magic was still newfound and wondrous. He picked up a thick shard of glass and used it to roll the wand towards him. His original wand was destroyed early on in the war. He'd been 17 and still blind to how many people had an eye on him. During a minor skirmish, he'd tried a tricky bit of dark magic meant to turn his opponent inside out. One badly parried curse later and Harry fudged the spell, his wand dissolving into a handful of singed splinters. Its replacement was a weapon designed to channel pure, unadulterated destruction. The wand held no fancy titles, no grave warning, no dire prophecy. It was just a tool, simple and efficient, and it fit Harry's hands like a dream. The holly wand lay quietly on the floor in front of him. Harry wondered what it would feel like to hold it. Would it still feel hot in his palm, with its soft hum of power and the sense memory of Phoenix song vibrating in his ears? Harry found himself reaching for the wand without realization and he jerked back. Off balance enough to land on his ass again. He laughed. Once a fool, always a fool. He didn't know if he could even get the holly wand to spark anymore. Not aft. He'd wielded the other and Harry wasn't dumb enough to try and find out, especially when there was a good chance the trace was very much live and kicking. Snagging the edge of an ugly old dress shirt hanging out of the wardrobe, Harry dropped it over the wand. He wrapped the fabric around the length of wood and tossed it onto the mattress, sick of the memories the thing brought up. The house was silent below him. Dudley and Petunia were long gone. Fatty's overcoat was stiff with drying fluids and it smelled like the hobos Harry used to cross the street to avoid when he was younger. He peeled the coat off, wadding the thing up into a tight ball before tossing it onto the pile of broken glass. His t-shirt underneath was soaked with a pungent combination of sweat and blood and damn near glued to his skin. Removing his Beretta, he checked the safety and carefully set the weapon on the mattress, dropping his shoulder rig beside it. Harry fumbled at the buckles of his armor for a moment. fingernails so caked with crud that it was a struggle to get a hold of the sturdy clasps, before finding the catch and shrugging out of the heavy dragonhide. Tiny runes winked in the light where they were stitched into the soft lining with silver gilt thread. Unbuckling his sword belt, Harry placed the blades next to his shoulder holster and made a mental note to clean them later so the steel wouldn't rust. He propped his foot up on the chair and began working at the buckles on his leg armor on autopilot, shucking off the thick, double-layered dragonhide on his thighs, shin guards and knee racers going onto the mattress next to the rest. Everything was so loose on his frame that Harry dreaded finding out how much he'd shrunk in size, his feet swimming in boat-sized boots. 13 was a very fuzzy recollection in his memory. He remembered some of the highlights, but the exact details were lost to time. Kicking his boots off into the corner, Harry snagged a pair of sweats and AF Resh shirt out of the trunk and wandered out of the room. The hallway carpet was scratchy and ornate. A quasi-oriental design meant more for appearances than comfort to match the dark wood of the base boards and the dusky rose-colored walls. Pictures of a fat blonde boy with an even fatter man dotted the hallway floor. Petunia's son favored her coloring but definitely not her build. He stopped in front of the large family portrait. The glass cracked across the face of the photograph. If he remembered right, then this particular picture was from the summer before his 3rd year. Both Petunia and Vernon were seated in this photograph, Vernon's bulk comically out of proportion with his wife's frailty. Vernon wore a proud, self-important grin, eyes squinting in the fat, Buddha rolls of his face. Petunia, in contrast, had on a very thin, hard sort of smile, almost a smirk. Dudley stood in the middle of this picture with his hands placed on both of his parents' shoulders, a wide, pasted-on grin matching his father's. Harry had only ever been in one family picture. He'd been 6 and Mrs. Fig couldn't take him as she'd been off her feet with the flu. Only the best would do for Petunia Dursley. Harry patiently stuck out the ride next to his screaming cousin who had taken it upon himself to kick the back of the seat in his tantrum. Once there, Petunia dragged Harry out by the ear and deposited him next to the vehicle. Choosing instead to fawn over her squalling brat of a child, he hadn't minded too much. The less notice Petunia took of him, the less she would find to pick at. The studio itself was a fascinating experience. Harry had never seen a camera before, save for stolen glimpses at the telly. And like most 6-year-olds, he'd gotten distracted. He'd wandered off. That was his first mistake. His second was in asking one of the assistants, "Please help me find my family." "Don't draw attention to yourself," was the mantra Petunia Dursley had drilled into his head. "I don't want to know you're even there," was the other. Harry had defied both in a matter of minutes. And while the photographer's pretty assistant was cooing over his lovely green eyes, a heavy hand had clamped down onto his arm and abruptly spun him around to face the furious visage of Vernon Dursley. The man had been in such a towering rage that he hadn't said a word, but Harry didn't have to be a genius to know he was in serious shit. The photographer's assistant followed them back to the room where Petunia was rigidly perched on the edge of a stool holding a fussy Dudley on her lap. "Such a sweet child," she'd said to Petunia. "So quiet, too." "He was my sister's son," Petunia had stiffly replied. He was my sister's son. But not now, Harry had heard in those words at the early age of 6. "He doesn't belong to anyone anymore and he's certainly not mine." He hadn't any delusions about the Dursleys after that. The Dursleys weren't family. They weren't ever going to be family. It didn't matter how hard he tried to please them because they didn't want him. He was an orphan and like all orphans, he should be grateful for whatever charity people deigned to give him because everyone else had families of their own and couldn't be bothered to take on somebody else's leftovers. There was no miracle family waiting in the wings for their lost son. The finished photo had gone up on the wall. His aunt and uncle's smiles stilted and visibly fake, Dudley having passed out in Petunia's arms and looking like a snoozing beach ball dressed in a blazer and tie, Vernon's hand gripping Harry's shoulder a little too tight as he stood by his uncle's chair. Harry had spent a week in the cupboard under the stairs for that incident. The picture came down 3 months later, Petunia CL, aiming that the picture was blurry in the corner and wanted it redone. Harry knew better now. Petunia had gotten sick of looking at his sad, lost expression because it made her feel something she Ally didn't when it came to her sister's son. Guilt. In a peak of rage, Harry seized the picture frame and flung it down the stairs as hard as he could. The frame hit the front door with a musical shatter of glass. He couldn't say it made him feel any better, but he felt a little less like he was going to crawl out of his own skin and run screaming down the street. Harry ignored the other photos, scattered on the floor as he made his way past the mess in the hallway. The upstairs bathroom was painted in the same shade of rose as the hall, floral tile with a ridiculous pink blossom motif patterned across the floor. The tub was pink. The toilet was pink. The sink was pink. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Goddamn, Harry announced. I'd forgotten how fuck ugly this place was. He hadn't noticed it on the busy design of the hallway carpet, but his socks were leaving little red footprints on the tile. For a moment, Harry thought he'd cut his foot on the glass strewn through the hall. Then, taking a closer look, he realized that his socks and the hems of his combats were still damp with blood and melted snow seeping down towards the pull of gravity. The half-mad giggle tried to slip out again and Harry grit his teeth against the sound rising in his throat. Here and now, Potter, he mumbled to himself. Here and now. He twisted the water on all the way to hot steam immediately fogging up the mirror. Harry stripped his stinking BDUs off and left them in a messy pile by the door. There was a pair of knives strapped to his ankles. His wand still holstered on his left forearm. Harry dropped the knives by the edge of the tub, carrying his wand into the shower and setting it on the windowsill, foggy glass damp and dripping. Rust. Why streaks of filth trailed down the drain, pale skin turning red under water too hot to be comfortable. He tried desperately not to look at his bony knees and skinny ankles, everything gone thin and boyish again where there had been lean, hard muscle before. As a child, he'd been bird-boned and small, all baby face and big eyes like a porcelain doll. Delicate, Pomfrey had unthinkingly called him, which was total bullshit because he'd learned how to throw a proper punch at the age of 8, had one hell of a left hook by 9, and earned a spattering of ropey scars across his knuckles proving so by the time he was 10. Dudley may have been a bully, but Harry could give as good as he got twice over. The two of them butted heads more often than not when they were younger, Harry hunting, and fistfights tapering off sharply after Harry started Hogwarts. He hadn't been around enough to keep up with the animosity between them. Not like his cousin could blame mysterious bruises on Harry after that, and in Dudley's typical lazy fashion, he and his posse moved on to easier prey. He shut off the water before he could boil himself alive, got dressed before he could get too good a look at his young body. That damn giggle trying to creep up on him. Reaching up. Fuck, he hadn't had to reach up in years. Harry swiped his hand through the steam on the mirror, glass wet and ice cold on his palm. There was a stranger in the mirror. Oh sure, that was his nose, his chin, his mouth, his jawline. Those were his eyes. Those were his cheekbones and eyebrows and ears. But he didn't recognize the expression. Not on this face at least. It was too flat, too remote. It was like looking at a marble statue and only the eyes glittered with life, the gleam of malice and the manic edge of rage in the acid green shine of his irises. He tried a smile in the mirror and a feral flash of teeth, a hyena's grin, popped up instead. Harry ran his hands over his features, trying to match the face of his not quite right doppelganger in the mirror with the face of his hazy memories. At 27, almost 28, he'd been a little over 6 feet and roughly 12 stone. Still on the wrong side of slim. But he'd carried a deceptive bulk of muscle that served him well in close quarters combat. At 13, well, he'd looked like he was 13, thin and short. Harry had never been blasé with a face that could pass for older than it was. In fact, he'd always looked a year or two younger than his actual age. He was different this time around, a little thicker through the neck, a little wider in the shoulders and a little taller than he remembered being around 13 or 14 years old. Harry consciously knew all of these features as bits and pieces of himself, but not as a single form he could put his finger on a chart and say, this is how I was when I was this many years old. It was like he was trying to pin the tail on the donkey, starring his face as the tail and his memories as the ass. Someone had put him back together like a puzzle, only they hadn't used all of the pieces from the same set, deciding instead to pick and choose from different scenes what they wanted and what they didn't. An eye from this set, a hand from that one, and an ankle from another. A pale, hard line of scar tissue traveled the contour of his cheekbone and into his hair. That was from a flesh-eating hex when he was 25. There was another trailing over his chin from 8 months ago. He'd fallen from the crumbling edge of a building and been lucky not to break any more bones than he had then. The skin around the hand the necromancer had cut off was covered in purple scars, though the curse was long gone. He'd noticed another scar in the shower, the one where a rampaging dragon had nearly torn his leg off at the knee when he was 22, ropey white scars trailing up and down his shin and thigh. A dark curl of ink peeked up over his shirt collar on his back. The edge of a thestral's wing and a stylized twist of ivy, the products of too much time spent moody and brooding when he was 18. The tail of a chimera poked out of his shirtsleeve and the lonely shadow of a hawk, wings flared against the wind, hovered over his elbow, 23 and damn near mad with grief, just wanting something to prove that there had been someone who cared where T. Here was now only a corpse in the ground and cold sheets on her side of the bed. There was long trail of death dates written on the inside of his forearm, the latter ones scrawled there by Harper wielding a bit of guitar string. His dark head bent over Harry's arm, the dank walls of the bunker closing in around them, generators lubbing in the wing next door, white noise filling his ears. Harry wiped at his eyes. Right hand braced on the counter like he was going to topple over otherwise. If he was truly 13, then the scars, the ink, which looked really fucking stupid on this gangling child's body. Like those cheap lick and stick tattoos from vending machines, none of it should be there. Of all the things to follow him in the past, these were the last he wanted to be reminded of. No chance for him to start over with a blank slate, no chance for him to let time and hazy recollection take the rough edges off of his uglier memories. Steam clogged up his lungs, his breathing gone short and tight. He swallowed past the lump in his throat, uselessly gasping for air around the laugh that kept choking him. Somewhere amongst all of the misery over the last 15 years, Harry H. had taught his heart to grow rocky and inhospitable, as if instead of flesh and blood, he was composed of the spiny backbones of mountain ranges, jagged peaks reaching into the sky where there dwelt warm things like hope and love before. It was scary, how easily he'd learned to snarl instead of smile. He'd forged himself into something that was both beyond human and subhuman at the same time, and had very little in common with the rest of the world. And he'd done this at an age where most people were still struggling to figure out who they were and where they fitted into life. Which seemed a illy thing to Harry because he'd never fit in. Not at the Dursleys, not at Hogwarts, not in the midst of the Ministry's happy collection of murderers and rapists and thieves that made up special forces. Not even in the last days of the goddamned apocalypse had he fit in. But humans were pack animals, and Harry could no more be blamed for trying to find a pack of his own than a fish could be blamed for swimming. He did not belong. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. It was one of those strange things in life where you wake up in the morning and realize you have no idea who's staring back at you in the mirror. It went beyond the superficial layer of flesh and blood. It was the thing inside, the hungry thing where Harry could eat and eat until he was bloated and sick. But he'd never feel full. July 17, 1993. T. 12:38 hours. The summer storms had moved in quickly that afternoon, blue skies turning sullen and wet. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Feet. The turned-up cuffs of his sweats darkening as they absorbed the light mist falling on the garden. Carefully nurtured variegated flora crawled up the damp wood of the back fence. Petunias flowers beginning to bloom in the summer warmth. He'd never had a sanctuary as a kid, like a treehouse or maybe an attic hidey hole. But the back garden with the tea roses and the bushes just big enough to disappear in. It was the closest he'd ever gotten. The last he knew of Privet Drive, it had been a burned-out shell of a once pristine neighborhood. A fleeting memory of childhood he hadn't missed when it was gone. The residents had treated him much like the Dursleys, with the same sort of absent-minded neglect that characterized most of his childhood. If you didn't look at it, then you didn't have to acknowledge it. And maybe he'd used that excuse too many times in his own life. If he didn't look at it, didn't think about it, then it wasn't a problem. Wasn't something that would affect him when he was at his lowest. Harry was sorry he had threatened his aunt. Even on his worst days, he'd never loathed her. Too much sad and bad in UGL. Why had happened since his childhood that he hadn't a shred of hatred to spare for his past? Most of what was left over was just pity. Petunia seemed like such a ridiculous caricature now, this woman W.H.O. would dress up in heels and pearls just to wash the fucking dishes because she thought herself better than her neighbor. He hadn't thought about these people in so long they might as well be strangers. His hands shook bad enough that he could see the liquid ripple in the teacup. Harry set the cup down on the step beside him and folded his hands under his chin, elbows braced on his knees. "I am fucked," he said out loud. "I am fucked in ways I cannot even begin to quantify. Because, God, 13. 13 was a lifetime ago and it might as well have belonged to someone else. Where did he begin to fix things? Where could he begin?" Harry was beginning to feel like he was stuck in one of those dolly paintings with the dripping clocks. Well, where had he gone wrong last time around? He cracked up, ignoring the frenzied edge in his laugh. Where hadn't he gone wrong? Spent too much time brooding over the morality of his actions, over the legality of his actions and not enough time actually getting shit done. Spent too much time mourning his friends as they fell and not enough time eradicating their murderers. Spent too much time wallowing eyeballs deep in self-pity and not enough time planning his next move in the war. Spent too much time thinking of himself as a singular entity and not as someone whom others depended on. Spent too much time thinking he was still the scruffy kid from number 4. Privet Drive that nobody paid attention to. Big Brother's watching you, Harry. And he's been very displeased. Murder was still a crime, no matter how justified it was. Special Forces had patted him on the back and in the same breath, condemned him for the very thing they refused to do. Clean up the mess of a society that didn't deserve salvation. Avoid them at all costs. What if he couldn't cross that bridge when it comes to it? Harry muttered out loud to the rainy garden. "I'll wing it if I have to." There was no way he'd be able to avoid the oncoming war, too. It was too big, too old. Voldemort's first fall was only a lull in the storm and even then, Tom Riddle was only taking advantage of the situation. It would never matter who led what side. War was on the horizon and thousands were going to die. Harry was just one man fighting an uphill battle. He wasn't a miracle worker or some kind of prophesized savior, Trelawney's lunatic ramblings and all. It was madness to think otherwise. Only the dead have seen the end of war. Harry said under his breath, feeling nothing but contempt as he poured the dregs of his tea out onto the plants beside the steps. Plato was obviously not a wizard. Standing room only. Chapter 2 Standing room only. Schorner wasn't a fan of Marx's work by any stretch of the imagination, but he understood the corollary. If religion was the opiate of the masses, then cynicism was the chosen drug of the enlightened. The veil was an age-old conundrum, emphasis on old. Although the magic the prehistoric stone arch possessed helped date it back to before the Druids, nobody had been able to pinpoint the exact era of when it was created. The arch was hewn from a type of volcanic rock, and the area from which it was found had not seen seismic activity for thousands of years. It was a striking thing to behold with sharp, stark lines reminiscent of modern minimalism, all shiny and cold and alien. At first glance, the rare obsidian appeared to be more of an ancient artwork than a powerful magical artifact. The arch had been located in the stone auditorium since 1597, where the veil was moved from its original location of the Lanish standing stones in the Western Isles of Scotland. Ironically enough, it had been moved without the least bit of knowledge of what it really was. The artifact collected a good amount of dust before an unfortunate individual was accidentally knocked into it, and of course, with the typical, not to be seen again. Speculation said that it was a portal to the underworld, the entrance to death's domain. A doorway to different dimensions, with each suggestion getting wilder and crazier than the last. Had the wizards of that time been familiar with 20th century Muggle culture, they might have called the veil a UFO of the wizarding world. And in 1688, one bright fellow got the idea that the veil was a less painful and much more humane way of ridding the world of unsightly citizens. Turning into a bit of a morbid tradition, the veil was used in the execution of criminals and political prisoners for the next 150 years. Its original use was unknown, but one key thing had been understood: the veil was a one-way entrance only. What went in did not come back out. Until Lord Tymonzel Shar, an amateur scholar from a long and ancient line of wizards, decided to test that theory. In leaving behind his wife and his 14-year-old heir, Devon Shar, Tymonzel seemed a foolish and blithely suicidal young man. 2 months after he had entered the Vale, Tymonzel Shar walked out a changed individual, dying 3 years later in 1901 at the age of 36. Full cause of death remained unknown, though records kept said he suffered from bouts of frothing madness for weeks before his eventual passing. Experimenting with the Vale was left alone after that, and the predecessor of the Department of Mysteries took it over as government property. So when the Vale went active after a century of sullen respite, Shorner doubted coincidence. What went in did not come back out, which he held as a firm mantra when it came to dealing with the Vale's oddities. Shorner couldn't really count Tymonzel Shar as an aberrance in the pattern, not when the man went mad and died at only 36, which was unusual for such a long-lived race like wizards. The Vale claimed its own, and Tymonzel was no exception. It just took him longer to die. The execution chamber had cleared of its earlier hubbub when the Vale went active, displaying unusual vigor for an artifact that was supposed to dormant. Shorner paced the auditorium floor before the dais, listening to the Vale's whispering call rise and desist as he passed near it. What connects the dots? Shorner mused, voice echoing off the stone benches of the chamber. David North stirred from his sprawl on the stone steps. Sir, unspeakable David North, a Muggle-raised half-blood, had been recruited directly out of school. A Gryffindor alumnus, North specialized in aggressive transfiguration tactics. What he hadn't stuck on his resume was a knack for tracking charms and a keen eye for patterns, or that he'd been caught stalking 8 different witches with a very efficient trace network monitoring everything from sleeping and eating to extracurricular activities. Given the option between 10 months to 4 years in Azkaban and working for the Department of Mysteries, tough choice. Shorner had snatched North's file up almost as soon as it hit the desk. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer, and you are peeping Toms under an unironic eye of their own. Maybe we're looking at this wrong. Shorner pushed the heavy canvas of his white lab robes back and stuck his hands in his pockets as he surveyed T. He raised dais with the Vale perched atop. Maybe it never entered it. North's eyebrows rose. I'm not following your train of thought, Sherlock. Used to his assistant's random Muggle references, Shorner didn't bat an eyelash. We're all operating under the assumption that whatever came through the Vale had to enter it in the first place. North whistled dramatically and wiggled his fingers in Shorner's direction. Ignoring North's antics, Shorner continued his train of thought, things beginning to click into place. We've collected a magical signature from the spell residue left on the archway. We just can't match it to anyone because nobody saw who entered the Vale and the instruments aren't picking up any anomalies. He paused, watching as the filmy gray shroud of the Vale drifted in the air like a ghost. Maybe nobody went in. Something came through, replied North as he tipped his head back to stare at the ceiling, blonde hair falling out of its messy tail at the nape of his neck. What if it came from the other side? He let out a dramatic gasp. Oh no, what if we're looking in the wrong place? Shorner mused. Wrong place. A magical signature that powerful doesn't go unnoticed around here. Someone else probably caught the foreign magic on their network and they have no idea what they're dealing with. Neither do we. North rolled his eyes. Why are we doing this anyway? Shouldn't the interns be handling something this basic? The Vale is a pet project of mine. All information or anomalies get passed on to me, Shorner replied, distracted by a sudden flash of intuition. And, North asked, I want you to check the surrounding trace nets for unidentifiable surges between 0800 and 1100 this morning. What are you looking for? I don't know. I don't even know if you'll find anything. The cry of pain was a crow's caw in his ears. 17-year-old Harry Potter stumbled over the smoking remains of one rather unlucky wizard slumped across the rubble of a storefront. The scent of cooked meat hung thick and cloying over the place, almost drowning out the hot metal tang of burning things. Broken glass glittered like gemstones on the scorched cobblestones. Diagon Alley lay in pieces. The Death Eaters had vanished, having apparated out long before the concussion blasts went off. The wail rose again, too loud in the eerie stillness of the winding alleyway. "Please, help me, dear God, help." Quote. Glass crunched under Harry's boots. "Where are you?" he yelled, disoriented in the mess that used to be a busy street. Harry ducked under a heavy lintel that had fallen across the way. The air leaving his lungs as the gash on his abdomen split open again and started to bleed. His grip on his wand slipped a bit before he could manage a mild healing charm, blood coating the palm of his hand. Harry wasn't sure, but from the stabbing ache deep inside his belly, he guessed something important had ruptured when the explosion blasted him into the side of a building. Smoke drifted through the alley, hazy and pungent. Whole shops were demolished, spilling their wares onto the streets. 20 feet away, a hand peeked out from the debris, dusty from the pulled rizzed stone that had once been a storefront. "Hello," Harry called out. "Here, I'm here," came the voice from behind the wreckage. Harry rounded the ruins, his robe snagging on the sharp edges. "I see you. I'm headed your way." The man lay half buried under a piece of roofing, heavy stone block pining it and him to the ground. He was young, maybe a few years older than Harry himself, sandy hair matted with blood and glass. He didn't look good. Harry dropped to his knees beside him, reaching out to grasp the man's flailing hand. "Hey, I'm here, please," the man gasped, a mist of tiny red droplets splattering the area around his nose and mouth. "Please, I can't move." "I know," Harry told the dying wizard. "I'm not going anywhere until we can get you out of here." The man's eyes were white around the edges with pain and fear, and Harry realized he couldn't see. He'd been close to ground zero where the blasts went off, searing his retinas. Who? Blood burbled in the man's throat. Harry tightened his grasp on the man's hand. "My name's Harry. What's yours?" "Aaron," the man choked out. Aaron's ribs were concave all through the left side, punched in like a broken drum. The whole of his left side had taken the brunt of impact, and by the weakening of his grip, it didn't look like he had long. "Aaron," Harry repeated. "What house were you in, Aaron?" Ravenclaw." Harry smiled. "Yeah, I bet you're really smart. Got a better job than I do." The corner of Aaron's mouth curled upwards, an almost smile. He knew he wasn't getting out of there alive. Not as impressive as it sounded. Aaron spit up more blood before he could finish the word. His grip spasmed, body jerking as it worked for air that would never come. And then he stilled, blood running from his nostrils. Harry folded Aaron's hand over his body. Sitting back on his heels, Harry swallowed back the lump of emotion in his throat, anger warring with exhaustion. The concussion made it hard to follow a single train of thought, and he wondered how he was going to get out of here. He wasn't usually this slow, but it took him a bit to understand that the blood seeping through the knees of his jeans wasn't all from Aaron's injuries. The wound had split open again, warm blood spattering the dusty cobblestones beneath him. "Fuck," he ground out, placing a hand over the injury as he tried to halt the sluggish seep of blood. "We've got a live one." Harry flinched at the loud voice, landing sideways across Aaron's body. The lime-green robes of a metawizard flashed in the corner of his eye. Rock shifted beside him. "Careful," Harry shouted. "This thing could come down on me at any moment." Footsteps clambered over the rubble behind him. "My God, somebody actually survived this," a woman muttered. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. An increase in rain silenced the uproar of voices in his head. The sharp smell of wet tarmac replaced the phantom smells of burnt flesh and ozone. Overhead, the sign of the leaky cauldron creaked in the weak breeze that had managed to slink through the dim London alleyway. "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," Harry thought to himself as he made his way through the pub. "I will fear no evil." Like everything else in his life, it felt like he was muddling his way from one mess to another, and he had no idea where to begin. Why was he brought back? Hell, who had the juice to bring him back? As far as Harry knew, he'd just accomplished the impossible. Getting himself reoriented into passing form of a normal life was going to take a lot of work. The early morning rain had lowered the profile of Diagon Alley's customers, and Harry slid through the remaining shoppers with little fanfare. His plain black robes lent him an edge of anonymity, despite how short they were or the obvious trailing threads where he'd torn out the Gryffindor red lining and house badge. Harry took a left, He turned just past Gringotts and disappeared into the gloom of Knockturn Alley. Knockturn Alley was an old place, older than Diagon Alley if rumor was to be believed. Next to dilapidated 18th century tenements sat graveyard gardens full of tombstones so weathered the letters had worn away and overgrown greenery. A pair of standing stones formed the entranceway to a pagan church, wee gremlins and b. At winged imps leering at passerby from their jutting arches over the streets. Stone footbridges crossed overhead, connecting stores and flats that could only be reached by portkey, flow or apparition. The gas-flame street lamps were still lit this early in the morning, an amber glow lighting off the puddles in the street. Off of the main thoroughfare, the lights were lit 24 hours a day. Most streets being too narrow and overbuilt to see daylight. The scent of ozone, like the supercharged air after a thunderstorm, was a sure sign of the dark magic that soaked the winding alleyways and its inhabitants. Take a single step off the main street way into the dark shadows and you were on your own. Far larger than Diagon Alley, Knockturn sprawled outwards for miles, pass by the first few shops at the mouth of the alley and it was like walking into another world. And it was a world that Harry had unlimited access to. Etched onto the soft web of skin between his left thumb and forefinger was the mark of a spider. Barely an inch in length, the tattoo granted Harry access to the black markets of the United Kingdom, marking him as one of Knockturn Alley's own. Until needed, the tattoo would lie dormant, appearing as a scarred-over wound, half lost amongst all of the other thin silvering scars on his hands. Once Harry passed the wards guarding the alleyway, the mark would come to life. Flaring the jet and red of the Black Widow it represented. It was also an easy way to identify who was supposed to be there and who wasn't. Many of the proclaimed dark, purebloods stayed out of the deeper levels of Knockturn. Harry didn't know what would await those who were unwelcome and he'd never been curious enough to find out. Harry received his mark the summer he turned 16 from a dealer named Julius Strome. He'd never asked why Strome used a spider of all things, something to do with the vampire's dubious sense of humor. Strome had found him wandering Knockturn's warrens, reaving and out of his mind on a rather potent cocktail of drugs. Once Harry sobered up, the vampire appealed to his desire for revenge with a little mutual tit-for-tat. Harry worked for him procuring hard to get goods and services and in turn, Strome taught him some of his more vicious tricks including a rudimentary grasp of bladed weapons. Harry's forceful recruitment into the Dom's Special Forces took care of the rest of his off-the-record education. If Harry could get in contact with Strome a bit earlier this time around, he might be able to gain enough information to stay ahead of his enemies instead of cleaning up after them. Ducking under the ivy curtain of a low-lying footbridge, Harry took off down a shortcut through the thinning streets. Rainwater gushed out of the gutters from the deluge hitting the upper levels. The water almost ankle-deep in some places. Moss crawled up the walls of the snug little alleyway, bright patches of moist green dotting the stonework. Harry Papa D out of the alleyway not far from Tartarus, the pub that guarded the Knockturn Alley entrance to the black markets of London. Down the small set of stairs and into the pub was a wide room with a low ceiling. The effect making it seem like he was in danger of getting squished by low-hanging buttresses, somewhat nauseating if you weren't used to it. Small animal skulls and other odds and ends hung from the ceiling, waiting to clonk patrons in the head if they stood too fast. Tartarus catered to several different species. Prejudice wasn't tolerated. End stop. Not because it was a bastion of equality, but because its patrons were bad-tempered enough to tear the offender limb from limb and devour the remains. He glanced around the room. There was no sign of Strome amongst the teeming revelers. Dodging what looked to be the beginnings of a brawl, Harry threaded his way through the pub towards the half-hidden spiral staircase tucked in the far corner. Boots rattling on the metal steps, Harry descended underground. 9 turns of the staircase left him feeling a bit dizzy when his feet finally hit stone. A wet, earthy smell permeated the cavern and the reek of stagnant water overtook Harry's senses. The air here was icy cold in his lungs, his breath turning into white clouds of condensation, feet slipping on the damp stone despite the crosshatching grooved into the walkway. He rounded a bend in the stone path and came to a small dock in front of a wide canal. A large boat glided to halt in front of him, hardly a ripple disturbing the glass-like surface. There were no oars and save for a cloaked figure hunched over the prow with a hand on the tiller, it looked as if the boat was propelled by magic alone. The boat drew parallel with Harry and he stepped over the gunwale, the boat barely rocking under his weight. Reaching into his pocket, Harry withdrew a galleon and pressed it into the figure's hand. Harry's fingers moved through the signs of a greeting, thanking the Silent One for the passage. "May good fortune smile upon you." The figure dipped its head, replying back, "And also upon you," its long fingers bending in ways that implied an extra set or two of joints. By Ts of eerie blue luminescence bobbed along the surface of the water as the boat eased deeper into the waterway. The roar of voices grew and spilled over Harry, filling him with anticipation. He remembered this, remembered the lust for adventure of his youth. Harry leapt from the boat onto one of the docks, disappearing among the swarming masses as he listened to the frenzy of voices. A multitude of languages washed over him, a handful of which he could understand and speak through long hours of practice. There was no dividing line here. Purebloods in rags could be found standing next to part humans or halfbloods in finery. Goblin metal workers next to even the weakest wizard, the grotesque intermingled with the rare and the beautiful. Anything and everything could be found here. The sable-haired dealer was deep in negotiation with a customer. Harry remembered his own exchanges with Strom and pitied the old woman. The man was an absolute nightmare to barter with. But Strom was good at what he did. His network of goods and information stretched across most of Europe. Harry was grateful that Strom despised Voldemort and his ilk. He hated to think what could have happened had Tom Riddle gotten his claws into the dealer. The discovery of the Holly Wand alerted Harry to his biggest security flaw. It didn't matter if did or did not use the wand with an active trace, he could set OFF wards and spell arrays just by breathing on them. 4 silver coins exchanged hands and the hag hobbled away, clutching a small bag in her gnarled hands. Strom looked up, feeling his gaze, but Harry was already moving. Ghosting through the crowds, Harry slid in behind the dealer, waiting for Strom to sense him. Strom's nostrils flared and the vampire spun around, a sneer curling his upper lip into an expression resembling a snarl. Harry met the vampire's glare without fear. "Greetings, Julius Strom. I hear you can be of assistance to me." North rapped on Shorner's office door with his knuckles. "Sir." Shorner set aside the file he'd been struggling to get through. Some of the Dom's early agents had less than a good grasp of writing and grammar, illegible notes and initials scribbled in the margins. "Come in," Shorner replied, gesturing to the chair in front of the desk. "You told me to look at the surrounding networks and see if anybody saw something unusual," said North, juggling a thick folder stuffed with both parchment and Muggle printouts. "I figured, what catches more stray spells and surges other than accidental magic?" Shorner nodded. "What do you have for me?" North opened the folder, careful to keep the papers inside from falling out, and handed him the top sheet of parchment. This showed up a few hours after the veil went on the Blitz. "The girl who caught it I didn't know what she was doing, which worked well in my favor. I managed to obliviate her before she could send out an underage magic notice or tell her supervisor." "Whose is this?" Shorner asked as he glanced over the more technical aspects, a myriad of spell arrays and runes crawling across the readout. David North's cool blue gaze didn't even flicker as he gave the whole folder to Shorner. DGING from the kind of magic your visitor from beyond used. I'd say he was a budding young sorcerer of the dark arts." Shorner flipped the nondescript manila folder open, a few scraps of parchments drifting to the floor before he could catch them. But the name on the first page of the medical exam made him suck in a startled breath despite himself. "Harry Potter, number 4 of Privet Drive in Little Whinging, Surrey." He watched Archimedes Darren Shorner dash out of his office with his assistant in tow, their flight stirring up a flurry of murmurs from the bullpen of desks outside the office corridor. Shorner hadn't locked his office. Easing the door open, the figure set his package on Shorner's desk in the middle of his paperwork and carefully arranged the letter on top. It wasn't the Sue B.T. Lest way of handling these matters, and he did not in any way agree with this, but he lacked the luxury of choice. Titania's word was law. The figure closed the office door behind him and walked out, fairy magic hiding him from sight. Storm wall. Disclaimer. Chances are if you missed the disclaimer in the first chapter, you're skimming this FIC and probably missing more of the story than you think. Chapter 3 Storm Wall. Harry sat cross-legged on the polished wooden floors of the smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive. Dawn had made her entrance in a wash of red, a blazing splash of color that had slowly faded to the pale dove gray of the summer storms. A light wind blew through the open window, tangling the curtains and tugging on Harry's clothes. He breathed deep and smiled. Mornings to him had always been special. On his trip through Diagon Alley yesterday, Harry stopped by Gringotts in hopes of finding some way to make money. He'd received a rather interesting series of documents concerning his godfather's finances instead. For one, under ministry law, suspects could only be held for a maximum of 6 months without trial. Once that time has expired, suspects must either be released or summoned to trial if there was sufficient evidence against them. Not only was Sirius convicted without trial, but the ministry had also refused his request for Veritaserum. Understandable, for the truth potion could be overcome, but it was a rare thing. Maybe 1 out of 100 people could resist the potent serum. But they hadn't even tested Sirius to see if he was part of that atypical 1%. And second, the ministry had sent paperwork to freeze Sirius' assets and seize his liquefied possessions. As it were, Gringotts could only freeze the assets of convicted criminals. And Sirius had never been officially found guilty of any crimes. The ministry had been trying for years to confiscate the resources of imprisoned Death Eaters, which included Sirius, whom they were holding illegally. Harry chuckled and began sorting through the mountain of paperwork. It had been a while since he'd done things the legal way, but he just couldn't resist retaliation when someone was stupid enough to bring their own rope to a hanging. The ministry would not know what hit them. Shorner stared at the crisp letter unfolded on the desk next to the heavy tome with the cracked leather bindings. The letter was simple, a single sentence writ on a crisp sheet of fawn-colored parchment. Perhaps this will help. A part of him wanted to call in the people from Curse and Poison Control and hand this over to them fast as humanly possible. But the chances of a package making it this far into the ministry without being vetted by several experienced potions makers and curse breakers was slim to none. And other than its mysterious appearance on his desk, there wasn't a hint of magic on the letter or book. The letter had been writ by hand, not magic, and the book was a dime a dozen copy from a printing press. Probably a cheap Nocturne Alley knockoff by the way the ink had bled and run over the title page. Shar, read the title page in a hard black typeface, 7th House of the Lords of Magic. The detailed crest under the name displayed a rearing thestral on a full moon backdrop with an overlay of a crossed dagger and wand under a violet rose in bloom. The banner underneath read, Invita est nex. This was the sort of thing the wizarding world occasionally checked over their shoulders for. The paranoia pertaining to the Shar family was justified in its extremity. Over the years, the line had produced many powerful witches and wizards, warlocks, sorcerers, mages, several of whom were very, very dark. These were people who had gone so far off the deep end they might as well be sailing through the black, uncharted waters of an abyssal trench. Not dark as in evil, Shorner reminded himself, but rather, dark as in questionable sanity dark. The madness so previous, in the Shar line was usually attributed to intermarriage with a variety of dark creatures. Old world families were well noted for marrying outside of acceptable circles. Say what you would aboo. Cheap pureblood dogma. Sometimes breeding without and appeasing all of the hungers running through their blood had driven more than one Shar lord or lady off the edge. Families like the Malfoys, Knots, having only been around since the early Middle Ages, disdained the practice of interspecies marriage. The only madness that could be attributed to them was the product of inbreeding and incest. It was a shame that many of the old world families had died out, mostly due to infighting. Shorner turned the page. A large, 12-pointed star was spread across the middle of 2 pages, its edges not Q-ite meeting up due to the cheaply made bindings. The 12-pointed star was the symbol of the 12 houses of the Lords of Magic, which was the actual title of the old world families. The families were divided in half, 6 light and 6 dark as represented by the star. 6 points of the overlapping triangles gleamed in the gold and crystalline white of the light families and 6 in the silver and matte black of the dark families. And at each of the points rested a name printed in the same heavy typeface as the rest of the book, a quick artist's sketch of the house crest in black and white. He thumbed through to the back of the tome where the more recent history would be written. Some of the names he raised an eyebrow at. Venus Slytherin 1846-1891 who, Granted, wasn't the heir of Slytherin. But she was fascinating nonetheless. She'd married Caracus Shar, and they'd had a son named Timonzel Shar, who had been the one to go through the veil the first time in 1898. He'd married a vampire, by the name of Lady Mir Adair, who produced an heir named Devon Shar. Interestingly enough, the son of Devon Shar was Artemis Shar 1914-1962, the man more commonly known as Lord Grindelwald. Lord Grindelwald had been known for two things: his madness and his wife, a dark Vila by the name of Bree Verrill, who, before her death, had been one of the most beautiful women of the magical world. The term, dark Vila, was a complete misnomer. There was no such thing. Oh sure, they were stunningly beautiful and had a psychic allure, somewhat similar to Vila. But what the wizarding world termed dark Vila was actually a breed of unseelie Morgans, who ate the flesh of the living and the dead. They were the children of Cailleach Burr, born of Winter's bosom. Mother Shipton, the famous prophetess of the 16th century, had reportedly cackled with laughter when asked about Morgans and replied, "Woe to you who tangle with maledictes get. The most comely faces hide the most hideous monsters." Maledictes get, cursed born, was a good term for them. Morgans were dangerous business best left to history and legend. The Fae, both seelie and unseelie, involved themselves less and less in the mortal world as science took hold, but there were still those amongst the wizarding world who were wary of Fae affairs. Shorner began tracing names through the muddle of information again. Artemis Shar and Bree Verrill had two children, both of whom were girls. The oldest, Alice Petunia Shar, was 9 years older than Lily Ideen Shar, and she seemed to have suffered a debilitating disease in early childhood. Alice's name disappeared after one last mention of her sister being born in 1960. He could think of only two reasons why a child of the Shar would vanish, so read. Eily. Death or disfigurement from disease. During the late 1950s, a type of magical cholera had swept across Western Europe. The disease had fed on the magic of the person, and most of the early cases had been lost. Those that had lived were left as little more than muggles. Even squibs had more magic in their bodies than those few survivors. There was a very good chance that Alice was still alive. Alive and bitter for what she'd lost, if someone hadn't been merciful enough to obliviate the memory of magic from her. In the margin of the book, written next to the name of Lily Ideen Shar in the same handwriting as the letter, was the name Hadrian James Shar. Nothing else, just a random name inked into the book. Irritation and no small amount of alarm rippled through Shorner. Who had left the letter? And what did they want him to find? Shorner hated having his strings pulled by other people, and this, on top of the veil rising from its dormancy, left a chill along the skin of his spine. The timing was too convenient. But the most disconcerting part in all of this, only David North and himself knew anything about the veil going active. And Shorner didn't believe in coincidence. A sudden flash of insight hit Shorner, and he found himself running through the busy bullpen towards the dusty rooms where the birth records were kept. Lily Ideen Shar had been born in 1960, not many magical female children had been born that year, of course. That was why he had remembered it. The beauty of bureaucracy was that they recorded everything. Dust swirled in the air as he pushed open the tall doors to the archives. Magic couldn't be used in here without setting off a myriad of alarms, so Shorner stifled a sneeze and looped the collar of his robes up over his nose. The birth records were kept in cedar filing cabinets lining the back rows. Shorner strode through the tall rows of bookcases to the back of the room, the dusty picture windows throwing gray motes of light over the archive floor. None of the cabinets within reach were marked for the year he was looking for. Shorner grabbed the sliding ladder and dragged it over to the drawers marked for the 1950s. 20 feet up, he finally spotted the correct cabinet. Perching precariously on the teetering ladder, Shorner yanked open the filing cabinet drawer with 1960 written across the placard, almost pulling it off the magically oiled glides in his haste. In the back was a thin file labeled Shar, Lily Ideen. Shorner opened the folder to the single page that was in there. Shar, Lily Ideen, it read at the top. Female. Born the 30th of January 1960. Died the 31st of October 1981. Parents. Artemis Shar Bree Verrill. Weight at birth, 5 pounds, 6 ounces. Surviving family. Hadrian James Shar, son. 1981. The 31st of October. Ober in 1981. What was so significant about that date? And there was nothing else written in the folder. No blood work, no accidental magic, nothing. A piece of the puzzle clunked into place. Dread. It was dread that made his fingers shake. It was dread that made his heart race. And it was dread that made him climb down the ladder towards the filing cabinets marked Muggleborns that sat under the windows. Schorner opened the drawer to the births of 1960. There were only 3 files marked for the birth date of the 30th of January 1960, and 2 of those were boys. He pulled out the folder marked Evans, Lily Ann. Flipping it open, Schorner placed the 2 folders side by side on top of the cabinets. Evans, Lily Ann, female. Born the 30th of January 1960. Died the 31st of October 1981. Parents. Unknown. Adopted on the 23rd of December 1963 by Morgan Elizabeth Evans. Married to James Nicholas Potter the 21st of April 1979. Surviving family. Petunia Evans, sister. Harry James Potter, son. They were almost exactly the same. Schorner began to laugh. Who am I kidding? They're the same person. He calmly tucked the folders under his arm and closed the filing cabinet, a quick series of runes written across the back. S of the folders negating the alarms and tracking charms that would go off the moment he removed them from the archives. He slipped back through the maze of the dom to his office, the world around him muffled and distant like he was walking underwater. His office door closed behind him. Dropping the files onto his desk next to the letter, Schorner collapsed in his chair before his feet could go out from under him. Hadrian James Shar Harry James Potter. Schorner was in over his head and sinking fast. The rubbish bin next to Harry's makeshift desk was quite full by now, overflowing with balled-up pieces of paper. He had spent most of his morning and a good part of the rainy afternoon drafting and redrafting a petition for redress from the ministry. There was no doubt in Harry's mind that C.R.E.'s appeal was going to fuck up in as many ways as possible. It was one of Murphy's laws. What can go wrong, will go wrong and will do so in the worst way imaginable. It was getting dark now. The Dursleys had left about an hour ago to drop Dudley off at a friend's house and to go out for dinner and a movie. They had obviously not invited Harry, and had they not been quite so frightened of him, EY probably would have locked him in the cupboard under the stairs. Petunia hadn't mentioned the incident in the kitchen since it happened. Nothing on the mess or him pointing a gun at her or him using magic on. There was something new in the way she looked at him now, a wariness that hadn't been there before. She was someone who was used to dominating the household, and he had brushed aside Petunia's authority over her own little fiefdom the same way one would brush aside an errant crumb on the tabletop. He half expected the police to come knocking on the door any day now. Harry reached for a blank sheet of paper, accidentally knocking a pile of parchments over with his elbow. Shit, he said as he scrambled to pick up the papers. A loud clunk echoed from somewhere below him, and it had nothing to do with the feathery hiss of drifting paper. Harry froze and spread his senses outwards. The Dursleys were not due to be back for another 3 hours. There was somebody magical in the house, somebody magical who was definitely not supposed to be there. Harry reached over to the mattress where his Beretta lay from when he had been cleaning it, gun oil smeared onto the sheets. He picked up the weapon and loaded a magazine in it as he padded barefoot towards the door. Now that he was in the hallway, Harry couldn't believe that he hadn't sensed this person sooner. The taste and feel of magic was so strong that even an ordinary muggle would know something was off. Harry prowled downstairs, sticking to the shadows as he went. The person was in the kitchen, whoever it was. He slipped through the doorway of the living room into the darkened kitchen. The metallic click of the safety being flicked off echoed through the black space. I want to know who you are and what you are doing here. It was her perfume he smelled first. Thick, sweet and inescapably wild, like orchids and vetiver and velvet night skies. Oh, it is not myself that you should be concerned with at the moment. The cultured voice that answered was rich, suggestive and most definitely feminine. Not taking his eyes or his gun off the figure's now faint outline, Harry reached out and flipped the light switch. Harry was of the opinion that it was women, not men, who ran the world, and everyone else were just lapdogs to their whims. In the stark, utilitarian brightness of the Dursleys' kitchen sat a woman who could Give even Fleur Delacour and her Vilakin some serious competition. She lounged idly on the kitchen table, the line of one slim, long leg crossed over the other drew his eye to where her pale skin at the charcoal gray of her skirt mid-thigh. The fluorescent glow of the kitchen light should have washed out her features. It didn't. Jaw-droppingly beautiful would not come close to describing her. She wore her snow-white hair tied back in a shining knot at the nape of her neck, long hair spilling over her shoulder. A fitted button-down in a shade of blackberry and heeled Oxford boots completed the ensemble. Opals gleamed at her throat and ears in shifting hues of crimson, sapphire and violet. She looked like the CEO of a powerful international company. Well, either that or the matron of a criminal empire. He wasn't that good judge of character. But he did wish he was meeting her something other than ripped jeans and a t-shirt that had seen better days. And just what is it that I should be concerned with, cause it's not every day I have someone break into my house looking like a seriously expensive hooker. She raised a white eyebrow and gave him a rather condescending smile. You were much more polite when I last met you. Quote. Harry laughed. I may have been knocked on the head a few times in the past, but believe me sweetheart, I'd know if I'd met you. She didn't bother to hide her amusement. Stubborn. I usually appreciate it in a man, she replied, wrapping her mouth around the words in a very distracting way. There was no trace of a smile on Harry's face now. I do so hate to disappoint, he said, his light tone at odds with steadiness of the weapon he held in her direction. I take it quite personally, you know. So I've heard, she drawled. She sounded like she was playing with him. She probably was. Her eyes flickered over the gun. Harry didn't like how easily she dismissed the weapon. It wasn't that she didn't know what it was intended for, like a lot of the wizarding world. It that she wasn't bothered at all. Few had power enough to laugh off bullets. Chances were the Beretta wouldn't work too well against her anyway. Harry sighed and flicked the safety back on before tucking the gun into the back of his jeans. All right, I give up. What do you want? You should be more concerned, Harry. This is your life we're talking about. Crossing his arms, he leaned against the counter and chuckled. Oh God, please tell me this isn't another one of those join me or die moments. 'Cause I gotta tell you, I've had more than enough to last a lifetime. You died, she said it like she was describing the weather. Bland, factual, wind rushed in his ears. White light, team dead, the murmur of dark water in your ears, you were supposed to be dead, too. His blood hummed in his veins. Violent and hungry, he gripped the counter to keep from hurling himself at her. But you woke up here instead. And now your world has gone topsy-turvy, and you are floundering in the wake of madness. She murmured, mulberry lips wrapping sensuously around the words that kept chipping cracks in his psyche. Who are you? The words emerged low and harsh, like the sound of cars traveling over gravel. Her lips quirked into a smile. You owe me, he snarled, and his vision flared red. I owe you. I don't even know who you are. She cut him off. You have a debt to me. I'm calling it in. The fuck you are. Silence turned the space between them into a mile-long expanse of no man's land. Behind that fair, exquisite face was ice and steel, something so utterly inhuman that it had forgotten what mortality was like. She was old, ancient, more like. He wondered how he could have missed this. And how long ago it was that she became something else, something that could imitate humanity, but wasn't even close. The notion that this strange woman was not fabricating what she said occurred to Harry. He began to wonder if he had the whole story. There was that blank spot in his memory between detonating the bombs and waking up in his younger body. It bothered him, more so than he wanted to admit to. She bothered him. Very few people managed to do that. Something about this didn't ring quite right, and a twinge of unease started in his gut. This woman with her beautiful face was very, very dangerous. He was in way over his head. He knew it, she knew it, and she was more than a little pleased with the status quo. She smiled, slow and cruel and extraordinarily beautiful. I'm not the kind of woman who gambles lightly. I'm not placing bets if I don't know I'm going to win. But you, she tilted her head and Harry watched as her pupils changed into cold, inhuman slits. I'm willing to place a wager on you. Harry struggled to unstick his jaw. Such confidence, he croaked. You do know my track record isn't so hot. Her lips peeled back into what should have been a smile. It wasn't. Any signs of humanity had long been discarded. I like to think you have a bigger incentive to succeed this time. She brought to mind a phrase Moody had taught him. Never ever forget that there will always be someone bigger, better and stronger than you. The temperature in the kitchen was cold enough to freeze his breath. Incentive. What's this thing called incentive you speak of? He grinned. You don't think I had enough before. Do you know what would have happened after your death? That stopped all of Harry's cognitive functions. What? The world didn't end with you, Harry. That's a very selfish thing to think. On a lesser being it would have been a petty taunt. On her it was just a rather malicious way of telling the truth. Your friends lose hope, and your little resistance group is picked off one by one. Your faction falls. Voldemort has won, and he is greedy. Europe is next. The Americas are next, and they are fighting against too many enemies with too few allies. They fall as well. Russia, Italy, Africa. Everyone falls. The world is conquered. Your enemies celebrate their victory. A year goes by, and supplies are running low. They begin to fight amongst themselves for what little is left in the world. The ravaged planet is destroyed beyond repair, and they hoard what little they can find, killing each other so they can preserve their meager supplies. 20 years later, there is nobody left. Wizards, unadaptable and selfish, have killed off the very thing they need to survive, muggles. And with the release of so much magic, the world tears itself asunder and is cast into darkness. There was a small stillness at the end of her words. Like the earth itself stopped to listen to her presage its last labored breaths. A bruised knot of tension pulled tight inside his chest. Harry laughed. He laughed because that was the only thing he could think of doing. There was a hysterical edge in his laughter that made him wonder if he hadn't already plunged over the lines dividing sanity from madness. His breath petered out. He wiped at the tears trailing from his eyes, marveling at how empty he felt. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. She watched him, a primordial being from far before the concept of time. Someone old and powerful even when his own race still used tools of stone and claw. I am Mab, she murmured. Queen of air and darkness. Monarch of the winter court of the city. Ruler of the unseelie. Quote, the glass hammer. Disclaimer. Chances are if you missed the disclaimer in the first chapter, you're skimming this FIC and probably missing more of the story than you think. Chapter 4. The glass hammer. The floor fell from beneath his feet. He licked his lips, a nervous gesture left over from childhood. His thoughts whirled past, rushing from him, leaving I am filled with nothing but white noise and confusion. And when he spoke, the raw edges of his words buzzed in his head with leftover static. What could someone like you possibly want with someone like me? He said softly into the vast space that had opened in the cold air between them. She tilted her head and regarded him with a quiet intensity. You do not remember, then? She inquired, a note of humanity slipping back into her voice. I have no memory of you. And believe me, you leave quite an impression on people. Pity, she said, her lips quirking into an enigmatic smile. I did so enjoy your cheek. I apologize for my earlier display of temper. It was uncalled for. She waved away his comment. You said much worse the first time we met. Harry grimaced, wondering when he'd get to experience his spine flying through the top of his head. Mab smiled, her slit-pupiled eyes glittering with amusement. Don't put on airs on my account, Harry. There's no respect in that. Why not you? Her smile deepened. She held out a hand and Harry found himself moving forward, kneeling without prompt, the bones of Mab's face shining with a sudden, terrible beauty. And the world slowed, as still and cool as a gray winter morning. Everything narrowed down to the thundering of his heart and her. He was not Harry Potter. He had no name. He wasn't a soldier. He had no one to kill. He had no need to eat, no need to sleep. His body was not his. He was nothing, and the only thing that was her, she who was at the beginning and who had seen the end. Her word was absolute and her power undisputed. She had toppled kingdoms with a breath and raised empires with a gesture. A veritable goddess stood before him, and only his total acquiescence would please her. But he didn't mind. How could he? He was hers. He wanted to submit. It was all he had left to give. She raised a hand to his face and he found himself leaning into the caress. The live wire spark of his magic ignited at the touch and his vision went blue, then purple. Then black. The rain is cold and razor sharp on Harry's skin. A familiar voice floats towards Harry over the wailing of the wind. He knows this voice. He knows this voice very well. Professor Dumbledore. Harry calls out in disbelief. The aging wizard wanders distractedly around the remains of the Great Hall, humming a nursery ditty to himself. Dressed as he is in cheerfully colored robes, Harry almost misses the gaping wound in Dumbledore's upper body. The headmaster turns to look at him and smiles. Harry, my dear boy, how are you doing on this fine day? Harry glances around him incredulously. Fine day? You call this a fucking fine day? Dumbledore has the grace to look abashed. Ah, well, perhaps I was being a bit too optimistic. You're loonier in death than you were in life. Sanity is fleeting, Harry, Dumbledore says, looking over the rims of his glasses at Harry. You of all people should know this. He wants to scream at Dumbledore. To rage at the old man for abandoning him to suffer the war. He wants to cry out to the weeping sky to take him as well. Harry buries his face in his hands and laughs over the absurdity of it all. In the end, this is all on him, and if life has taught him nothing else, he knows right where to place the blame. Why am I here? He says finally, looking up at Dumbledore. Why did I bring myself here? So that I could feel even more miserable than I already do. It's not enough to just feel guilty, no, I have to actually hurt. What is so fucked up with my subconscious that I keep dreaming about this goddamn castle? Harry snarls, voice derisive and angry. Understanding settles on the old mage's face. You did bring yourself here, yes, but not to dwell on the departed. In order to understand the meaning of this place, you must first ask yourself how you got here. And just how did I get here? Harry replies with a sour, mocking note. I'm dead, Harry, not a crystal ball, Dumbledore says dryly. That is something you must ask yourself. I am only here for guidance. Great, Harry sings songs, drawing out the long sound of the word. Some people get crickets. I get a crazed old spook for a conscience. If you can't tell me why I'm here and I can't answer how I got here, then maybe you can tell me what I am doing here. Dumbledore looks pleased. Very good, my boy. What you are here for is a bit of knowledge. If it makes you feel better, you may think of me as a combination of an old mentor and the lesser-used recesses of your subconscious. That's just wonderful. Still doesn't tell me anything useful. I'm not exactly in the mood to play 20 questions with the empty parts of my brain, old man. Unlike you, I don't have eternity. He drawls, shoving his hands into his pockets. Harry scuffs the bottom of his boots against the ground, restless, nervous energy running through him. Dumbledore gestures to wreckage around him. Look around you. What do you see? Harry blinks, then shrugs his shoulders. Hogwarts. Or well, what used to be Hogwarts. He has never gotten used to that, even though he remembers the castle destroyed more years than he remembers it whole. Yes and no. You are looking at things in a linear fashion, and rarely does the mind work that way. You must ask yourself what the significance of this place is, what your role here is, and why it is important. No, this is not necessarily a world of absolute reality here. This place is a world of perceptions. Now think, Harry, Dumbledore says, focusing an intent gaze upon his own. Think really hard. What do you see? He looks away, too raw, too open to meet Dumbledore's stare any longer. He swallows, mouth uncomfortably dry. This is my failure. This is how the world will be if I don't change it. If I can't change it. Dumbledore sighs and his visage grows sad and worn, losing the bright spark in his eyes. Yes and no. Events are not as fixed here as they are outside. Harry makes a face. What? He says, feeling redundant and childish in his confusion. The headmaster raises a bushy gray eyebrow. Harry, this is your mind. A book falls from his hands, landing upright on the ends of its pages. Claws tear at Harry's spine and he hits the ground convulsing, vision blurring with the white-hot fire screaming through his nerves. His head slams back into the cracked stones, body arching upward so hard he thinks his spine will snap. Harry's throat closes up and his sight begins to blacken at the lack of oxygen. Someone giggles behind him and Harry catches a flash of eerily familiar green eyes as a young, dark-haired child whispers in his ear. Something wicked this way comes. Harry surged upward from his place on the floor, twisting the figure's arms behind their back as he pinned them to the floor. The Beretta 9 jabbed into the soft underside of their chin. It took Harry a moment to realize what was wrong. He rolled off of his ant and stood, keeping the Beretta trained on the bulky figure in the doorway. Ice flaked off his skin as he moved, small droplets melting from his hair and eyelashes. The rest of the kitchen was untouched. No ice, no magic, no sign the wind. Our queen had stood in this incongruously muggle kitchen and brought him willingly to his knees before her. His magic murmured sleepily in his veins before subsiding. Petunia's shaky, half-whispered question nearly went unnoticed. What do you want? Petunia flinched. I found you on the floor. And, she shook her head, blonde wisps flying free, her eyes wide with fright and shock. Your lips were blue and you were all covered in frost. I thought you were dead. Anger blossomed low in his gut and he rose from the chair. Obviously not, he bit out, not bothering to modulate his tone. His uncle's eyes were fastened to the weapon in Harry's hands, a giant, cumbersome statue occupying the doorway. Harry growled at him and the man scrambled backwards. Wait, his aunt called from her spot on the floor. There was a letter. Flipping the safety on, Harry tucked the Beretta 9 into the back of his jeans. He grabbed the crisp white envelope from her hands and slid it open with the edge of his ragged thumbnail. The scent of orchids, wild and heavy, lifted into the air, as he pulled out a pale blue sheet of paper so fine it was almost translucent. Harry, it read, the handwriting a sharp, slanting script that reminded him of snow-covered mountains rising into the sky. The mark on your arm is a symbol of my protection and will give you safe passage through my wards. I have Dieterm, in Privet Drive to be a compromised location, and for the matters we must discuss I need the assurance of no listening ears. My envoy will be waiting for you tomorrow morning at 9:30, Gerrard Street in Soho. You will know who it is. It was unsigned, but Harry already knew whom it was from. The mark she talked of was so light that it was barely noticeable against his skin. He held his left wrist up the sunlight from the window and watched as a series of tiny runes glimmered in blue-white bands of opalescence before fading away. It didn't look like a mark, it looked like brand, one half of a pair of chains to ensure his loyalty. He carefully folded the letter away and tucked it into his waistband next to the Beretta, anger burning low in his belly. Thank you, he said as he breezed past their stunned faces. The Twilight Zone. Disclaimer. Chances are if you missed the disclaimer in the first chapter, you're skimming this FIC and probably missing more of the story than you think. The Twilight Zone Chapter 5. Gerrard Street, as it turned out, was right in the middle of Chinatown. Gerrard Street, London, Soho, Chinatown District. Mab's envoy stood in front of a pair of oriental marble lions. She had the small bone structure and pale gold features typical of East Asian women. Her long dark hair was pulled back from her face by a pair of ivory combs and she wore a short white silk dress with a high collar that showed a generous amount of leg. It was also very evident that she was not of this world. Something about her manner, her stillness, screamed inhuman. Yeah, carrying a weapon in broad daylight. Good going, Einstein. A note of irritation lit within him at his own carelessness. He was far too used to walking around heavily armed without anyone batting in. Eyelash. He should have cast a notice me not charm before he even left the house. Ignoring the peculiar looks, Harry threaded his way through the obnoxious tour groups to the Winter Queen's messenger. He nodded to her. She gazed back at him. Dark eyes shuttered and opaque, a thin black eyebrow raised in question. He reached up and pretended to scratch at the side of his neck. It didn't take much more than a single spark of power for the unseen lines of Mab's marks on his wrists to flare with opaline iridescence. The messenger's eyes widened as she caught sight of the marks where his sleeve had fallen back. She bowed to him from the waist. Please follow me, she said, her voice flavored with the same faintly European inflections as Mab's. Turning, she led him into the darkened interior of a nearby restaurant and to a narrow hallway. She gestured for him to go on alone. Harry stepped forward. The smell of garlic and grease vanished. In its place came the scent of ice and rime. Darkness thickened the air. Cool, glassy black stone covered in frost appeared in the place of the rice paper walls from the restaurant hallway. Harry could not see the ceiling. the walls around just extended up into blackness. The floor beneath his feet radiated a bitter cold that Harry could keenly feel through the thick soles of his boots, the sounds of his footsteps muffled in the soft crunch of snow. There was a door at the end of the corridor. Heavy and old, the frost-blackened metal had warped and rusted from the patchwork of thick ice covering its surface. A wire-covered light buzzed faintly beside the door, a deep chill blue gleaming off of the glassy black stone of the hallway from its luminescence. Harry tugged his sleeve down over his hand and rapped on the door 3 times. It rang loud and brash, sound radiating out from it, and Harry felt uncomfortably like every eye in the place had just turned on him. There was a strange smell about the corridor that he hadn't noticed amongst the first onslaught of the cold. It was a syrupy odor, a sweet stench that made Harry want to gag in realization. Death. The hallway smelled of death. With a sinking feeling, Harry turned around. The rice paper walls had vanished, replaced with more long, dark corridor, his prints in the thick snow of the hallway looking oddly forlorn and vulnerable where they started in the middle of nowhere. Something moved in the blackness beyond him, a barely audible rustle of fur and frost, and it did not have good intentions in mind. Harry had never enjoyed feeling like prey. The comforting weight of his wand made its way into his hands. 12.5 inches of and thestral hair lacquered in Dementor's blood vibrated eagerly in his grip. 2 sets of glowing slit-pupilled eyes blinked at him from the black of the corridor, moving noticeably closer in time. Then one sank low to the ground and the other disappeared. What the hell? Harry muttered under his breath. Mab's emissary had dumped his ass a freaky winter wand. RLAND dimension. There was no telling what he would encounter here. Just his fucking luck. A huff of laughter pealed out of the darkness, followed by something the size of a lynx. It flowed out of the blackness, dark gray and feline and striped in jet like a tiger. Tufts of snowy white dotted the tips of its ears and along its eyes in a negative inverse of a cheetah's markings. Great yellow-green eyes gleamed back at Harry with far too much intelligence for a mere beast. The question be, what are you? It mewled. I'm a man on a mission, Harry replied lightly, not daring to show his discomfort. Here kitty, kitty, kitty. A mission from who? It purred. A mission from God, he thought, not really in the mood to mince words with Fluffy the friendly neighborhood nightmare. From Mab, Harry said tersely. I'm here on a task given to me by Mab. The thing smiled with all the warmth of a shark and with twice as many teeth. Harry's skin crawled at the sight. Here, it said, but you don't smell like food. You smell like anger and fire and desire. Like darkness and ice and hunger. What are you? Harry gritted his teeth and returned the smile. Last time I checked, I was a guy. The other pair of eyes in the darkness blinked and leapt at Harry. Snarling, it landed on the wall above him, claws digging deep furrows into the thick ice jutting out over the door, eyes glaring balefully into Harry's. Saliva dripped from its jaws as it growled, a low buzz-saw rumble that was more felt than heard, like an overtuned bass note from a synthesizer. Harry crouched and bared his teeth, at it without consciously realizing what he was doing. He recognized it now, a mock, a creature of deep winter. It was a vicious beast and an even smarter hunter. Malks generally weren't picky about what they ate, humans included. The first mock sat on its haunches, jowls lolling open into a fanged grin. You smell like one of us, Darkling. But passage will be denied to you until you answer my question. Thrice have I asked, what are you? Harry opened his mouth to tell it that he was a seriously pissed-off wizard, but something invisible with claws and teeth wrapped around his throat and strangled the words before they left his lips. Instinct had him hitting the ground, rolling to avoid the other creature's claws. Instinct had him unleash a silent gout of red-orange flame from the tip of his wand. And instinct saved his ass again when it caught the mock in mid-leap, its body crashing to the ground in a crispy heap. It wailed pitifully, fur smoking as it thrashed about in the thick snow. Harry drew his wakizashi and in one quick, spinning step, relieved the creature of its head. He turned into the momentum of the kata and stilled, blade pointed at the first creature, his body poised for action. I don't know, he told the creature roughly, blue-green internal fluids flowing sluggishly down the blood grove of his sword angled overhead. I don't know what I am. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. One had hidden. One had thought he could get away. He hadn't. Harry remembered killing that one. How good it felt. He couldn't pretend to ignore the changes in himself after that. Faster, stronger, quicker to hurt, quicker to kill. Harry hadn't lost control since that incident. No matter how much he may have wanted to. He'd shoved that hungry, aberrant side of himself into the furthest recesses of his mind and pretended his damnedest that it wasn't there, wasn't a part of him. Wasn't something gluttonous with velvet fur and black scales that rubbed up against his insides and purred when he killed or when he fucked his latest conquest into the mattress. Honesty. The first mock whuffed softly, the words sprinkled with faint laughter. I appreciate that. The fey beast didn't seem the least bit bothered that Harry had killed its companion. Who are you? Harry asked tiredly. It picked up a paw and licked it delicately. I am daughter of. Then greetings to you, keeper, Harry replied, nodding to the mock as he wiped the blade off in the snow and sheathed it. Will you block my way again? No, wee Morgan, the keeper mewled. I shan't. There was a creaking of rusted hinges behind him. A tall city girl stood in the doorway. Green of both hair and eye. She wore a gray dress of Grecian design that fell to her ankles in soft folds. She was pretty in a girl next door sort of way, and when she smiled, Harry saw that her teeth were as green as her hair and as sharp as a piranha's. My lady is waiting for you, she said, her voice sweet and rich. She raised an arm, gesturing towards the doorway. Please, right this way. Ari glanced over his shoulder at the mock. I apologize for the death of your companion. The mock grinned, fangs aplenty. He was foolish. I am not. He shall make a nice meal for later. Harry's shoe. Read and waved the girl in front of him to continue. The girl ducked her head in supplication and led him through the doorway. Through the door was a small antechamber that opened into a large room the size of the Great Hall. The walls were swathed in rich, beautiful fye. Both male and female lounged on elaborate couches, beings that seemed ideal in feature and form. Gods and goddesses almost. Harry could see the unique oddities that set the Winter City apart from their summer cousins. Some of the fye gathered wore their hair dyed sapphire blue, and others wore braids of silver, mossy green and violet. Cold light glittered from jewelry set into ears, brows, and even lips. Gems dripped from their skin. Clothing pushed the boundaries of temptation. There was a hypnotic swirl of color in the air. Gathering around each of the fye, a pretty nimbus of cold blues and violets and greens. The dark energy of his magic hummed around these beings and rose within him like a wave. It swirled under and over his skin, making him wonder if he too had whirling aura of color around him. Harry followed the city girl past the gathered fye to what looked like an inner courtyard. Enormous fir reached up into the blackness of the night sky, frost clinging to their branches. The snow beneath their feet glowed with moonlight, though there was no moon that Harry could find. The chill, blue gloom sat heavy here, broken only by a tall, spindly lamppost under which an ornately wrought bench sat half covered in snow, the crystalline glitter of icicles hanging from its decorative coils. A banner hung from the lamppost. Long and thin, it billowed in the wind, revealing a simple snowflake edged in silver on a deep lazuline background. Looking closer, Harry could see a white vine with heavy needle-like thorns choking the flared edges of the snowflake. You are one of my lady's creatures and you haven't even seen her standard before. The young fye asked, amused. No, he replied, I haven't. Why do you ask? He inquired as he ran the silk through his fingers. Harry turned to the city girl. Her mouth hung open in a small, pink O as she stared at the banner. It had changed. The indigo deepened into a black so dark it seemed to swallow the light itself. A full yellow-white moon rose where the snowflake had sat, a rearing thestral with silver-white eyes and wings ready for flight lay over it. At its feet were a silver-gilt dagger and wand crossed over a black rose in full bloom. The heart of the rose had a vivid purple tinge that bordered on ultraviolet. Upon closer inspection, he realized the thestral wasn't a thestral at all, but some kind of hell beast by the curling black ram's horns on its head and the razor-sharp predator's teeth in its maw. He recognized the banner. It was the crest of the Shar family. More of Mab's tricks. He'd known she was yanking him around from the moment he'd spotted her in the Dursleys' kitchen, Harry just hadn't known why. Now he did. What is this? Silk crumpled in his fingers and he barely recognized his own voice under the thick, graveled snarl it had become. What is this? Her eyes were wide and frightened. Your standard, my lord, she breathed. Sinking to her knees, gray skirts spread out on the snow like a rain cloud around her. She bowed her head so low it almost touched the ground. Mercy, my lord, she murmured, soft and reverent. Please, have mercy. His hands still shook with anger, but it fought for dominance now with confusion. What is your name? Fiona, my lord, she replied, head still bowed. She rose and curtsied to him. Yes, my lord, thank you. Fiona rushed through the tall firs, seeming to flit lightly over the snow. Through the trees loomed a tall black tower and an enormous set of stairs before a dark arching hallway. The stairs were huge, big enough that Harry felt ant-like in the face of their colossal size, and the black ice beneath his feet held shifting hues of amethyst, pale green and ruby. The hallway was formed from the same black ice as the stairs. Figures were carved in rich bas-relief upon its surface. A pair of dragon's eyes stared balefully from between the frostbitten branches of a scraggly tree. Bones. Human bones were piled around it, and little demonic creatures writhed and snarled within its roots, tiny faces filled with malicious glee. The tree itself held a long, warped visage twisted into a scream. Teeth poked out from the bark and a pair of large feline eyes stared back at Harry. There was too much personality behind those beseeching eyes, and he wondered who the carving had been before they were transformed. An echo of a whisper-soft scream ghosted across the edges of his hearing, and that was enough to make him turn away with a wince. The other side of the hallway was thick with stalactites and stalagmites, looking like rows of great blackened teeth. Harry hurried to catch up with Fiona's rapidly disappearing figure. At the end of the hallway, a pair of vast ivory doors opened into darkness. Fiona stood beside them and bowed to him. Welcome, my lord, to Arctis Tor. Harry glanced warily at her as he passed. He hadn't gotten more than 20 feet in when the doors shut with nary a whisper, leaving him in total blackness. You're really working the old school thing today, oh queen of all that's dark and spooky, he growled. He could hear his own breathing like thunder, it was so quiet. At least horror films give me the dignity of suspense music. Beforehand, there was no answer. Where the fuck are you? He yelled, his own voice bouncing off of unseen walls and reverberating back to him. Your cheap theatrics are a bit overdone, my lady, Harry replied mockingly. It was a childish thing to say, but he had reached the end of his patience. Light flooded into the chamber and Harry found himself staring nose to nose with the Winter Queen. Why fix what isn't broken? She murmured charmingly, green eyes glittering with amusement. Har. Why jerked backwards in surprise and landed on his ass in front of her. He found himself sitting on a raised dais in which he'd just narrowly missed falling off of. Mab lounged on an elaborately decorate throne made of silver and ice and draped with luxurious white furs. Her crisp business suit was replaced by a set of loose linen trousers in dove gray and a men's white silk button-down, sleeves rolled to the elbows. Slender wrists unadorned, and her hair fell loose over her shoulders. A pair of long, spear-like diamond earrings glittered in the light, drawing attention to where the shirt's collar fell away from her graceful neck. She hadn't bothered to button it all the way. It was distracting. Mab propped her chin up on her hand, an incongruously girlish gesture, and watched him with a small smile on her face. Harry blinked stupidly. I keep forgetting how much your kind likes playing tricks on people. Mab lifted a shoulder carelessly, fey green eyes blinking slowly with amusement. Mulberry lips curling into a smug smile. It was harmless, save to your pride. I suppose this is revenge, Harry replied, climbing to his feet. He was lucky to have missed the stairs. It was a ways down to the empty chamber below. Harry suppressed the urge to run out of the room screaming, refusing to let his expression fill with the rapidly escalating unease that was churning in his gut. Yeah, about that, she smiled, and this time it held none of her previous cheer. All in due time, he repeated bewilderedly. You gave me the impression I didn't have much time. Did I? She murmured, looking very unapologetic. Oh, how awful. Could you possibly find it in yourself to forgive me? Mab reached out and brushed a thumb against a wet spot on his cheek he hadn't noticed. Her nails were painted an opalescent white, and they were exceedingly long and exceedingly sharp. She pulled her hand back and Harry saw a glint of blue-green blood on the side of her finger. I see you've met the keeper, she said, rubbing the bead of blood between her fingers. I do hope you left her in one piece. He rubbed the end of his sleeve over his cheek. I didn't hurt her, he rejoined. But her companion attacked me and I had to defend myself. He paused and a piece of the puzzle fell into place. Why do I get the feeling that your emissary set me up? Ming Lai is easily prone to jealousy, Mab said dismissively. Her mood changes as swift as the winter sea. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Why? He asked her. Why would she have anything against me? Mab lifted a shoulder in a careless shrug. Why would I know what motivates her whims? She tilted her head at him and there was a glitter in her eye that made Harry think she was laughing at him. Why don't you ask her yourself? It hit him suddenly. Nothing happened here without Mab's knowledge. It wasn't the emissary that set him up. It was Mab. Why did you want them to attack me? Mab's lips parted in a smile. It was a test, she replied. And you passed it with flying colors. Harry bared his teeth at her. A test of what? My loyalty. My capability. I wanted to see what you could do. She gave him an oblique look from under her lashes. I'm surprised though. He didn't like the sound of that. How smug she sounded. By what? He said flatly, more tired than angry. That for all of your vaunted control, you are always a hair's breadth away from losing your temper. For a being with absolutely no care for human emotions, she was uncomfortably adept at reading him. Harry's fist tightened convulsively around the banner. Speaking of tests, I wonder what you could tell me about this. He forced his fingers to let go of the bedraggled silk and tea. He pennant fluttered down to rest on Mab's lap. She sat up straight and smoothed the crumpled silk against her thigh, crinkles easing from the banner's folds. Congratulations on your ascension, Lord Shar. Mab looked up and there was the gleam of malice and laughter in her face. It is, after all, a prestigious position. Harry gazed back passively, mind drawing a total blank. The Fairy Queen picked up the banner and tucked a fold of the silk into the waistline of his jeans, her cool fingers causing him to shudder. He wasn't sure if it was desire or disgust. Mab watched and smiled. Why would I lie? You can't, he thought. The city can't lie. You know more than what you're telling me, Harry countered. No more games, no more riddles. What do you want with me? I want a lot of things, she murmured unhurriedly. But mostly I desire your loyalty. Last time I checked, Harry answered warily, pulling the cold silk from his belt and shoving the banner into his jacket pocket. I didn't have much choice in the matter. Quote, oh but you do, Harry. You can give your allegiance to me freely, Mab said, green eyes hooded and shining in the light like a cat's. Or I can take your will from you as I please. I see, Harry replied, the flesh on the back of his neck wanting to crawl away. The memory of what happened in the Dursleys' kitchen was forever seared in his brain. Anger sparked uselessly in him. He was furious at his lack of a choice, and it was impotent fury at best, as if by being angry, he could be proactive. Fat chance of that, he thought, when his world was falling apart faster than he could put the pieces back together again. Do you? She said, white brows rising in question. The words fell out before he could stop them. When did I make a deal with you? Would I be stupid enough to make a deal with you? Mab smiled. Mab smiled and Harry swallowed back a moan. There were dead things in that smile. There were wailing, hungry things in that smile. Were razor teeth and the sharp wet sounds of bone being broken. Oh my, she purred. Do you mean to tell me that you truly don't remember? Fear curled its claws into him. His hands shook in God, he hoped she hadn't noticed. Yes, he told her, voice thin and faint. She laughed, bright and bell-like, her slit-pupilled eyes heavy and smug with satisfaction. You were desperate. Mab tilted her head and grinned. Mulberry lips stretched wide over sharp, white teeth. You were confused, didn't understand why you were dead, why the world had suddenly up and passed you by, marching full force towards its inevitable destruction. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. She smiled and he could feel the drag of her lips catching on the skin of his neck. And oh so willing to throw your soul away for the same people who never even cared about you in the first place. Desire turned sour and Harry flung himself away, disgusted with his own reaction. Her nails drawing red scores in his jaw. You crazy bitch. Mab laughed and slouched carelessly back into the furs of her throne, knees spreading wide and inviting as she licked his blood from her fingers. Truly, Harry, I've been called much worse for much less. The demon thing that looked like a thestral, but wasn't, stared off the silken folds at him, eyes white and feral. You would turn me into a puppet for your own twisted needs. Harry growled. Never. If I want you to do something, you will be aware, fully cognizant of your actions and hating yourself every step of the way because you did it, not for me, she added. An arrogant tilt to her chin. But because you wanted to. Her lips curled, skin drawing tight over the bones of her face, something fanatical and not quite sane lighting her from within. You wanted to hurt them. You still do. I'm just giving you the means to an end. Embrace it, Harry. Hate is a beautiful thing. Harry lost it. Stop talking in riddles. Hi's voice reverberated off of the chamber's walls and the noise bouncing back at him didn't sound anywhere near human. It was enough to put a stopper in anything else he might have said. She spoke, cool and calm after his outburst. Disdain dripping from her words. I want you to do me a favor. And in turn I will tell you what you want to know. Shame welled within him at how low he would go to find answers. What will it cost me? He replied, wary of Mab's trickster nature. Nothing you haven't already paid. A muscle in Harry's jaw began to tick. Do I have a choice? He bit out. Mab raised an eyebrow, a curiously human gesture. She smiled, slow and sly, all honey and poison. No, you don't. What is the favor? Said Harry, making it into less of a question and more of a thinly veiled calm. Mon to answer him this time instead of asking a riddle in return. Her smile never wavered. I want you to bring back the Lords of Magic. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Though the names had evolved and changed and fallen from use, the stories had not. Legend held that the Lords of Magic were beings of the old world, remnants of a previous civilization. It was said that they walked among Wizardkin's ancestors as gods, bestowing gifts of language, art, and knowledge amongst a group of people not long removed from scratching in the dirt with tools of wood and bone, shell and stone. They predated the Greeks, the Egyptians, and the Mesopotamian empires of the fucking cradle of civilization. Hell, if legend was to be believed, they were the only reason why the written word came into being. The Lords of Magic were divided up into 12 houses, 6 light, 6 dark, and most of them dead and gone. They had originally scattered themselves over the continents with enough room in between not to rub elbows with each other, small wizarding communities springing up in their wake. Current rumors placed 2 surviving families in the Americas, another in Italy, and the last on the island of Cyprus. You're fucking joking, right? Harry said in disbelief, scorn dripping from his words. It would be just like her to dangle his freedom on a string, and then yank it away just as he was beginning to hope. There was a different note in her smile now, not the cruel amusement of before but something different, something enigmatic. And satisfied, like he'd walked straight into a trap of his own making. They are not as dead as the world would like to believe, only lost and misplaced. You want me to bring back a damn near godlike group of wizards. Forgetting the impossibility of the task for the moment, you're going to have to give me something better than that to work with, Harry bit out, words taking on a staccato tempo in his frustration. Sit. Cold light swirled in his mind. He was on his knees again, boots digging uncomfortably into his ass as he knelt like an eager student at her feet. Your father's family, she began. Flicker quick. A little sneer crossed her mouth and was gone so fast that Harry, though he had imagined it, has long served Summer's whims. Your mother's family, Harry interrupted her. My mother was Muggleborn. Her lips curled with distaste. Your mother was anything but Muggleborn. Your mother was the lost scion of the Shar family. And you, Harry, are the heir. Bullshit. Harry spat, voice bouncing off the chamber wall. The smug smile was back. I tell you no lies. Your father was nothing more than Summer's puppet. A talented wizard, oh yes, but still, just a wizard. Nothing more, nothing less. Your mother's family, though. That makes you special. The puzzle pieces were coming together. She'd given him all of the clues, little hints as he'd come along, and it was all there right under his nose. His mind whirled to put all of the scattered bits of information together. Mab never would have pulled him out of that hellish future if he didn't mean anything more than the end of the world. End of one of her playgrounds. Sure, but there was more to it than that. The knowledge he had of his father was scant at best, and he'd never known that the Potters were vassals of Summer. Hell oh, fa thing for him to find out one day with a fairy knocking on his door and demanding he do her bidding. But Mab wasn't concerned with his father's connection to Summer. Mab was interested in his mother. His mother's side of the family, and through that, him as well. His mind hurt from the implications, from the idea that he was the heir to something that made Voldemort and his Death Eaters look like children playing at cops and robbers. She'd found him, had probably been watching him for quite some time before making her move, presenting him with such a tempting offer, the idea of going back and fixing his mistakes. Such an enticing proposition, especially when he had no other options. Clever, very clever. It was like showing a thirsty man an oasis when he was surrounded by hot sun and burning desert. Only for Harry to find out it was an illusion when he went to drink and found himself pouring sand instead of water down his throat. She wanted Harry because of his connection to the Lords of Magic. The families were powerful enough that whoever had them on their side would inevitably tip the balance in their favor. Mab wanted allies, and Harry, bearing his guilt like weights around his neck, had walked pretty as he pleased right into her trap. He'd sold himself to her for a chance to drink at her illusion, and then she'd wrap the shackles of ownership around his wrists without him being any the wiser of it. Harry couldn't remember most of what happened before he died, let alone making a deal with the devil. She could tell him that the grass was blue and the sky was green. And he would have to take her word for it because he didn't know better. Couldn't prove better. I am the key. Harry kept his words neutral and carefully modulated, but he knew his eyes were burning with the knowledge of what she'd done to him. I am the key to the door you wish to open. But I am only one key. You need 5 others. You need the other 5 dark families in order to open that door. And you need the 6 light families, and Titania, to balance out what will happen when you open that door. The sound of clapping filled the chamber, Mab's eyes lit by the blue-white glimmer of winter's ether. The eerie light glittering on the long diamonds of her earrings. Well done, Harry. She smiled, and Harry felt the black maw of despair clamping down on him. Well done. It was chaos inside the ministry. The general public crowding in amongst ministry employees and heckling reporters. The raucous mob filled the air with loud shouting and the threat of violent hexes, the red-robed Orms of Aurors dispersing amongst the crowd to try and restore order. From what Shorner could see of their struggles, they were about as useful as wings on an ostrich. Shorner shifted Lily Potter's less under his arm as he stepped into the lift past the teeming crowd. Sirius Black had escaped and a right mess ensued. Shorner didn't know how the wizarding community had found out so soon. Black had only disappeared from Azkaban just 4 hours ago. This is beyond insane, he thought as he exited the lift. Shorner strode through the maze-like hallways of the Department of Mysteries towards the secluded calm of his office. Things inside the dome were no different from the rest of the ministry. Dropping the files on his desk, Shorner collapsed into his chair. He spent most of the previous HT writing up a report on his findings of the Shar family. Shorner was sure Creven had put word into his superior's ear that he had found some disturbing news connected to the Veil. This was not good. Matter of fact, this whole situation was not good. The man chuckled wryly, rubbing his temples in a futile attempt to ward off the encroaching headache from caffeine withdrawal. The ministry was going to hell in a handbasket, and Shorner didn't have the slightest clue where to begin plugging up the leaks. Information of such a sensitive nature as Black's escape never should have gotten out. Add in how quickly the public knew about his breakout, and all signs pointed to someone within the ministry, someone trusted, deliberately selling out confidential information. A short knock on Shorner's door shook him from his thoughts. What? He barked out, the request slipping out sharper than he'd intended. One of the aides poked her head around the door. Mr. Shorner, the heads of Mission Operate, Ives and British Wizarding Security would like to see you in the conference room. Bugger. And with Black's escape on top of all of this. He sighed and gathered up the stack of files haphazardly strewn about. Thank you, Maggie. The petite brunette blushed. No problem, Mr. Shorner, she said as she scuttled out the doorway in front of Shorner. The conference room lay all the way across the Dom F. Rom Shorner's office, and he nearly ran there just to arrive relatively on time. Shorner took a moment to catch his breath and straighten his robes while the aide went inside to announce him. "Mr. Shorner, would you please be so kind as to join us?" came the voice of the head of mission operatives. The head of British Wizarding Security tilted her steel-gray head to the side and looked him over. "You seem a bit young for a headship." Shorner gritted his teeth and smiled. "I can assure you of my qualifications and my capability in doing my job, Madam Mallard," he replied in a not-so-subtle jibe. At her not being able to prevent Black's breakout, she bristled visibly and seemed to be on the verge of saying something rather unkind when the head of mission operatives interrupted her. "Shorner is quite proficient at his job and we are not here to dispute that," Connor Blackwood said brusquely, seemingly at the end of his patience. "Now, back to pressing matters. We normally get field surveillance to debrief us on these things. But you seem to have the most information on hand of us all. Would you care to share your conclusions on the occurrence with the veil?" Shorner took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Speaking in front of this powerful a group of people left his knees feeling a little weak. "I do not have tangible evidence with me at the moment, but late yesterday morning bet. In 0800 and 1100 hours the veil went active and stayed that way for 3 continuous hours before subsiding back into stasis." Shorner didn't have to be a genius to know that the majority of the SCEP TCSM writ on his audience's faces was more from the veil's history of strange fluctuations and the distaste surrounding its past uses than the veracity of the information he'd gathered. Further res. Urch yielded that an unknown magical signature had passed through the veil into this world during those active hours. After additional scrutiny, we managed to match the signature to a Mr. Harry James Potter. "The Harry Potter?" asked Madame Mallard incredulously. Shorner nodded. "One and the same." Murmurs of unrest flittered through the conference room. He glanced around the room at the eyes pinned on him. The veritable bomb was about to be dropped on the group and Shorner wanted to be far away from the fallout. While researching Mr. Potter's family history for a connection that would explain the veil's reaction, I stumbled onto some rather alarming information. Within a single generation, I was able to trace his mother's line back to the Shar family as sole offspring and heir. The din the 5 heads created was deafening. Quote ellipsis dot. "I don't care if all evidence points to the contrary, it's not possible." The head of counterintelligence yelled to Gale Brightfall of field surveillance. A ringing silence descended over the room. The head of analysis and tactical specialists turned and looked at Shorner through heavy, dark eyes. "Are you saying that Harry Potter is a Shar Lord?" Shorner nodded. "All evidence points to it. So yes. Do you perceive him to be a threat in the near or immediate future?" Shorner sighed and resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose, headache worsening by the second. "The boy will be 13 2 weeks from today and normally I'd say don't worry about it. Progeny does not necessarily mean ontogeny. But on the other hand, his magical signature held some fairly disquieting information." Connor interlocked his fingers in front of his face. "I get apprehensive when you of all people say, disquieting. Let's keep it short and simple, Shorner. I'd like to know if I have to alert the Director of Magical Law Enforcement of any other menaces to society today." Harry Potter's signature shows all the signs of a consistent, long-term use of illegal, advanced dark magic. That kind of practice is typically indicative of a very capable sorcerer of the dark arts. Shorner licked his lips and decided to plunge ahead. "We have also not been able to track him or his wand as of 1830 hours yesterday evening." The glimmer of hope disappeared in the head of mission operative's eyes. "I'll have someone bring him in as soon as possible. Ladies, gentlemen, this meeting is adjourned." A large dark shape sprinted alongside the gravel road. The dog was thin to the point of emaciation and its fur was matted and patchy. But it ran with a desperate need of something long past simple devotion. The gleam in its eyes was wild, driven and obsessed, too intelligent, too human to be mere canine. "I'm coming, Harry," the animagus thought. "He won't hurt you anymore. I'll kill him. I'll kill that rat." Intro to Chaos. Disclaimer. Chances are if you missed the disclaimer in the first chapter, you're skimming this FIC and probably missing more of the story than you think. Chapter 6 Intro to Chaos. Harry sat dazed and numb at his desk at Privet Drive, summer storms washing the grime from his window. There was a package wrapped in white silk sitting before him. Any second now, he'd reach out and undo the ornate knot holding the affair together, but something told him that once he did, he'd never be able to go back. Someone once told him, "Sometimes you're the bug, and sometimes you're the windshield." Harry had a sinking suspicion that his life was taking on more of the point of view of the bug than what he was comfortable with. He pressed the heel of his hands into his eyes. The throbbing in his head had upped the intensity to which Harry was sure that a tiny version of himself was valiantly assaulting the side of his skull with a cowl. Ashnikov in a vain attempt to be let out. He was also sure that small version of himself was the one that did the panicked screaming whenever something pulled a wobbly. It was the part of him that had been gibbering incoherently for the past 24 hours. Harry sighed and laid his head against the cool wood of the desk. At this particular moment, he wanted nothing better than to crawl under a rock and sleep for a very long time. If he never woke up, it would be too soon. The sense of being overwhelmed had drained the energy to protest from him, and the long muscles of his legs started to shake in nervous, exhausted tension. How was he going to achieve this task? How could one person ever try and bring back an ancient circle of magical families long thought dead and buried? It was absurd, not to mention impossible. He was a soldier, a mercenary at best, not a diplomat. Harry let out a soft huff of laughter. Coward. Pulling the knot apart, he unfolded the silk from around the package. It was a book, an old book, a book bound in an odd brackish green leather with a tarnished silver clasp and worn ivory pages where the gilt edging had worn away. There was no title, and when Rai ran his fingers over the buttery soft leather of the spine, the silver clasp popped open with a decisive click. The pages were as thin as rice paper, and the handwriting changed styles, ink, and even languages. He couldn't read most of it, but what little he did recognize seemed to be a history of the Shar family. In the back of the book was a family tree, the names and dates written in black and purple ink. A beautifully rendered sketch of the Shar crest sat in the lower corner with the words, "In vita est nex," written underneath. "Life is violent," Harry remarked under his breath. How fitting. He dropped the book onto the desk and leaned back into his chair, idly running his knuckles over his lower lip. There were so many things wrong with his situation he didn't know where to begin. Harry lifted his wrist and studied the iridescent bindings Mab had placed on his skin. There were now identical bands of runes running around both wrists, after his little revelation of her plans. Mab had completed the second half of the deal by binding him to the agreement. Should he complete her fantastical task, she would release Harry from her service. Yeah, fucking right, he knew better. Ma B would do everything in her power to make sure he never slipped her leash. Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place. Swearing violently under his breath, he shoved his chair back and stood up, accidentally knocking the forgotten Shar book off the edge of the desk. The book landed upright on the ends of its pages, and a peculiar sense of déjà vu flittered along the edges of his mind. Harry bent over and picked it up. A crisp, white envelope fluttered from between the pages of the book onto the chair. He frowned and put the book aside. Inside the envelope was a plain ticket to Brazil from Miami. Its date indicated it had been recently bought, that day in fact. Mab's rich, heavy perfume clung to the ticket. Harry bared his teeth in a feral slash of a smile. "You were one twisted bitch," he said to the empty room, knowing in his gut that somewhere, Mab was laughing at him. He knew what waited for him in Brazil. Mab's bait on a fucking string. Lemuert, the necromancer. Unfinished business. Whoever said Brazil was a great place to vacation had neglected to mention a few things. Harry was under the distinct impression that a vacation should not include a flak jacket, sidearm, half a gallon of bug repellent, and a portable air conditioning unit. If the drug cartels didn't get you, the mosquitoes would. The Amazon was wetter than a well-paid whore, and for that matter, it was hot as hell. Night had descended a while ago, bringing with it no respite from the muggy heat, only the sound of thousands of tiny, biting, stinging insects. How anybody could want to live here was beyond Harry. Harry crouched silently in the dark mud by the jungle compound. One wrong move and he was likely to get his head blown off, be it by muggle or magical methods. Lemuert, the necromancer, was paranoid enough to make the trigger-happy Italian hit wizards look like fairly pleasant people to be around. Upon his arrival to Miami, Harry purchased new clothes and equipment. The wards around the compound were sensitive enough to pick up magic from 10 miles away. Harry's clothes and weapons had been virtually saturated with magic simply by being around him day after day. He was lucky. Julius Strome had come up with the anti-tracking device on such short notice. A tiny pewter charm shaped like a compass hung on a cord around his neck, and it was probably the only thing that kept High's magical signature from appearing like a bloody beacon. The magic he used, on the other hand, left a slight residue, and there wasn't much he could do about that. Lemewert was one of Voldemort's first allies. No one actually knew how old he was or even his real name. Speculation said that he was born almost 500 years ago, the bastard son of a Spanish noble wizard and a Portuguese servant girl. Last time around, the necromancer made a name for himself by resurrecting the dead and employing them in the use against the resistance forces. He had also been the mastermind behind several sabotaged operations, including Fuck, had it really only been a few days ago? The truth is never bliss. The necromancer smiled, dark eyes still as cold as ice. Easier to live in self-centered solipsism than to acknowledge the hard facts of our failures, isn't it? You say such sweet things to me. I might get all flustered here, Harry had mockingly replied in a breathy falsetto. You're surprisingly talkative today. I didn't know Tom paid you to be friendly. There's no shame in being sociable. The necromancer spread his hands apart, gesturing to the wreckage around them. We are titans cut from the same cloth, trapped here together in a desolate hell. The least we can do is be civil to one another lest we destroy this place any further. Fury had coursed through his veins at the necromancer's casual dismissal of the destruction he had caused. Lest we destroy this place any further. This place. You might as well consider this your finest masterpiece. This is your hell. The necromancer made a theatrical expression of surprise and affront that lacked any nuance of genuine emotion. My hell. The amused note was back in his voice. I like this new London. It's beautiful. It's like Christmas and Easter and birthday parties wrapped up into one grand package of pain and rage and hurt. Must suck, then, said Harry, almost vibrating with tension. Having me come through and fuck with your sandbox. White teeth flashed in a shark's smile. Oh, Mr. Potter, why would I ever want to kill you when you do a better job of torturing yourself than I ever will? You are a wonderful addition to my sandbox, as you've called it. But let's not quibble over semantics here. I actually enjoy your company. If I had to be trapped with anyone here, I would always want it to be you. There is no greater entertainment than watching someone as noble as you poison himself with hatred and destruction. Hatred and destruction. As you sow, so shall you reap, Harry murmured to himself as he finished wiring the explosive in front of him. Strategically disguised packs of C4 littered the sides of the compound, and Harry had also managed to bury several land mines in the surrounding jungle under the cover of darkness. The natives, he had found, were quite eager to be rid of the necromancer and would do just about anything to eradicate Lemewert from existence. Harry crawled like a dark ghost through the underbrush, placing a crystal at each corner of the militarized complex. The fifth he kept, as that would be the one to activate the rest. The voices came nearer, the deep R of the two saying he saw a bush move near Harry. The guard's footsteps crunched closer to him. He could see the faint moonlight flash off of the dull metal of the Alaska 47 in the guard's hands. A jaguar R appeared between the thick leaves of a jungle plant. The cat's eyes gleamed green and the great beast slinked forward noiselessly. The voices of the soldiers behind him ceased and Harry's overly sensitized hearing caught the sound of panicked breathing. Soldiers, feet soundless in the dark earth of the jungle floor. Harry twisted the first man's wrist while simultaneously ramming his left foot into the man's throat, causing the guard to choke and drop his gun. Pivoting, Harry's right foot surged forward and smashed into the other guard's left kidney. He bent over to protect his stomach and Ari pulled a long knife from a shoulder holster, jabbing it upwards under the man's jaw. The man went limp and Harry withdrew the blade, jerking it on the reverse to pierce the back of the first guard's skull. Harry stepped back to let the large cat move forward. The jaguar sniffed at the fallen bodies and for a second, Harry could have sworn that the beast had looked up and grinned a fanged smile at him. An animagus, then. Disgruntled villagers indeed. Harry grabbed the guard's ID tag that had fallen in the black dirt. There was a military personnel entrance on the side of the building closest to the river. As far as strategy went, the entrance was actually pretty well placed. Anyone who wasn't supposed to be there and/or displeased the necromancer got a short swift plunge into the river, to be eaten by piranhas and whatever else lived in those murky waters. The light next to the door beeped and turned green when Harry swiped the card through the small gray box. Inside the compound wall, was a wide courtyard of a strange red clay-like substance. There were also 4 well-armed soldiers. The muted laughter inside the compound abruptly cut off as all heads turned to stare at Harry. He really should have found a better back door. The light was sharp and bright, and it crawled over the inside of his eyelids like a many-legged insect. Harry felt like he'd been run over by a speeding lorry. "Oye, gatito, you've come back to us, no?" The sound of sniggering laughter echoed through his ears. Harry pried his one good eye open. The small, dim room was made out of the same Red Sea lay of the courtyard, and it was crowded with people. Strange men with distorted features stood in the shadows. Only the gleam of metal and the bright whites of their eyes and teeth let Harry know they were there. Lemeward himself sat on his haunches in front of Harry's chair, fingers crossed thoughtfully under his chin, elbows resting on his knees. The necromancer's dark eyes held a strange reddish light, the color of dried blood. Something inside Harry started screaming. "Murder! Murder! Murder!" pounded his heart, and Harry wanted nothing more than to sink his teeth into Lemeward's neck and tear his throat out. Hot blood dripping down his face. He could almost taste it, all salt and iron and cold satisfaction. "I don't think this is going to work out between us, John," Harry rasped, licking at the split skin on his lips. "I mean, I've just got so much going on in my life right now, and you've got this whole kink thing going on with the ropes, not to mention the age difference and all." The necromancer smiled. On any other person, it might have been comforting. But on the necromancer it was a cool expression. Tigers with full stomachs wore smiles like Lemeward while watching baby animals play. "Colorful boy, you killed 27 of my men. Forgive me if I'm not in the mood to dither with you," the man said, raising an eyebrow. "Ah, that's too bad. You seem like a smashing conversationalist. Who are you?" The necromancer's voice was calm, unaffected, almost bored in its lack of emotional inflection. "George Zimmer," Harry drawled, lip curling in a mockery of a grin. "The fashion police are after you. Why are you here?" "My credit card is maxed out and this is the cheapest place I could go for my vacation." Harry met the necromancer's gaze. A subtle power strained the silence in the small room. Something lay between them, each pushing against it. This was familiar, too familiar. Green light flashed past Harry's ear. Harry whirled around to face the darkened corner of the warehouse, dropping to one knee and drawing his wand, a spell already illuminating the end. Yellow light arced over his head from Joan's return fire. Another jet of light answered from the corner. Green spell splashing off the floor, and Harry released his curse. A masked and cloaked Death Eater dropped to the ground from the shadows, blood pooling out of the gash in his throat. The whole thing couldn't have taken more than 4 seconds. Where did he come from? Harry muttered, frantically casting his senses out around him. The sleet and snow cut so far down on his senses he might as well be blind. He'd never even sensed the Death Eater, let alone his hexes. "Harry," there was a strange note in Jones's voice. Harry turned around and found Harper's limp form crumpled on the dusty floor again. Eyes wide and glazed, mouth halfway open like he was just about to say something. Jones blinked back at him, startled, the beginnings of fear flitting across his face. "It too." "Okay, Harry," a moment to realize that Harper wasn't breathing, that the wounded keening and the soft spatter of someone's insides dripping from their gut was coming from Francis, and that the popping noise in his ears wasn't firecrackers or the sound his knuckles made when he clenched his fists, but the sounds of multiple Death Eaters apparating into the warehouse around him. And then there was a flare of light behind them, and Jonesy's head came off at his shoulders. Dizziness and something like nausea washed over him. It crawled around in the back of his throat and it yearned to emerge in the form of a scream. The room swirled before his eyes, a nightmarish whirl, a twirl of too wide, too sharp grins to be human. Black shapes crept around the edges of his vision and a false adrenaline high pushed his stomach up into his throat. He couldn't do this. He had failed. He hadn't escaped death last time around. Why did he even bother to try? The wizarding world would destroy itself anyway, say. Rise of catastrophic events one right after another. It didn't matter how hard he tried. It didn't matter what he did. It was easy to let go of the pain that anchored him to the physical world. It was easier than he thought. The necromancer smiled, and the world around him abruptly righted itself. Harry sliced the smoky fingers of the necromancer's legilimency attack off before they could sink any deeper into his oculomancy shields. The urge to laugh bubbled in his throat and slid out as a deep chuckle. Nice trick, you nearly had me there. Did they teach you that one in the school for evil overall? Or is it just something you picked up along the way? A murderous flicker of irritation lit in the necromancer's eyes. Harry leaned closer to the necromancer, a heady mixture of adrenaline and dark magic singing in his veins. I have one word for you, he whispered, inches away from the necromancer's face. The others in the room didn't matter. They were just cannon fodder, things to be used and discarded. His hands itched to run something hard and sharp through the farce of a man in front of him. There was a wary note in the necromancer's manner that had not been there before. Please, do share, he said. A false smile of indulgence stretched across his face. Harry nearly purred. Boom, he breathed. The lights in the room flickered off and then there was chaos. Silence of mayhem. Discal. Ame. Chances are if you missed the disclaimer in the first chapter, you're skimming this FIC and probably missing more of the story than you think. Chapter 7 Silence of Mayhem. Things never work out the way they should or the way they were planned. It was a constant, sort of like the laws of gravity. When the shit hit the fan, gravity would eventually pull it back down. Where it landed, now that was the interesting part. Sirius' overgrown claws rattled steadily against the concrete sidewalk as he trotted through Magnolia Crescent. So this was where Harry grew up. How sickeningly normal, or all the interesting inventions the Muggles came up with. It seemed to Sirius that they occasionally suffered from a dire lack of creativity. The humdrum architecture and design of Surrey enforced that fact in his mind. He was also sure he had seen that same color and model of car in no less than 6 different driveways. Sirius desperately hoped Harry had not turned out as boring as little whinging Surrey appeared to be. He would be about 13 now. James, at that age, had been so small. One of the shortest boys of their year really, beaten out only by a few Ravenclaws and a lone Slytherin. It had been a major point of contention for James and Sirius grinned at the memories it provoked. The clarity of his mind was not fully restored yet, but the Animagus was grateful to be rid of the Dementor's presence. After 12 years of oppressive silence, broken only by the screaming and incoherent babbling of the other prisoners, anything was a welcome change. Sirius had started to forge what it was like to be around real people, not just old memories and dreams born of delirium. The depression, which had been circling the point where his thoughts began to fade, dug its claws in with a sudden vengeance. Sirius, old chap, it's good to see you, it chirped gleefully. Thinking about James again? Guess what? At the end of your miserable day, he's still dead. You fought with him, remember? 2 weeks before he was murdered. Slaughtered actually. You heard how the Aurors had a terrible time piecing him back together, didn't you? And to think it was your fault. You, who argued so hard in favor of Peter. You didn't forget that, did you? And how could you, when I am here to remind you? And remind you, and remind you. The grim look-alike shook his head and altered his course foe. Are the thick bushes beside a small playground, the shadowy expanse of dreamless sleep soon claimed his waking thoughts. It was the sharp scent of ozone that woke him. Dazed and disoriented, Sirius Braw, in momentarily overloaded from the extreme sensory information. Small hairs prickled along his spine and he had to resist the urge to roll over onto his back, paws up, in the classic pose of submission. Predator. It stepped into the harsh, white glow of the street lamps. He was a striking young man of an indiscriminate age and despite his apparent youth, his manner told of a hard-won maturity. Lean in his dark jeans and faded t-shirt, the youth moved with careless, effortless ease, shoulders thrown back, eyes sharp and alert. He carried himself like a killing machine who knew what he was capable of and was perfectly comfortable with it. And yet, there was something else. There was something in the youth's features that bespoke of a familiarity Sirius desperately did not want to admit. It was in the glossy, blue-black locks and the finely carved features. It was in the milk-pale skin and the generous curve of his mouth. It was in the raven's wing eyebrows and the wide, canted eyes in a shade of green only found on cats and killing curses. In the boy that stank of dark magic, Sirius saw the son of Lily and James Potter for the first time in 12 years. Harry hadn't wandered the streets of Privet Drive and the surrounding areas since he was 15. It was downright eerie to look at the homes filled with people and not see the destruction he remembered. How could someone prepare themselves for knowledge that their life, their name, was a lie? Well, not really a lie, but a hell of a lot more elaborate than previously thought. It was a silly question, because no amount of PR pairing could ever make one ready for having their life turned upside down twice, and counting, in less than a month. Running a hand through his hair, Harry walked over to one of the aging picnic bench. He's in front of the playground and lay back against the table, limbs sprawled haphazardly. He was a scion of House Shar, the 7th house of the Lords of Magic. The weight of that name was staggering and it made him feel lightheaded. Which was worse, being Harry Potter or being a Shar? He grimaced and scrubbed his face with his hands, feeling a bit raw on the inside and sure that his sense of self would be shattered come morning. The idea that he had once identified himself as just Harry was laughable and more than a little ironic. His mother wasn't Lily Evans, she was Lily Ideen Shar, a lady of House Shar, a blueblood. An honest-to-God fucking aristocrat. The purebloods were pale imitations in comparison to the 12 families. Had she known who she was, known that she was the daughter of one of the most infamous dark wizards of modern times. Known that the legacy of the blood running in her veins was older than the concept of time. Known that her heritage lay in deep, black magic. That her mother wasn't a muggle, but something not even human. The last one Harry shied away from. The possibility that his wants and needs were driven by an insane need to feed off of lust. Violence and blood was a little more than his mind could handle at the moment. Harry wanted to push all of this out of his mind, out of his life. He could run, hide behind any one of his numerous aliases. It would be scarily easy to wipe himself off the face of the earth, leaving no trace of Harry Potter behind. But knowing what he did of Mab, she would never let him slip through her fingers. The bands of runes around his wrists gave a frigid hum as if in response. He clenched his hands into fists to relieve the lingering chill. The Shar name gave him a powerful alias that would lend high standing with the other Lords of Magic and a basis from which he could work with them, fulfilling his part of the bargain with Mab. There was also a pendant that he needed to find. It was something like a family ring. Something that would give status to his claims to the Shar name. But there was no way in hell he would let it slip that Harry Potter was also a Shar. No fucking way. Even in his mind, that particular scenario was nightmarish to the extreme. And it was giving him a headache. Harry sat up and pressed fingers against his temples. Fuck, if it didn't feel like he had a meat cleaver buried in his skull. Logic dictated he move on to the next pressing subject. How was he going to deal with those whom he knew to be Death Eaters and other allies of Riddle? He couldn't treat them all like the necromancer. Many of those people were in key places that would require much more subtlety on his part. Blowing shit up was fun and all, but not when you were dealing with individuals like Lucius Malfoy and his ilk. That and he needed clean Hedwig's cage. Birdshit got rank after 2 weeks in a closed-up room. Said Owl hooted dolefully at him from her perch in the large oak overshadowing the playground. Harry grinned wryly. Sorry I locked you out, girl. At least you didn't get stuck in there. He felt a little stupid trying to reason with an owl, but it beat waking up in the morning. With a half-regurgitated mouse sitting next him on the pillow, the snowy owl spread her impressive wingspan and swooped gracefully onto Harry's knee. It was odd being back, he mused as he stroked Hedwig's feathers. And it wasn't just the near inconceivable fact that he had traveled back in time. It was the little things, like looking over at his makeshift desk and finding his old glasses, his photo album, and trunk of school supplies, his Gryffindor Quidditch jersey and invisibility cloak. Just the simple items made him feel nostalgic. They also made him feel old, because the simple joy that once accompanied them had diminished. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Despite the fond memories his before-the-war belongings invoked, he couldn't help but feel weighed down by them. It was a stupid way to think, with an even more ridiculous reason behind it, but his possessions weren't really his. They were the other Harry's, the before-the-war Harry's. He tipped his back and exhaled with a sigh. A light breeze caressed his skin, washing away his thoughts. There was a sort of comfort in watching Hedwig spread her wings and soar against the wind. A bright splash of white in the night sky. He could count on one hand the number of opportunities he had to simply relax and not have to think. He began to nod off with the alleviation of his headache. Something shifted in the bushes behind him and Harry reacted on instinct. He found himself crouched on the ground, wand outstretched, a large hole smoking in the playground foliage, nose to nose with a trembling, grim-like dog with pale eyes and dark fur. Schorner eyeballed the towering stack of papers on his desk with trepidation. This would be the third such stack of papers he had received. From both the Muggle and magical government of Brazil. The Brazilian magical government had found traces of a foreign magical signature along a stretch of land once occupied by a very powerful necromancer. They were inclined to merely write it off as Lemurirt having made the wrong person angry. Schorner would as well, if North's tracking charms hadn't said different. Schorner was coming to regard Harry Potter as an extremely dangerous individual. He had dropped off the grid almost as soon as he'd shown up, and other than a few fading traces of magic, the young sorcerer had effectively disappeared. Either he was hiding in the Muggle world or Harry Potter had access to something that could block customary magical tracking. Schorner was operating under the hunch that it was a little of both. And now, to find out that Potter had simply waltzed into the necromancer's compound and annihilated him. He shuddered. What was he trying to do? Become the next Dark Lord? Merlin knew he had the right kill ratio. In addition to the necromancer, there had been about 30 other wizards of varying calibers and more than 100 Muggle soldiers within the compound. Where a tropical fortress once stood, there was nothing but ruins and a large, grisly smear on the ground they had determined to be Lemurirt himself. Add into the operating assumption that Harry Potter was also a Shar Lord and S. Horner was beginning to feel like he was holding a very potent mixture in his hands. Should he or should he not tell the heads the danger level had increased? He knew he should. There was no way to PR. Edict where Potter might strike again, or when for that matter. The sudden flurry of pounding on his office door startled him from his musings. He hauled himself out his chair to find David North waiting impatiently on the other side. The tracking net picked up a high-level shredding curse close to the original trace network, he said, breathing heavily, dark circles waning heavy and purple under his eyes. There's no magical signature attached to it. It's your man. The exhaustion left as adrenaline began to take its place. Tell Creven he has a go-ahead to scoop this bloke up. I want to question this one personally. Fuck. Harry reached out and grasped one bony shoulder. Sirius, I know you have questions, but if you want to keep your mangy-ass Dementor free, you'll get yourself to Kane. Turn alley and meet me at the Painted Rose. And you will do this without being seen. Do you understand me? The emaciated animagus seemed stunned for a moment, but he nodded as well as a dog could and slunk off into the shadows. Sirius was once well on his way to becoming an Auror. He was more than capable of taking care of himself. Harry crept towards heavy darkness surrounding the oak tree. Single quote. Let's see who are the jokers I'm dealing with now. A symphony of bones. Disclaimer. Chances are if you missed the disclaimer in the first chapter, you're skimming this FIC and probably missing more of the story than you think. Chapter 8. A Symphony of Bones. The man crumpled to the ground, limp and unmoving. Crouching in the shadows, Harry stripped the body of its weapons, the motions as natural as breathing. He recognized them now, the blue stripe on black fatigues. They were the Special Forces Unit, a highly militarized division of the Department of Mysteries, mission operatives. He knew these people, knew their tactics, their habits, the way they moved. Harry had trained alongside them at the tender age of 17. Nobody had to teach him how to kill. These people just made sure he was good at it. And they were after him. The irony of the situation was not lost on Harry. He'd just removed the necromancer as a serious concern and now his own government was out for retribution. Fear was indeed a strange motivator. Harry abandoned the body, tucking the stolen Karambit and matte black Colt M1911 away on his person. If these people operated the way he remembered them to, they would be tracking him, be his magic, which meant they'd been looking for him, probably for some time now judging by how quickly they arrived at the first sign of magic in the area. Hell, he'd walked right into a trap like some wet behind the ears rookie. Harry's teeth ground together in frustration as he jogged through number 12's backyard. The older couple that lived here were doing extensive renovations of the front garden, moving some of the larger saplings to the back. He had duly noted earlier in the day that they were also using a 20-20-20 high nitrate fertilizer. Adrenaline made it easy to rip the lock off the battered wooden shed containing the gardening supplies. Harry tossed 2 of the dirt-filled bags over his shoulder and took off for the Isuzu parked in the street in front of number 12. If they wanted to play that way, that was fine with him. He could too. Creven, Blackwood's second in command, knelt over the still warm body half hidden by the shrubbery. A quick check of the man's vitals confirmed his death. Well, fuck. His earbud crackled with static. Mobile 4 and 7 engaged in physical combat in northwest quadrant. Target still within area. Sighting of target confirmed. Negative, sir. Assailant unknown. Harry twisted the operative's wand arm down with his right hand while ramming his left elbow repeatedly into the man's solar plexus. Once, twice, 3 times. He turned, rolling the guy over his arm and hurled him into the agent behind him. The first black op cracked his head against the side of the house, taking the second agent down with him. Too short. Echoing cracks of the Colt later, Harry melted back into the shadows moving steadily towards the right. There were always 9 men per team, leader included. Within the span of 7 minutes, 3 had been killed with no sight of a small 13-year-old boy. Somewhere along the communications line, someone had fucked up monumentally and Creven didn't trust Shorner enough to know He wouldn't be his own neck this mess would be strung around. White noise squealed over his earbud and Creven plucked it out with a grimace. Make that 4 dead. God damn it. Who the hell did Potter have helping him? There was a crackle of twigs on his left and a figure of medium height and slim build emerged from the darkness. It was the assailant. It had to be. It was in the way he moved. Too smooth, too sure to be civilian. Creven watched the figure duck past a Muggle vehicle and jog around to the back of the house. He signaled to the rest of his team and followed the man into the shadows. Number 12 read the house's faceplate. It felt like a death knell. Creven rounded the corner of the house just in time to see the shed door swing shut. His team fanned out behind him, weapons poised and ready. No more mistakes with this one. He'd wrap this up, retrieve the boy, write up his report and take a well-deserved break. Piece of cake. Rustling came from inside the shed. Creven nodded to the 4 remaining men around him. Light and shadows rippled faintly through the bottom of the door. Creven braced himself against the side of the shed, wand ready to draw, as another team member reached for the door. The door opened without a squeak, the hinges smooth and oiled. He rolled off the wall into the shed, wand outstretched. It was empty. Boards from the back wall were missing, large enough for a person to slip through. A strip of cloth was tacked up next to the light fixture. It fluttered in the soft breeze, casting shadows over the dirt floor. Oh, shit. The shed exploded outwards. RLING Creven backwards with the force of it. He landed hard on his back and felt white-hot agony race up his left arm to wrap around his ribs. It pure luck that he was able to raise a shield in time for the second explosion. The Muggle transportation device behind him vaporized in a fireball of bright heat and sound as a spray of lightning-white projectiles peppered his shield and shredded his not-so-lucky team members. Only one other operative managed to raise a shield. Creven peered dazedly at the projectiles hammered into the ground, bright spots still dotting his vision. Nails. Those were fucking nails. Creven hauled himself to his feet, breaking out into sprint towards the end point of the anti-apparition wards, his feet slip-sliding on the wet grass beneath them. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. But maybe, just maybe, it could be salvaged. As the assailant appeared at the mouth of the alley, Creven surged forward. The spell caught him low in the stomach, blasting Creven off his feet. He landed on his bad arm at the other end of the alleyway. Gasping with pain, he lay there for a moment fighting with unconsciousness. The man moved forward again and Creven banished one of the Muggle vehicles at him. The grind of warping metal on asphalt sounded like nails on a chalkboard. He watched stunned as the man simply vanished the car, not losing his momentum. The assailant ran towards him, twisting to avoid Creven's amber necrosis hex. Creven came to his knees, blocking the man's foot from his face. He grabbed the foot and pulled, flinging it upwards. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Creven's vision blackened and he wobbled. The assailant's foot surged forwards into his side, and Creven collapsed against a low garden wall, his body beginning to shut down against his will. He fired off one last curse before his wand was snatched from his hand, broken in two by the strength of the man's grip. The man seized his bad arm and twisted it, bracing his boot against Creven's back, forcing his body to the ground. He gasped against the dew-wet grass, body folded into an awkward, painful position. Now, his captor said in a voice like honey over gravel, "You will tell me everything I want to know." Shorner stepped away from the glass board where he, David North and Connor Blaw. C.K. Wood had watched in tension-laden silence as the red dots signaling Creven's team were steadily picked off. He was shaking. Dear God, he was shaking. It was one thing to read someone else's report, it was another to see it firsthand. And then the last blinking red dot faded and the glowing layout of Harry Potter's neighborhood went blank. Fuck. Connor's coffee cup went sailing across the room and smashed into the wall, leaving a stark, puke-colored splatter on the white paint. The door slammed behind him hard enough that it bounced open again. Shorner watched the swath of destruction see. Honor left in his wake with a particularly spicy cocktail of hysteria, nausea, and dread. North tried to be as inconspicuous as possible as he shuffled out the door, head down, shoulders hunched. He airly sure that North was headed out to smoke his way through the entire pack of cigarettes he mistakenly thought Shorner didn't know about. Shorner thought for a moment about joining him. Now would be a great time for an addiction. He gathered up Potter's files, the reports from Brazil, his personal notes and a few other things before giving into the inevitable. Shorner closed the door and threaded his way through the overturned desks and disgruntled employees of the bullpen to his office. He went to push the door all the way open before he stopped. Wait, hadn't he locked and warded his door? Yes, he thought, his mental voice drawing the word out to its full perplexity. Then why was it ajar? Shorner cautiously pushed the door open with his fingertips before stepping inside. Everything looked to be in its proper order. Desk buried under stacks of papers, bookshelves overflowing. Shorner grimaced and kicked the door shut behind him. He seriously needed to stop working 72-hour days. Sleep deprivation, wakefulness charms and high amounts of caffeine could not be good for his system. Shifting the pile in his arms, he stepped behind his desk and resumed the never-ending paper shuffle tango. Movement by the door hinges caught his eye. He lounged idly against the wall on his left side, hands in his pockets, feet crossed at the ankles, half hidden by the conjoining shadows of the bookshelf and doorframe. He had hair the color of a crow's feather and skin the sort of pale that came from not seeing sunlight for a very long time. His build was lean and strong, tall, but not the sort of tall that would stand out in a crowd. Eyes, green as a cat's, stared at Shorner, their expression one of languid amusement. Shorner dropped the files he was holding. Harry Potter. The smile was slow and knowing, an expression far too old for his supposed age. Potter shifted and sauntered towards Shorner's desk in a rolling, fluid motion. Yes, that is my name. Though I don't think I'm too fond of it as of late. Seems to be getting me into trouble these days. I can't imagine why, Shorner replied, stunned at the normality of the conversation. There was a little voice inside his head reeking that the monster under his bed was real and it was standing by his desk with a placid, Dumbledorian smile on his face. How did you, he said, motioning towards the door. I learned how to pick locks from a stage magician. Shorner couldn't stop the incredulous expression from spreading across his face. Oh really? I can also escape handcuffs, remove straitjackets and that reminds me, he said as a very familiar blue velvet money pouch appeared in his hands. Potter tossed it onto the desk. You should keep a better eye on your pockets. Well, aren't you a regular criminal? He bit out, sharper than he intended as he stuffed the pouch back into his robes. A wide, devil-may-care grin stretched across Potter's face as the black-clad figure dropped into the chair in front of his desk, limbs sprawled across the armrests. Relax, Archie. You're tenser than a virgin on her wedding night. Archimedes Darren Shorner ground his teeth together. It's Shorner, Mr. Potter. Only my Mo. Thayer is allowed to call me Archie, and God rest her soul, she's been dead for 6 years. Potter raised an eyebrow, implying with leisurely delight that he had all the time in the world and every inkle. I-nation to spend it stringing Shorner up by his nerve endings. Fair enough. The boy wasn't really a boy. Shorner couldn't put a definite age on Potter just by looks alone. The voice and inflection was that of a man, but his build was still too slender to be any older than 18 or 19. His movements were economical and efficient, no extravagant gestures or overly dramatic statements like most adolescents were prone to. And his intelligence was staggering, a creative genius of magic and violence. It was an anomaly, jarring against his supposed youth. It made him uneasy. Shorner hated his reaction to Potter's presence. "What do you want?" he snapped. "How about an explanation of why you just sent your guard dogs after me?" Potter growled in return. "Well, maybe if you hadn't gone gallivanting around killing things we wouldn't be here." The warm laughter surprised him. "You never did lose that hair-trigger temper, did you? Probably what kept us all alive." "What?" sputtered Shorner. Potter stared at him with those uncanny green eyes. "If I were to trust anyone, it would be you." Shorner was certain he'd entirely lost the plot. "What? Wait. What?" Quote. The dark-haired young man straightened in his chair, each boot making a heavy thump as it hit the floor. "I'll be frank with you because I know you respect that," he said, eyes fixed on Shorner's own as he leaned over the desk. "This isn't the first time we've met. In fact, I've known you for close to 11 years now." The words shook him to his core and Shorner dropped back into his chair. You're not Harry Potter." The dark-clad man let out a soft huff of amusement. "Would that I could change my identity so easily. But before we go any further, I think you should know a few things." Green eyes bore into Shorner's own. "My name is Harry James Potter and I am 27 years old. I was born on July 31st in 1980. I died on January the 9th of 2008. Not quite sure of the logistics behind it, but that doesn't change the fact I'm almost 30 in a 13-year-old body. I feel like a goddamn pedophile in my own skin." Shorner's mouth went dry. "You're mad," he breathed, eyeballing the door as if he actually had a chance of making it out of here. "You are absolutely mad." Potter grinned, too many teeth in the smile to be friendly. "Feel like sticking around for a little story? To make a long story short, Voldemort resurrected himself when I was 14 using a bastardized version of a necromantic restoration ritual. A year later, when the Ministry finally acknowledged his existence, he went on a rampage that made life very difficult for the wizarding world here in the UK. Needless to say, a lot of people were killed, both wizard and muggle. By the time I was 16, I had already started to kill any Death Eater I encountered. What was the point when prison could not hold them? There were enough infiltrators and sympathizers within the Ministry that Azkaban was at best a pit stop in their capture and release program. Death was the only way to deal with them. They were like roaches. Squish one and 4 more pop up in its place. To compound the horror, Voldemort allied himself with a necromancer named Lemure to bring their dead back as simple cannon fodder zombies. They also resurrected our dead to make up the difference when they didn't have enough of their own inferi. Was a pretty effective move on their part. It's hard to face a loved one and know that the only way to deal with this problem is to kill them again. This time permanently, and this time, by your own hand. It was a real psychological headfuck. But that's a little later in the story. The man paused to sip at the coffee Shorner had placed before him, figuring that he had better appease the crazy. "We first met when I was 17 and I was going into the Special Forces program. You were the newly inducted head of mission operatives, a big change from experimental magics, I know, but with Blackwood drooling into a bedpan at St. Mungo's and Creven's desertion, you were the only one expendable enough for the position. Lucky you. It was a good thing too. Most everyone who survived the collapse owed their lives to you. A lot of shitty politics and fighting later. Scrimgeour, the douche that got elected after Fudge's resignation in '96, made the stupidest move of his admittedly short political career. In fearing an uprising from the Muggle-born population, he decided to segregate them. Now, the chances of the Muggle-borns revolting for whatever reasons dwelt inside his head were slim to none. Any intelligent person could see that then wasn't the time for a revolution, especially one like what Scrimgeour feared. Dumbledore fought against the measure with every bit of his political and magical clout, but when Scrimgeour got paranoid, he got stupid. He declared a state of emergency, and under some bullshit laws he had pushed through the Wizengamot, his word became absolute. And so, at 19 years old, I lost my best friend to the Muggleborn concentration camps. I never found out what happened to her. My last memory of her is of Ron and I fighting through the Auror blockades to try and reach her hands as the trains pull out. A couple weeks after that incident, Scrimgeour died. Official cause of death was drowning. Nobody was too interested in investigating any further. N.D. Amelia Bones took over as acting minister. Shorner didn't bother to hide his skepticism. And unofficially, Harry bared his teeth. He drowned sitting upright in his office chair. I watched as he choked on his last few minutes of life. Quote, Shorner blanched. Not even 4 months later, the Muggle and magical ministries fall to total pieces. We never could figure out just who was responsible for that. Things at that time were so fucked up I was surprised we could find our own ass with both hands and a goddamned light bright. Azkaban fell into enemy hands, not that it really mattered by then. Everybody who was a danger had broken out when I was 15. And then some crazy Death Eater yahoo snuck into Hogwarts and put a fist-sized hole through Dumbledore's chest in the middle of the Great Hall before blowing his own head off. It wasn't the first time we'd encountered a kamikaze Death Eater, it just so happened that this one was more effective than the others. Didn't help matters that Voldemort was standing outside with a literal army of Death Eaters, dark creatures, dead creatures, you name it, it was there. The size of it, I can't even begin to describe. I got as many people out of there as I could. But I was the only one on location. Of the 700 plus people in there, only 30 got out alive. I was 20 years old at the time. Shorner's expression was one of slack-jawed horror. Dear God. Oh, his sacred almightiness definitely wasn't listening by then. He'd already packed his holy bags and left, Harry said, draining the last of his coffee. When we finish this conversation, I am going to find the nearest pub and drink until I can't remember my own name. To make matters worse, Voldemort and Lacroix, a man you may know of as Nicodemus Malfoy, the head honcho of the French Malfoys, decided that most of northwestern Europe was up for grabs. The Netherlands, France and Belgium all became Death Eater stomping ground. In a move wildly doomed to failure, my other best friend led most of the Aurors into a battle he would not survive with the intention of liberating those countries from evil. He was young and stupid and heroic, and I killed a lot of Riddle's men for that. I wasn't there for Ron's fall. If I had, he would have never have done something that monumentally stupid. I was in the Philippines, completing my last assignment from UIL-F'd under the mistaken impression that we had it in hand. Apparently that didn't include keeping Ron from running off and leading a bunch of people to their death. After that fiasco, we went underground, literally. We ended up hiding out in an old World War II bunker with the rest of the Muggle refugees and what was left of Wizarding Britain, which numbered to a grand total of about 300 people. I don't know how it happened, but Amelia, you, and I ended being the leaders of our little ragtag group. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world after that. The ICW put up a blockade arrow. Owned the country. Nothing went in and nothing went out. Supposedly it was to contain the problem, but Voldemort managed to escape anyway. Britain was one big fucking ghost town. You have no idea what it's like to stand in downtown London and be the only one around. Harry trailed off with a cheerless smile and the beginnings of wildness in his eyes. The wind, because there's no traffic, no cars, no people to fill the spaces in between. The wind, it howls. It wails, it screams that the world is empty and soon you'll be gone as well. Go, back to the dust of the earth, Harry sing-songed, laughing long and loud. It was a dry sound, harsh in Shorner's ears and harsh in his mind as well. You're surrounded by humanity's leftovers, all that frivolous crap we left behind, and you're the only one around for as far as the eye can see, Harry muttered. It's the most alone anyone could be, and I hope you never experience it. He realized then, that the isolation of a post-apocalyptic city was but the other side of the same coin of Azkaban's gray monotony. Harry's eyes were dark and unfocused, lost in whatever horrific memory that was replaying itself in his mind. A list of names was tattooed onto the skin of his forearm where it was bared by the rolled-up sleeves of his shirt. Shorner's own was on there, just above two he didn't recognize. This, more than anything else, struck a blow against his disbelief. There were too many things that didn't add up, Harry's skills and knowledge of the Dom being chief among them. No 13-year-old he knew of could do these things. And Shorner would bet serious money that if the man across from him cast a spell, it would ping the trace alarms for Harry Potter. Not a boy, not an imposter, time travel was sounding less an L's like craziness and more like a possibility. He himself was the head of experimental magic and the things they could do right now seemed fantastical. 10 years from now and in dire conditions. Sure, NER doubted that they would stop with small jumps in time travel. They'd give anything to reverse the hell that Harry spoke of. Shorner shifted in his chair and watched as Harry's posture changed from relaxed introspection to ready to kill in less time than it took to blink. Dear God, in front of him sat a ticking time bomb ready to unleash violence upon the world at the slightest provocation. This person was teetering on the knife edge of sanity with a self-admitted kill record, and did Shorner want to give free rein to this bloke? Not bloody. Likely. He laced his hands together and rested his mouth against them. Harry met his gaze. Calm, collected, all traces of potential violence tucked away. I'm worried about you. He raised a hand in answer to Harry's confused look. I'm not ignoring what you've told me. And I know there are things you haven't told me for reasons that are too personal to share. But I'm concerned for you. How are you dealing with this? Actually dealing with what you've been through. Harry turned away from Shorner. Black hair gleaming blue under the office light, face wiped completely clean of any expression. Shorner watched the man study the wall for several long moments. Archie, I've been back for less than a week, he said, voice turned sharp and graveled with bitterness. I wake up and I think I'm still lying in my cell, the generator's robbing in my ears, and the only thing I know is pain and hatred and darkness. I thought of death as a mercy. His voice slipped down an octave as it descended into a savage rasp. Harry glanced over at him. Green eyes glittering like absinthe in Shorner's crappy office lighting. Spare me the therapy routine. I haven't even been back long enough to know if I will go off the deep end or not. Shorn. R shuddered at the level of viciousness his voice carried. Dark Vila, Morgans, were noted to have exceptionally exquisite voices, capable of enticing the listener with everything from lust and insidious beauty to the raw, poisonous hatred Harry expressed. It was as awesome as it was terrifying to hear. Harry had obviously inherited his grandmother's talents in spades. I'm sorry, Harry mumbled, hunched over with his face hidden in his hands. I don't mean to snap. I haven't slept for couple days and my temper is short. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not going to start crying just because you got a little snippy. Shorner replied bluntly, beginning to like the bloke much against his own will. What do you plan on doing next? As if it was possible to make some sense out this. Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. Harry straightened in his chair, pushing a stray lock of dark hair out of his face. I have all these vague plans and ideas floating around in my head and only thing I know for certain is I'm headed back to Hogwarts on the 1st. Shorner frowned. I don't think that's a good idea. What, Hogwarts? Why not? Because you're 28 years old and Hogwarts is moot point. Quite frankly, you are probably suffering post-traumatic stress disorder and I don't want to put you around people you could hurt. And I know hurting them would hurt you, possibly even drive you over the edge. I'm not going to hurt them. Harry snarled indignantly. How do you know that? You've been conditioned to violently respond to outside stimuli, which is not a good combination with children who are prone to doing strange and stupid things. You are a highly skilled, highly stressed special op who could probably use a holiday more than anything else. Anger sparked across Harry's face. Did you listen to nothing I said? I can't afford to fuck off in the middle of all this. Quote, you can't afford to hurt somebody else's child either, Shorner growled back, anger. Evaded that Harry was so willfully blind to the obvious problems of his situation. Harry stood and paced around Shorner's too small office. He finally stopped, head bowed, knuckles white on the back of the chair. I just don't want to tip my hand too soon. And if you think for a second that I'll be able to slip away without notice, I'll bet you diamonds to galleons that Albus Dumbledore and Corneli Fudge will be knocking down doors the moment Harry Potter doesn't show up at King's Cross on September the 1st. Schorner uncrossed his arms and leant forward, bracing his elbows on the desk. Look, why don't you compose a report of all the Death Eaters you know of and bring it to me in a week? By then, I'll have sorted through all you've told me and you'll have had a week off to regain a little sanity. Sometimes, you need to step back from a situation in order to properly deal with it. Go have a drink or climb a mountain or whatever has your interest. Just relax and get some rest. Because right now, I'm leery of being in this office with you and I'm fairly certain you're not going to attack me. A wry grin worked its way onto Harry's face. Point taken. You aren't going to tell anyone about this. Schorner scoffed. Ha, who would believe me? Especially after the amount of damage control I have to do in order to cover your ass, not to mention my own. I don't see why. You know that kind of men mission operatives likes to employ, especially for the Special Forces unit. They're expendable at best. Schorner's intercom system crackled to life, causing both of them to jump, a whan. D appearing in Harry's hand where there had been nothing before. Schorner. Crevens in the infirmary babbling about flying cars. Get your ass down here, now. Connor's dulcet tones rang out from the aging Muggle speaker system. Harry gave him a half-smile that didn't quite thaw out the chill menace lingering in his expression. Well, would you look at that? Someone got lucky. Just. Schorner waved a hand in Harry's direction, certain that he was an instance away from flailing about like a loon. Get out of here. Go. I've got to clean up the mess you've made and I don't want to see you for a week. Harry finally let loose a real smile and ambled out of Schorner's office. Good to have you back, Archie, he said as the door closed behind him. Schorner waited for the door to snick shut before giving in to the rising panic within him. The interpretation thereof. Disclaimer. Chances are if you missed the disclaimer in the first chapter, you're skimming this FIC and probably missing more of the story than you think. Chapter 9. The interpretation thereof. Sirius sat hunched over in the darkest corner in the room. It was easier than he thought to avoid the other patrons of the Painted Rose, in fact. The noisy pub seemed to cater almost exclusively to rough and suspicious-looking clientele. His skin crawled with disgust and anxiety. Why here? Why here of all places, smack dab in the middle of Nocturne Alley? Sirius remembered the raids the Aurors had conducted through here, looking for the elusive black markets of magical London. All they had found were rumors, dark magic and death. He wondered for a moment just how Harry knew about a place like this. The Painted Rose certainly wasn't something gossiped about in the Gryffindor dorms for cheap thrills like fire whiskey. Not like the Hog's Head at any rate. But then again, Harry hadn't exactly seemed like a typical student. No 13-year-old he knew of could kill like that, not even Bellatrix, and she had been a right hellion at that age. Sirius could readily attest to that. Harry made him uneasy, and it wasn't just the sheer level of dark magic that wafted off of his person. It was his mannerisms, his willingness to kill, his absolute control he held of himself. Not a limb moved without him knowing exactly where. It coincided with his other limbs and how that movement should relate to the rest of his body. It was evil of bodily awareness and economy of motion that didn't happen without years of training. There wasn't much wasted in how Harry responded to his physical surroundings, reminding Sirius of the unspeakable who taught hand-to-hand combat to the Auror recruits. And from what he'd gathered, the wizarding world had been in a relative state of peace for the last 12 years. Why then? Why did Harry know these things? How had he known about him and his animagus form? Harry had recognized him. His eyes had lit up in complete knowledge that the scabby, dirty dog in the bushes was his long-estranged godfather. Which beget the question, just who was Harry? The door of the Painted Rose opened and a dark-clad figure sauntered over to the bar. He leaned against it, speaking to the bartender in close, murmured tones and a wide, impish grin. The pretty young woman smiled and replied back with some witty remark, leaning over to display the full amount of cleavage possible. The Gur tossed his head back and laughed, and Sirius belatedly recognized his godson. Harry picked up 2 brimming tankards and wove his way through the crowd to Sirius' corner table. Couldn't have picked a darker, danker corner than this, Harry said with a grin, depositing one of the tankards in front of him, amber liquid sloshing over the sides. He raised an eyebrow at his godson's nonchalant disregard. "I don't know where you've been for the past week, but I am one of the most wanted men in all of Britain," he replied in a low voice. Harry leaned back in his chair, regarding him with a piercing gaze. "Looks like we've already started off on the wrong foot. So let's try this again." He shifted forward, bracing his forearms on the table, lips curling into a hard smile, tone clipped and low. "Hello, my name is Harry Potter. And you are Sirius Black, my godfather, Grim Animagus, falsely accused of being the spineless son of a bitch that betrayed my parents. When in fact, it was Peter Pettigrew, a rat animagus whom when you confronted, proceeded to bite off his own finger, blow up the street killing 12 muggles and leave you for the horrors to find holding the figurative murder weapon in your hand. You recently broke out of Azkaban because you found out where Wormtail is. And now you are out to get him. If you want to prove your innocence to the Ministry instead of killing off the only evidence there is, I can help you with that." Sirius gaped. "How? I know the truth, and I will do everything in my power to make sure you clear your name. If you can wait a few more weeks, I can grab Wormtail from Hogwarts and bring him to Bones. No mess, no fuss, I can tell her that I caught him transforming or something similar. And then I can submit a petition for a retrial, and after that, your life is back under your control. Congratulations, Sirius, you are that much closer to being a free man." He stared at his godson in disbelief. "Who are you?" Harry looked up from swirling the lager in his mug, secret laughter putting a bright glimmer in his eye and a small smile on his face. "Just Harry." "Oh, right," Sirius said, confusion beginning to take over the shock. "Who's Bones?" His godson gave him an assessing glance. "Amelia Bones is the director of magical law enforcement and in the best position to help us. She's a fair, well-balanced person and I would trust her with my life. And your plan, it could work." He didn't want to hope. It killed faster than apathy. "Yes, if you could lay low for just a little while, I can get the lion's share of this done and you'll be free before you know it." A pleading note entered his voice. "Let me help you, Sirius. Let me do this for you. It's all I ask." Sirius licked his lips, searching for the words to express himself. "All right," he said, unaware of the smile beginning to work its way across his face. "All right, how could I say no?" Harry smiled back. "You have no idea how relieving that is to hear you say that." Sirius glanced down at the ragged picture of a shy, scruffy, glasses-clad 11-year-old ripped from an old Daily Prophet. He carefully folded it and tucked it back away in his pocket. Harry tilted his head, curiosity written on his features, light hitting the pale scars on his face. What is it?" Sirius snorted to himself. "Nothing. You're not what I expected, not even a little bit." "What? You expected a James Potter mini-me to be running around?" His godson replied with a wry smile. "I hate to disillusion you, but I never knew either of my parents. I'm not them. Never have been, never will be. So I'm coming to understand," replied Sirius, and he paused. "I have seen your father kill in a battle once. And he was never quite the same after that. But you," Sirius glanced back at Harry. "I saw you, Harry. I watched the whole thing. That wasn't your first time, was it?" "No, it isn't," Harry said in simple agreement, offering no more on the subject. Sirius filed that away into a steadily expanding folder titled, "Things I Don't Know About Harry and I'm Not Sure I Want to." "I find it sad that you never had the opportunity to know Lily and James. They were good people, would have been good parents too. Had they gotten the chance." Sirius smiled wistfully into his tankard. "God, I miss them. You have no idea what it's like to have your life change in a single moment, to loss everything you knew." He shook his head. "Oh, I might surprise you." The words held an unexpected weight, one of bitterness and exhaustion. Sirius shook his head in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Ree's expression tightened and Sirius felt an unexpected prickle of fear along his spine as the sharp scent of dark magic deepened, drowning out the smells of the pub. Sirius had a momentary flashback to his youth. The ozone-flavored tang of dark halls and disapproving relatives. Dark wizards, all of them, and the intolerable sin he had committed by befriending the Muggle boy from next door. They Dee locked Sirius attic for a week, and when they let him out, he had to wear the Muggle boy's skin in penance. They'd flayed the Muggle boy alive. Sirius remembered the way the dead flesh felt against his own, cold, coagulating blood smeared onto his robes as Bellatrix and Narcissa laughed at his punishment. No, don't think about it. Sirius wanted to cry. His godson, the child whom James had entrusted to him, had become one of them. A dark wizard. Why? He ached with the question, a sense of despair beginning to fill him. Why would he do such a thing? Sirius, are you all right? Concern flittered across Harry's face. You seem troubled. It was a trap. It had to be a trap. Why else was he being nice? Sirius gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white against the water-stained wood. Stop it. This isn't a trap. This is Harry. Remember, Harry. No, he didn't. He didn't know this cold, hard killer, this boy man with the vicious smile and whiskey velvet voice. You who? Hello. Is there any sign of life in there? A hand was waving in front of his face. Half convinced he still had fur and paws, Sirius tried to bite it. The hand turned around and slapped him upside the face. He came back to himself, cheek stinging, feeling like a bucket of ice water had been tipped over his head. You back with me, yet? Harry asked, his voice tinged with irritation, worry and something like anger. Because you growled at me like a goddamn animal. Sirius touched the side of his face in astonishment. I didn't. No, he swallowed, throat dry and tight. He guzzled the rest of his tankard. Something fuzzy settling in the corners of his mind. His godson buried his face in his hands. Oh God, he muttered, voice muffled by his hands. You're crazy. You're fucking crazy. You're a certifiable nut job that probably shouldn't be around children, let alone other people. How the hell could I have missed this? No wonder Mrs. Weasley didn't want me around you. Fuck me running. Sirius scowled at Harry. I think I'm doing damn well for myself considering all things. Those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, he said sharply, not bothering to hide the disgust in his voice. Well, Harry said derisively. It seems that I have a previously unknown talent of being able to antagonize the fuck out of the people I care about just by breathing. How can say, care? Are you going to kill me if I don't comply with what you want me to do? Sirius muttered. What? Why would I do that when I just finished trying to convince you to let me help you? His godson's expression was caught somewhere between hurt and frustration, before it was wiped clean. Don't be dim. Sirius leaned forward, his wrath getting the better of him, and slammed his hands against the table. The pub quieted, eyes turning towards their direction. Subtle, Harry growled, a sneer audible in his voice. When no sign of a fight came, the patrons of the Painted Rose turned their interests back to other things. In an ironic twist, Sirius felt intensely grateful for the pub's rough-edged patrons who probably wouldn't even bat an eyelash at a violent confrontation. His lip curled and he laughed softly to himself. He gazed at his godson, realizing the stark difference between him and James. Harry was, for all purposes, a virtual stranger, who apparently knew more about Sirius than he did about Harry. An uncomfortable silence stretched across the table, seemingly severe against the rambunctious patrons of the Painted Rose. Harry met his stare and held it. Those eyes were not those of a child. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt that he was probably the cause of it. Maybe if he hadn't gone after Peter, maybe if he hadn't given Harry to Hagrid, maybe if he had stopped to think about what he was doing, maybe. He tried not to think about it. There was too much there that just plain hurt. Awkward. Harry sing-songed, eyes flicking away. Sirius closed his eyes and pressed his thumbs to the bridge of his nose. This really isn't how I imagined meeting you. Neither did I, Harry replied, voice tinged with amusement. I hadn't counted on the fact you'd be absolutely disgusted by my presence. He stared at Harry with shock, the need to deny his statement rising up in him. His godson didn't even blink, a self-depreciating smile on his face. Don't deny it, he said. Quote, I can tell if you're lying to me, and trying to say otherwise would just make me feel more like shit. Sirius struggled for words, knowing in his gut he couldn't truthfully deny it. Harry's expression went terrifyingly blank. It's not that, it's just, why here? We're in the middle of Nocturne Alley, Harry. Why here? he said, silently begging Harry not to get angry. Because I had special forces on my tail and it was the only thing I could pull out of my ass at a moment's notice, Harry replied, voice dropping in tone and cadence, his smooth, lightly graveled baritone becoming a stone-throated rasp. It was an uncanny sound and Sirius shuddered, skin crawling. James had been a tenor and Lily, a musical alto. Where this sound, this mutter of a feral cat's came from, he did not know. Harry's head bowed, hands clutching his hair in white-knuckled claws. Look, stay low for a little while, okay? I've got a few things to clear up before I can go after Pettigrew. I'll contact you when everything's in order. His head spun with the abrupt turnabout in the conversation. Where? How? Don't worry about me, I'll find you. With those words Harry stood and disappeared out the door. What the hell? Sirius began wonder just what he had gotten himself into. Diagon Alley proper was packed full and it was raining to boot. He drifted through the crowd, feeling detached from the world around him. Being around this many people, this many happy, normal people, it was like walking through a dream, everything overly bright and opium-hazed, far too fucking good to be the real world. Harry knew he'd been an asshole to Sirius. But he'd had to get out of there. His skin was starting to feel too tight and he was afraid that if he stayed there any longer, he might start bawling his eyes out or something equally stupid. It was a bitter irony that the very reason why he started actively fighting the war was the one he could no longer get along with. He wasn't 13 anymore. He wasn't some desperate, stupid child who only wanted a family that loved him and would take care of him. He'd given up on that dream a long time back. Harry laughed to himself. He knew what the problem was. It was himself. He was still looking at Sirius with the memories of a child and those memories did not mesh with what he saw with the eyes of a man. Sirius was a broken, beaten wreck. Inside his own head, he was still 21 years old. 12 years in Azkaban did not broaden one's mind or reasoning skills or any number of things. Hell, Sirius had looked at him with fear. Damn it all to hell. A flash of white blonde hair caught his eye. The senior Malfoy strolled imperiously past the teeming crowd, as if he were too powerful, too upper fucking class to even acknowledge those around him. Bastard. One curse, Harry thought. One curse and he'd be dead before he hit the ground. It was tempting. Too tempting and his magic rose with a clamor under his skin. Rip him. Tear him. It sang. Flay the flesh from his bone and cram it down his throat until he chokes on it. He closed his eyes and exhaled, rolling his head on his neck until his body felt a little less ready to pop off. From the sudden violent hunger throbbing through his blood, glancing back at Malfoy, he found the man staring directly back at him, lips pinched tight and bloodless, his expression uneasy. Harry bared his teeth in a caricature of a smile. Felt that did you? Careful Lucius, I can smell fear. The crowd surged forward and Harry lost himself in it, using a series of portkeys to cover his trail back to number 4. He appeared soundlessly, right where he'd left 4 hours before. Smoke curled up in a lazy trail, marking the sky with a giant, "You are here," sign. Oh fuck, Harry muttered to himself. The adrenaline rush from his magic beginning to fade. The neighborhood was just as wet as London, but that didn't deter people from crowding up close to the still smoldering wreckage in front of number 12. Police tape lined the scene and 8 black body bags lay in a row waiting to be loaded into the coroner's vehicle. Petunia stood next to the caddy bint from number 6, both resplendent in their dressing gowns and hair curlers. In fact, most of the crowd were still in their pajamas. Harry glanced up at the gray-lit sky, the smoky haze just now beginning to dissipate. Was it really that early? Yes it was. Exhaustion was starting to creep into his bones. He turned around, intending to head back to number 4 when Petunia's shrill voice rang out. "You," she shrieked, finding some untap. Had well of courage to publicly confront him. "What the bloody hell did you do?" A sudden hush ran through the crowd as every head turned to stare at the commotion. Harry blinked docilely at Petunia, lack of sleep catching up to him. "I beg your pardon. This," she said, flinging a bony arm out at burning remains of the Isuzu and the bodies lying in a row, encased in their giant black Ziploc baggies. "You did this. I know you did. Dudley saw you. Murderer." Harry crossed his arms and braced his feet wide, shoulder length apart, keeping a wary eye on the by now very interested police. Double fuck. He looked back to Petunia. He knew what she was doing. This was retaliation for the incidents in the kitchen and him running her out of the house before that. Dudley saw me, Harry replied, cynicism liberally lacing his tone. And you believe him? Her eyes narrowed. Yes I do, she hissed. I knew I should have left you at the orphanage. You were nothing more than a useless, sadistic waste of space. I always knew you'd go bad. The police were beginning to walk towards them, 2 on his right and 3 on his left. He released her and stepped back. Number 4, Privet Drive of Little Whinging. Surrey was never and will never be my home. You made sure of that. Now you must lie in the bed you've made for yourself. Harry turned and began a steady jog back to number 4, ignoring the shouts of the police behind him. 6 days later, Harry strolled back into the dom, much the same as he had a week ago. No wonder the Death Eaters had so easily broken in, the security here was an absolute joke. Harry stepped off the lift and wove past the busy employees to Shorner's office. The door swung open and Shorner visibly started in shock at the sight of Harry, scattering papers and broken quills. Damn it, don't, you know how to knock, he said, irritation lacing his tone as he mopped up the spilt ink with the edge of his robes. Harry smothered a sheepish grin. Sorry, I thought you knew I was going to be here today. Shorner scowled. I didn't mean you were supposed to sneak up on me. Oops, Harry replied without repentance. He dropped down into the chair in front of Shorner's desk, tossing a bound stack of paper onto the desk. Happy much belated birthday. I know you didn't ask for Death Eaters, but I couldn't reserve strippers on this short of a notice. Though I think you could. Probably convince your secretary to do that for you. The older man looked up from where he'd been removing the spilt ink with his wand, black liquid rising into the air like an inky cumulonimbus. I don't have a secretary. No, not the cute little brunette. Oh, about this tall, Harry said, indicating the woman's height with a raised hand. You mean Maggie, Shorner replied as he vanished the ink and reached for Harry's report. And I'm the one who had to wear glasses for the first 15 years of my life. You might want to take the chance the first time it's offered. The sweet types like her don't stick around for very long. She's likely to be gone before you know it. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Ouch. Now that was below the belt. I'll have you know that I had a wonderful vacation. A little sand, a little sun, a little bit of ocean. There are some magnificent beaches in Brazil, Harry replied. It was nice to see something that other than crazy necromancers and soggy jungle. You know, for the longest time, I thought that was all there was to Brazil. And the topless beaches have nothing to do with it. Harry smiled. Now who's the one making assumptions? Shorner scoffed at his words, but the amused gleam in his eyes gave him away. Right, I'm just glad you've mostly stayed out of trouble. Although your little stunt in Surrey gave me some problems. Don't be surprised if you get hauled in for questioning the next time you're in the Muggle world. By the time I was able to get through all the damned red tape, the incident had already spread too far for us to wipe clean. Harry's quick reflexes saved a tall stack of papers from tumbling into his lap as Shorner shuffled through the clutter atop his desk. And, W.E. did manage to clear out any evidence you might have been the one that killed them, like fingerprints and whatnot. Shorner replied, shaking his head as he dug through a thick manila envelope. The official story is that a gang trafficking drugs hold up there and a private militia tried to remove them to varying degrees of success. Not my best work, but it was what I could come up with at the time. Drug running, Harry laughed. Don't quit your day job. Oh, believe me, it gets even better, Shorner said, tossing a pair of circular steel discs onto the desk. Harry reached out and picked them up. Dangling from the end of a shot bead chain was his name, blood type, age, and designation detailed in sharp-cut runes. They were much different than Muggle dog tags, being of magical origin, but still very similar. Shar, Hadrian, J, A, B, S, F. Holy shit, these were his tags, his military tags. The information was obviously very different from the first time they were issued to him, but still, 28. Harry asked, peering at the number. Technically, you've had a birthday. 28 is quite a ways away from 13, but for what it's worth, happy birthday. A dry smile flickered across Shorner's face. Sorry I couldn't get you strippers on this short a notice. Harry let out a soft huff of amusement. What was it that you had in mind? The older man pursed his lips and uncrossed his arms. I'm making you one of us. Officially, you enlisted under your real name, Hadrian Shar, in 1982 and served in the Special Forces unit for the past 11 years. I've got to ask, Harry asked, realizing what was bugging him about the tags in his hand. Where are you getting Hadrian Shar from? Your mother's birth name was Lily Ideen Shar. Her original file listed you, her son, as Hadrian Shar, said Shorner. Harry blinked. My name is Harry Potter. And apparently it's also Hadrian Shar, replied Shorner without missing a beat. Something small and rabid deep in his brain chanted mine, my name. You can't have it, you can't take it away from me, I own the clothes on my back and my name. Why? He asked, pushing aside the moment of weirdness. Shorner shook his head. I don't know. I'm only working with what I've got. Who makes up those files? Harry only knew the names on a pair of tombstones. Finding out that his mother had led a life so wholly different from what he'd imagined was a bit like taking a brick to the face and trying to see straight afterward. I'm sorry, replied Shorner, raising an eyebrow. A surge of irritation ran through Harry before he could wrestle his temper back under control. The file you got that name from, who made it? Usually the nurse attendant. The file then updates itself as the subject ages. It's a tricky bit of blood magic. But it works. Any more questions? Harry shook his head. No. Wait, can I get a copy of her file? Which one? Seeing Harry's confusion, Shorner amended. Pre-adoption or post-adoption? Both. If at all possible, I'll see what I can do. Picking up where he'd left off earlier, Shorner continued. You, Hadrian Shar, were born in 1965 to Artemis Shar and Bree Verrill, whose status is unknown, which makes your birth possible. Now we are obviously stretching your grandfather's death date a little bit, and I've already gone through the records and changed it. You sure that's a good idea? Harry replied dubiously. Dead men may tell no tales, but the live ones certainly do. I didn't have any other options as good as this one, Shorner rejoined tiredly. His death date isn't common knowledge, even among the Dom. Most people just assume that when Dumbledore brought down he killed him, and few know of Grindelwald's real name, so it shouldn't send up any immediate red flags. I thought you would appreciate the attachment to your family. Shorner tossed Harry's well-modified folder onto the desk. Congratulations. You are now officially Lily Ideen Shar's younger brother and an employee of the Dom. Harry whistled appreciatively. Not bad at all. What are we going to do about Harry Potter? Considering that he doesn't really exist anymore. Harry Potter exists. He's just only alive on paper. So, we'll tell them the truth. Harry raised an eyebrow at Shorner's satisfied expression. Pravda ne novosti, a novosti ne pravda, he said, making reference to the infamous newspaper of the USSR. Harry frowned, waving him off, and Shorner took the hint to continue. In addition to the missions we sent you on, you also assumed the persona of Harry Potter. For the last 2 years, you went to Hogwarts and played a part in order to lure out the last of the Death Eaters, Harry Potter becoming a name that we dangled as bait. Real story being that Voldemort was taken out by yourself and your sister, Lily Shar. At the age of 15, you and the late Lady Shar combined your forces in a desperate move, one in which you were lucky enough to defeat him and one in which she did not survive, giving her life for you and her young son. Considering how powerful she was, it shouldn't be too much of a stretch to say Woe caught him off guard and managed to banish him, said Shorner as he glanced up at Harry. And yes, I did put banished in the official report. That's going to go over well. Shorner stacked the papers back together and put them aside. Not like they have a lot of choice about that. If we can prepare for war ahead of time. Harry nodded. Then who knows how many we can save. Yes, said Shorner. That is what I'm hoping for. Harry laughed. And so, I am reduced to a fanciful bedtime story. It makes a hell of a lot more sense than a baby defeating one of the most powerful wizards of modern times, he mused. Truth is oftentimes stranger than fiction. How are you going to push this through? Shorner pinched the bridge of his nose. The only reason why we are going to pull this one Off is that every current head of the Dom gained their positions after the fall of Voldemort. Our story is that your file was a sealed deal and you've been operating under various aliases. Which is true enough, Harry agreed. Shorner tipped his head in acknowledgement. The man who instigated the Black Ops program, George Price, died 8 months ago, and he was not only the one who brought you in, but also your contact for assignments. Since his death you've been carrying out his last orders, but no one has contacted you since his demise. When Black escaped, the situation changed and you had to surface. You coincided that with a bit of personal revenge. In one of your earlier missions, you were supposed to take out one of Lemuerty's lieutenants. You succeeded, but were captured as a result of your partner's stupidity. He wanted a trophy to show as proof of his escapades, and mind you, he's just a name I dug up out of the obscure records of the Special Forces program, and was subsequently killed. You were held in captivity for 7 months total, then escaped, hiding out for a further 2 months after that, before you deemed it safe enough to come back in. After the psychological evaluations pronounced you fit, you returned to your Potter persona and to completing missions for us, thus taking care of your sudden reappearance and profile. You never ceased to amaze me, Har. Rai said as he hung the tags around his neck. All that remains is for you to talk to Connor and the whole thing should fall into place, Shorner replied, gulping down the last of the muddy sludge in his coffee mug. I've also arranged to be your handler. I'm not sure how well that will go over, but you should be able to push that through. I don't think Connor would want to argue with you. Harry winced. Snape had made potions that looked more appetizing than the contents of Shorner's cup. Are you sure it's safe to be drinking that? No, but it's caffeine, Shorner replied shortly. Unless, of course, you'd like to get me something different. I think I'll pass, Harry muttered. Smart choice. Shorner's expression tightened. If there's anything else I can do for you, let me know. Don't try to do this alone. It's too much for one man, no matter how skilled or powerful you may be. This will drive you mad if you don't let anyone in. Harry shook his head. Been there, done that, and I'm not feeling masochistic enough to try again anytime soon. Who was it? Shorner cocked his head at Harry and settled his elbows on the table. Harry was reminded a bit of a bird, a hunting falcon perhaps. Especially with Shorner's sharp gray eyes and high cheekbones. It was strange to see such a familiar expression on so different of a face. The beard was missing, as was the short, silver stray acad hair and crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. In its place was a younger, more open face, long hair, light stubble around the jaw and a mouth more prone to smiling than scowls of anger or sadness. It was hard not to stare in total disbelief. Sirius Black, my godfather. Shorner's jaw flapped up and down in a very comical manner. I'm sorry, you did what? He's innocent, Archie, the wrong man accused of the wrong thing. Harry said, a smile emerging again. He was framed by Pettigrew, who, in addition to being the secret keeper, is also a rat animagus. He cut off his finger and escaped. Into the sewers, leaving Sirius with the blame. Is there anything else you'd like to share with me? Shorner replied incredulously. Harry was sure his amusement was written all over his face. He'd never been very good at hiding when he was happy. Not at the moment. A strange combination of disbelief and tiredness crossed Shorner's face. Wonderful. When do you want me to talk to Blackwood? Harry said, steering the conversation back to its original purpose. Shorner flicked his wand and Harry's report flew across the room to hide in the bookshelves. Sooner rather than later. Who knows what he might do since you killed his men. He might dub you an enemy of the state and put a bounty on your head for all I know. Harry shrugged. How about right now? Wouldn't be the first time somebody tried off him for a price. He didn't want to have to take on the ministry itself, but survival was more than just an instinct. It was a necessity. La Marque des Sans Nom. Disclaimer. Chances are if you missed the disclaimer in the first chapter, you're skimming this FIC and probably missing more of the story than you think. Chapter 10. La Marque des Sans Nom. Connor Blackwood was the kind of man who wasn't above using his physical presence to intimidate people. Being 6 feet 5 and over 14 stone worth of hard-earned muscle, Connor presented a handsome and imposing figure to people more used to respecting magical power than physical power. Most wizards, being both lazy and vain, were particularly susceptible to Connor's brand of intimidation, and he well employed that in his surroundings. In sharp contrast to Shorner's crowded office, Connor's was spacious and attractively arranged, dominated by a large opulent desk behind which were a series of wall-to-ceiling windows. It gave the impression to the viewer that Connor was some sort of benevolent deity, fearsome in his wrath and gentle in his assurances, backlit by scenes straight from the mythical Eden of religious conviction. Shorner, being well versed in Muggle art and culture, knew that Connor had ripped the idea straight off of Da Vinci's Last Supper. In short, Connor Blackwood was a dick. Not that this was news to anyone, but Shorner's vague thoughts of this meeting ending in a bloodbath began to feel like a sobering premonition. Or at least it might have, had the whole thing not been so damn ridiculous. Two alpha males, in one room, and suddenly everything was a testosterone-fueled contest of wills. Shorner resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Playing the insidious demon to Connor's munificent godhood, Harry stood in the middle of the room. Feet braced wide, hands held behind his back, dressed in unmarked black fatigues, a slight curl to his lips which could be anything from derision to amusement. Instead of softening his features, the light threw him into harsh relief, eyes glowing a vivid optic green beneath heavy lids, lending a sinister aspect to his normally mischievous smirk. Shorner knew the expression to be a bluff. It was his game face. The one that said, "Do your worst." He was coming to understand that it was an unconscious move on Harry's part, this reaction of seemingly total fearlessness towards the world. It was also one of Harry's few tells of nervousness and anxiety. Shorner hadn't spent 4 years as an agent profiler for nothing. Harry tilted his head. Connor folded his arms. Harry shifted in place. Connor chewed the inside of his cheek. The staring contest continued. Shorner smothered a smile at the downright comical picture the two of them made. If it walks like a cliché, talks like a cliché, then it probably was a cliché. But the notion fit. He almost expected tumbleweeds to roll across the floor, a spaghetti western tune playing in the background while Connor drawled on out. This town not being big enough for the two of them. He puckered his lips to whistle the theme from The Good, the Bad and the Ugly before he caught himself.